Cowabunga, UniVersus players. I'm Bear Bryant, joined by my lovely friend Sam Tate, and we are here to bring you the Louisville, Kentucky Regional Tournament for the North America region.
It's a championship. You can call them a champion.
It's a championship. You're right, because these players are playing for their spot for Day 2 automatic invite for the World Championship happening later for this season. Sam, I'm so excited for this event. We had a delay because we've got a new setup for you all at home, so we're going to be doing some new ways and exploratory things for our stream this time, but I promise you, everyone at home, this is going to be the best stream we've ever done.
You know, I am super excited for the things that we're going to be able to bring to you guys throughout the day. There's hopefully going to be teams breakdowns of the different teams in UniVersus that are competing and their choices as a team and things that they value. We're going to be having breakdowns of the top players throughout the tournaments and hopefully minimal delays throughout the stream in between games. No more 45-minute waiting screens. No more be right back for an indiscriminate amount of time. We should have a very, very timely schedule for you all today. But the name of the game is the Regional Championship, and we've got 176 players signed up today. We had to extend the capacity by popular demand, and I am so excited. We have beat the last two regionals attendance combined.
Absolutely. And I can't be more happier, right? I mean, look at all these players. They're currently in their battling rounds right now. Obviously, some of them are missing. We have some people pulled over for stream games. We have so much UniVersus to show you all, and I cannot be more excited. And to top it all off, it's technically a new format, Sam.
That's true.
It's the Street Fighter 6 Challenger decks that are now officially legal in the standard world of UniVersus. You can buy those Challenger decks right now. They went on sale yesterday. We even had a kickoff tournament here at this event yesterday where a max capacity sold out 64-person played where people were playing their Challenger decks with a couple of old Street Fighter packs from the days of old, back when we were playing, of course, and they got to augment their decks a little bit and play a tournament. Got some extra prize wall tickets. It was a blast yesterday. I was super excited to see people messing around with the Street Fighter decks.
Yeah, this new format where all of the side events kick off a day early is super exciting. There's so many great advantages to being able to take part in the side events before the event even kicks off, right? Because one of the sour parts of doing well at a tournament used to be you don't get to play in any of the side events, but now you can join the Street Fighter 6 sealed tournament before the event starts out. We had retro before the event starts out, so you're not going to miss out on anything just by doing well at a regional tournament anymore, including the upgraded prizing, right? We also added all those prize wall prizes to it, so you're really not missing out. You're not punished for doing well, but Street Fighter 6 is here. I want to see some aerial kikoshos. I want to see some rising uppercuts. Attacking on your rival's turn is back. We've got that legacy mechanic back in the game, and that's got to be the biggest shakeup to this format, Barrett.
Absolutely, and we have characters that you know and love back at home. You know, the Rodans. I mean, the fact that you can play both rising upper and aerial kikosho in that same character, you can maybe play two of them on your rival. I'm excited to hopefully see some of that gameplay today, and without spoiling the character breakdown, because we're not going to get into that right away for you all, but one of those Street Fighter Challenger deck characters is on the pie chart.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm not going to spoil that story just quite yet, but before we kick things off going into round one, we have another announcement to make, which is for everybody at home, we are going to be spoiling and revealing previewing every the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles booster set. Now, that booster set is going to be releasing next month. Wonderful looking box art right here. But right now, we're going to finish showing off all of the rares today and across the entire tournament. Now, every single round, we're going to lead things off going into that. But if you want to get your hands on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set, the release date is August 15th. But of course, as any other card game, I implore you to go and register for your pre-releases, which are August 8th, because you do not want to miss out on a set like this one. And the thing is, we're supporting the set or the symbols that we've missed out on from 3 sets of Attack on Titan, of course. And with those and the cards they've already shown off on their social media channels, they're pretty exciting stuff already.
Yeah, just the commons and uncommons that I got to show off for the air symbol had me really excited. There's a lot of new directions I think that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set is going in, which is very cool. Schemes have been added to the game. They are, it's a keyword trait, but they all have this similar theme, right? Of being first forms that you play. I haven't seen one that counts towards progressive difficulty yet. Superfly, of course, using them seems really, really cool, and he gets to stack them up. So really excited. But you mentioned the pre-release and you mentioned the release date, but the world premiere is going to be at Gen Con. So July 31st through August 3rd, you can go to gencon.com/events, use keyword UniVersus to find out where you can go to these world premiere events, and you can be the first person before any of the pre-releases to play with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
And not just that, huge shout out as well. There's going to be everything UniVersus at Gen Con. Gen Con is one of the flagship conventions that UniVersus has been going to since I started playing the game. And I have, I sadly haven't even ever been to one. And if you're going, I recommend that you already go. Also, to top that off, Riftbound is also going to be there. So if you're interested not just in the UniVersus product, but UVS Games partnering with Riot Games to help with the release of Riftbound, so much exciting stuff going to be at Gen Con. But Sam, I think the people want to see some spoilers and reveals,
Yes.
But of course, we have to give them, sadly, a little taste here, of course. The cards we're going to kick things off with might be some ones, if you've been paying attention to social media, that you've already seen. So round 1, just a little dabble. But like I said, we're going to do every rare, so we've got to touch them all. So I think we're going to go ahead and dive into our first previews before we get into round 1.
Yeah, so these, what's really important about these is what we're going to show off is the alt arts that are available at your local championships. And your local championships are a great way to get points towards that Worlds Invite, towards that Day 2 Worlds Invite. And you're going to have some really nice promos, some nice alt arts with those. We, like you said, we've seen these before, but these are the iconic Turtles weapons.
Yeah.
These are their unique items, I guess, if you will, that each of the Turtles have their own signature. So we've seen these before, but I think it's a great place to start off the stream by showing the alt arts that you're going to get from these local championships.
And I think the cool part, too, is like now that we've seen the characters of the set, you can very much see how each of their unique weapons synergize with the characters themselves.
Right.
So, I think right off the bat, the one I can think of that was shown off was the katana, Leo's katana or something like that, right?
Leo's katana, yeah.
So, and like that one synergizes because Leonardo is a mill-based character using mill synergies. And so eventually, from what we've already seen from the car that we saw a couple weeks ago, it synergizes and does milling.
Right. Right. And I think a big thing that is sort of cool about them is that they're pretty much all low difficulty.
Yes.
They're all very cheap assets to play. And I think a lot of people wanted them to be like this big, huge, splashy effect. But I think it's really more interesting that there's easy access to them, right? These are their iconic items. These are part of the characters themselves, basically.
Yeah.
And I think it's more important that when you play Leonardo, you get to use his katana, right?
Yeah.
If you play Donnie, he's got to have his bow staff every game. And I feel like that was a bigger part of the design intention than it was to maybe say, okay, well, this item is going to be like the most broken thing ever. Because I'll tell you right now, Mikey's Nunchaku, I was expecting this to be like the craziest item because he is the craziest turtle.
Absolutely.
And when I first saw that it was a 0 difficulty asset, and it is a rare in the set, I was a little underwhelmed, right? Immediately I was like, okay, well, it's just, +1 damage and it's got like a one-time use effect, but these synergize with Mikey really well. And this is sort of encouraging you to play multiple copies in your deck too, which I think is something that goes overlooked when you have these 0 difficulty, non-unique assets. These are definitely different from what people were expecting, but it makes more sense in the long run that you want to play 4 Mikeys and Nunchaku in a Mikey deck.
I think we're used to as well. Like I think in the last time that we've had very iconic weapons of characters was maybe like the Soul Calibur set of old, right? And you're right. I mean, those weapons felt very character focused and synergistic. But the thing is like I agree with you that although this is something that I want to be playing that synergizes with Michelangelo, I can see myself playing this in other air decks because it is just attuned, you know, it does. It just says if my attack's not blocked, commit it, get +1 damage, and you don't care if it's committed because it has a tenacious ability. Now that bottom ability, after you add 1 or more foundations to your hand from your stage, draw 1, discard 1. That's something that we don't do very often in our game. But of course, with Mikey, when I get to bounce 1 of yours, bounce 1 of mine, it does synergize with the character, and this is a nice tool to have, especially, like I said, 0 difficulty, 5 check, 1 low block. There's not much to complain about here.
What else can you ask for from a 0 deck?
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, when you have foundations that get added to your hand, even by a rival's effect, you know, getting your hand clogged is really nasty. So having this secondary effect to draw a card and discard the card that just got added to your hand gets rid of that information that the rival has. So this works perfectly for a Mikey deck, but I think we're ready for the next one.
Absolutely. So moving on, again, another rare going to be coming on the set. Now this is Leo's Katana. This is the 0/5/1 mid-block response. After you mill this, you can build it immediately, but only if you don't have another asset in your stage. So kind of wants this, you know, not other asset synergy in your deck, but for the all symbol, that's not too bad. And then again, as soon as you have it on your stage, enhance, commit, mill 1. If your attack deals damage, you ready it. So it's a repeatable mill effect for essentially nothing. But remember, Leonardo wants to continuously be milling cards because you can either give damage to this move or the next.
Right. You know, this works almost in a similar way. Mikey's is like a guaranteed +1 damage because you know the attack's not being blocked. Leo's is like a repeatable +1 damage as long as you keep dealing damage, as long as you only enhance and commit it during the correct attack, essentially, which that just fits perfectly with his theme of being the leader, being in charge, and understanding, you know, where this turn is going to go. You have the leadership skills to understand where everything needs to be, and that shows up here with Leo's Katana in a really cool way.
Absolutely. And we can go ahead and keep going. We'll get through these because I'm sure the players at home want to get into some gameplay.
They're hating us at home. They're doing this on purpose.
I know. All right,
they want us to get to gameplay so bad, but we got to talk about how cool this deflect 0 diff asset is.
Absolutely. Raphael Sai here. 1 high block, checks a 5, 0 diff, like you said. Deflect 2 in a weapon. Response, after you discard this, if you have no assets in your stage, build it. Very similar to what we just saw from Leo's. And enhance, sacrifice this. If you have no cards in your hand, this attack gets -2 damage, which, I mean, for this kind of desperation, I have no cards left, obviously synergizes with Raphael, who uses all of his cards, and then you can give this extra minus damage, and you can get this into your stage for free. But if you have any of these in your hand, how else do you get them out of your hand? That deflect ability lets you get rid of them without having to block necessarily.
Yeah, this one I like a lot because it is like -2 damage from almost any zone.
Yeah.
You know, it's -2 damage from your hand with deflect. It's -2 damage from your hand if it gets discarded, which is kind of like from the discard pile. And once it's in your stage, of course, you get to sacrifice it. The Raphael, like, whole idea of I'm going to spend my whole hand is something that players do already. Like, let's be honest. I think Raphael got slammed by the community for like, well, what am I gonna do? Play my whole hand, discard my whole hand? Not only does he have cards that, you know, compensate you for doing it, I know you guys at home are doing it in every deck you play anyway.
It's crazy too. I don't know how much of a I don't know how much of a tier list enjoyer you are, but multiple you are wonderful content creators, and you see their tier lists out and about. Raphael to me is I don't disagree with you that people have been like, oh, I don't want to empty my hand. Ew, yuck.
They read the words discard your hand while they're currently in a game playing with 1 card in hand every game.
I've got a good buddy of mine that almost won an entire tournament playing a character that says discard your hand for 10 damage. So, but I don't disagree with you. But Raphael on a lot of people's tier lists that I saw was at least in the I'm going to try this at locals, if not actually interested in building this character.
Yes.
So a card like this is going to feel really good. And then, of course, we've got to do the last of the suite. We've got Donnie's Bowstaff, which is a 0/5 once again with a 3 mid block. That's a lot higher than the rest, but it's because this guy's got Breaker 2, and it says enhance, add it to your hand.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah, this is an homage, I think, a lot to older assets of that we know of that some of them we think of like, oh, you can block it from your stage. This is essentially the same thing of being able to block with this from your stage, but having that snap added 1 card to your hand size with a 3 mid block breaker 2 is really useful when you built it on a 0 diff asset.
Correct. This is probably the best example, I think, of people who might have been expecting like world breaking assets for these characters. But as a 0 difficulty, this is kind of a world breaker. This is kind of a beating. I love that this one's not unique.
Yeah.
I love that this is essentially extra hand size. I can bank for later, you know? It does bother me a tiny bit that it's void attuned, if only because this is most useful against discard strategies, and the void symbol is the discard strategy symbol. So this is another example of like the symbol that does something also has a great answer for it. But absolutely, you'll catch me at my locals with 4 of this in my stage, daring you to play a mid attack.
I just like it so much because, again, also you think about the synergies with Donatello. The fact that you can build this, pick it up for later, block with it, and then Donatello says, build it back down in your stage to pick it back up if you need another block.
You're speaking my language.
It's so good. But Sam, that's it for the rares that we've got right now. I think it's time to get into some gameplay, but we're gonna tease our players just a little bit. We're gonna dive deep into the decks of these players before we get in, because we've got some brand new technology. We've got some visual deck lists that we get to show off to our players. So coming up here really soon, but we can talk about the players just a little before we get into round 1. We have Byron Villatala, who's a local of mine.
I'm glad you took that name.
Yeah, I took it. Versus, you know him, you love him, one of our content creators, Brody, or Broden Kynan, as he's known online.
Broden Connie, as you might know him now.
Absolutely. And they're going to be heading face-to-face in our round 1 showcase match. And the 2 players are playing Peak on Death for Byron versus Reiner Living Weapon. I can't remember which one it is.
I believe it. Yeah,
Living Weapon, the second
one. Yeah.
17 health, 6 hand size. Reiner from set 2.
Sorry, it's Reiner Braun Warrior.
That's
Reiner Braun, comma Warrior.
On the chaos symbol is how we should specify it. But one of the cool technologies that we have, this is Byron, and this is his Peak deck.
Yes.
Of course, no sideboard here, but out of all these cards, this to me is actually looking a little familiar. Not just because of the fact that I think I've seen this deck before, but we had a community-ran money event for UniVersus before we led into this regional. And this list is very similar to Jose Narono's Peak deck that he ended up winning the entire event for that entire event. And the reason I say that is because Earthbreaker's in here. And I love Earthbreaker a lot because as long as you have a bunch of ways of draw synergies, which the death symbol just does, you just get extra effects, and it's that low attack that I think a lot of people are not catching right now. High attacks are everywhere, mid attacks are everywhere. I mean, you can look at the rest attacks, and you're like, oh, all of these are those zones. But Earthbreaker, to me, is a key difference, because if you catch your opponent on something like a turn 2 or turn 3 without a low block, it completely changes the stage dynamic.
Yeah, this is one of the Haymaker alignment chart cards, right? The stun 2 absolutely blows people out of nowhere. There's so few attacks that you're expecting to stun to you as an opener, and this one does such a great job. You mentioned the damage pump throughout the turn. It has a card pull effect, so you want to open with it. It's got stun 2, so you want to open with it. It threatens to destroy the rival foundation, so it works as a poke move, and it works as a string move, right? It works as an opener to both a string and a small poke turn, so it's a very versatile attack, and we haven't seen a whole lot of it, but man, if you told me Critical Role has a low zone Haymaker that stuns to and draws me a card, I'm all in on that. But
yeah,
I think the most surprising inclusion here, I think, has to be the true 100%. I don't know if I've seen a Peak playing this, but it's got an amazing defensive ability, and it's got incredible late game synergy. It's very deadlock shaped, but because you can use it before actually hitting deadlock, it makes the card that much stronger. Getting +8, +9 damage on this thing is way better, in my opinion, than having to wait to get a a really strong deadlock effect.
I think it also is like it kind of cheats the card a little bit, the character that Peak does, because
Right.
Peak has this first enhance, of course, that if you want to sack a foundation and then you can give your attack +2 damage, so that's one less foundation for your speed abilities. But if you love a committed one, it's fine for the true 100%. But then when you turn over and you become the Cart Titan, you can then press the enhance on the true 100%.
Right.
So you still have all those ready foundations on your board, and then you can blow up another foundation on the Cart Titan side to give the extra speed. So you normally, when you play a true 100%, as soon as your rival slams it, you know how fast this is going to be and how much damage it's going to get based off of respective stages. And then Peak says, it's actually got an extra +3/+2 on it.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of staple attacks that we've seen in the past. Lunar Ring is an incredible card because it destroys a rival asset. It synergizes incredibly well with decks that destroy a lot of foundations, so not surprised to see that one here. Battle Order Release gets you a face down. You're going to destroy it anyways. Draw a card, count all those face downs you generate from cards that we'll talk about a little bit later from the stage. Tri-Gravity Beam is an absolute house. It's just one of the best attacks you can be playing if you're kind of zone agnostic. If you can afford to play a mid attack, which guess what, when I'm ripping out your blocks, I absolutely can. And we can't talk about good mid attacks without talking about Sweeping Daggers.
Absolutely. Probably the premier ultra rare, especially after the Devil Generata from Critical Role, right? Like, this is the Chase ultra rare. It's the Chase alt art from the set. It is your opponent's best attack while sporting a 5 mid for 4 body. And if you have any other copies of them in your discard pile, why not some extra burn on your opponent? That can kill you.
Yes, absolutely. And then to finish things off, you're almost definitely going to see a Thunder Spear Barrage come in. It's an echo move. You can modify the stats with a character who gives speed and damage. It just makes it like the perfect stat blocker. Like, it's the perfect like stats-based card, and you can play it very easily even with the Echo after Tri-Gravity Beam, so you get to know if it's going to deal damage. You know whether or not you need to reduce the speed or leave it high, and you know the versatility of the stats on it is really the key component for this card. You see it a lot with Fierce Wings because it can tutor it up. We don't have that ability here, so the fact that Byron is still playing it without the ability to go find it when he needs it means that he really values that low difficulty and the adjustable stats on it.
Absolutely. And of course, without going into all the foundations, plenty of draw from things like Push the Limits or the Ambition of Irwin Smith, as well as having counterplay cards such as Dark War that you mentioned before, and keeping our stage healthy with things like Weapon Clash and Enormous Axe. Not really much to complain about this deck. I even like the cute, like, there's like 2-in-1 of these defensive action cards, with 2 of our assets that, of course, Peak gets to go search for, the Anti-Titan Artillery.
I think it's a little interesting, right, to only run 2 copies of that. Does that tell you that we're only going to be needing to commit 1 or 2 rival foundations throughout the turn to win the game? Or, because you only get to search your deck. You don't get to search your discard pile.
Yeah.
If these end up in the discard pile, we don't really have a way to get it back, do we?
No, absolutely not. But, as at least seeing some certain Peak gameplay, because I think the last thing I want to do note is we do know how successful this character can be already based off of the performance that Peak has already had in Oceania from our last regional that we've had. And, of course, AOT3 being legal there, of course. Now, with the Street Fighter 6 Challenger decks being legal, there's not any tools specifically that Peak is going to be using, but I think everybody knows that this is the death symbol, order symbol character that gives very great stats onto your own moves while also providing very good defense. Very similar to how Hanj plays that we saw, Hanj 4 Eyes from the second set of Attack on Titan. But this one being a 6-hander and just cares a lot more about if you keep a healthy stage, you are an aggressive amount of stats and also great on defense. But we've got another deck we got to look at. We have Broden's.
Yeah, so Brody's got Reiner Braun Warrior. This is a very peculiar character. He's a 6-hand size with 17 health, but when you reach 0 health, you get to transform. And his whole idea on both sides of the character is how many card types you have in play. So that includes character, so himself, that includes foundations, that includes assets, and that includes backups.
Yeah.
And so we see a lot of backups in this deck, and we see a healthy amount of assets, and the assets are some of the premier assets we've seen. Military Airship, definitely going to be super, super important. And we also see Soup, which is very easy to build.
Snap on demand asset if you don't have one
Exactly.
yet. So being able to enable Reiner whether you're when you're on the backside, and part of the other reason, and I think we have a high priority on building that asset quickly, is because we are playing foundations like Betraying Marco, which is one of my favorite cards to play with this Reiner from set 2 of Attack on Titan that says Enhance Mill 1. If you have an asset and a backup in your stage, your attack just gets a free +1 speed and +1 damage. So needing both of those synergies, cards that we've seen success for Reiner Braun Warrior in the past, backup-wise, we have things like Grisha's and Sean after those Sean Gilmore, and they came out in a critical role. But of course, the new hotness backup that people are playing from Attack on Titan 3 Apocalypse, 9 Titans throughout the ages. That one is just, it's not just offensive potential, being able to double speed or damage of one of your Titan attacks, but it's also -4 damage at response speed on play. So having these key new assets you can play with, and we're even playing a single copy of Emerging Threats to be able to build a backup and play it as a form, and then press the form on Emerging Threats to immediately build it down, to almost just like Soup.
Yeah, and offensively, we're taking great advantage of our symbol combination of Chaos and Fire, because you can see with Marley's Warriors and Inspiring Song, we're going to be setting up to play long strings, and that's backed up by the fact that Master's Pride is a 0 diff that readies itself, and Capture the Target is a 1 diff that readies itself. So it looks like Brody is really going to be set up to play an insane amount of attacks, and that's going to lead up to that teaming with the Attack Titan. This attack is something I expect to see over and over and over again today. I would not be surprised if half the rounds, at least, that we have on stream are going to be decks playing teaming with the Attack Titan, because this is a 1 difficulty, 5 speed, 5 damage move if you're filling up that card pool with attacks.
Absolutely. And then you can even change the zone if you have enough cards in your discard pile, which our character does mill our deck, and we get a benefit if we cycle and we're still on the front side, of course, as well. And also because we're playing 4 copies of Harness Undeath in this deck. And boy, oh boy,
Yeah.
that is one of my favorite secret rares from Critical Role. And we are only playing 8 backups, but it's just enough to make your low attack mix-up that you're already playing with Walk the Dog in the deck to be an even scarier threat. And then if you just have the momentum already, you can kill off one of your own backups and give it Echo.
Right. This is one of the best chump checkers in the game. If you don't have all of the low blocks, Harness Undeath is going to punish you quickly. Harness Undeath also great into other backup decks, of course. We've got Besiege. This is, again, taking advantage of our incredibly powerful symbol combinations. You know, Besiege, one of the best aggro cards on the Fire Attune symbol. And then you've got my personal pick for still the best attack in Standard, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. It is a problem solver. It is great at targeting backups because it's going to go to momentum face up for a later turn. It's great at solving assets, and it's perfect at committing and freezing foundations for later. And so expect Brody to open up with these high stun value moves, follow up with potentially some painful echo moves like Harness Undeath, or block punishment moves like Unrelenting Assault, and that's going to dig deeper into his deck, get him all the different card types that he needs, get that big discard pile, get that cycle going, and finish you off with low difficulty moves like Besiege and teaming with the Attack Titan.
I can't wait to see this matchup. And I'm sure our chat is also ready to watch this matchup.
30 minutes in?
I mean, come on, we got to put on the show, everybody. So without further ado, we've got our round 1 for the Louisville Regional kicking off right now.
And it looks like we've got a Reiner committed, so Brody is probably going to be going first.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to do our post mulligans as well. So for everybody at home, just so you know, and get in chat, I want to hear what you think. No spoilies, though, because we are doing things a little different, and this is recorded. This allows Sam and I to talk as much as we want and be as loud as possible because we are 1 round behind. But because of that, we're allowed to also know what's going to be happening, so don't text your friends and know what's going on, okay?
Yeah, no spoilers in the chat because we're trying to make this a seamless viewing presentation for you guys at home. And so don't ruin it for other people because you might have updates from your friends throughout the event. You might know who's going over, but you're not going to know how.
Exactly, and that's what we're here for. So, right, like you said, Brody kicking off turn 1. We're going to build our Sean Gilmore. The Marley's Warriors capture the target. Also, Master's Pride failing the transformation at the end of it. But there's 2 of those foundations that you talked about being able to ready themselves just by using other effects and +2 into our checks. If we wanted to do a scary turn 2 offensive, I can't think of a better stage.
Yeah, I mean, if we hit that fearsome transformation, and potentially that's another 0 diff in our hand, we could have had like the God build for a turn 1. I mean, Sean is actually 2 foundations, right? Yep. So even though technically it wouldn't be a 5 build, it would be technically a 6 build. Marley's Warriors is a lot of foundations.
Yep.
Capture the target is kind of like 2 foundations, and so is Master's Pride. So as far as passing checks goes, Brody's got like 7 or 8 foundations in his stage if he can activate all of the effects.
Reciprocated with a build 5, although we did check a 3 on that last syndicate target for Byron. So we built 5 foundations, but we did have to commit peak, which means we aren't going to have that ability to at least commit peak to build a bonus foundation if Brody decides to attack right here. And like you said, leading things off with a besiege, and that's a 3 diff. You can't fail that one.
Right.
So, and we're also going to be checking Byron's blocks right away. You can only block this with a +3 block modifier or higher. And I don't know about you, Sam, but I like my decks to have better block mods than +3. So this is a rough one to block for most of the time.
I don't want to say I hate Besiege.
Okay, all right.
But
it's a good one.
But this is the card that like punishes you for playing the game correctly more than any other. This is the card that makes you feel stupid for playing correctly. And we do see the mill 3 come down for Reiner. We're going to get some additional stats, but it looks like we are going to destroy a foundation with peak to get that minus, was it 3 damage in on the front side?
Yeah. So yeah, for the -3, I think it's -2. I can't. It's 3.
It's +2. And then you get one from the asset, right?
You're right. So, yeah, of course. So -3, it is a first enhance, which is why Byron has to press it right here and right now. So we're going to get that off. We also have, we went ahead and we ate it, but because it came in with the minus, we only going to eat a couple of damage here. But we are now stuck on the backside of peak. So as the Cart Titan, the reason why that matters is because if you stay on the backside, surprisingly enough, we also didn't go grab our asset. So when you transform into the Card Titan, you are allowed to go search your deck. As you stated earlier, Sam, you cannot search your discard pile, but you go search your deck for an anti-Titan artillery. We did not go do that. But also, if Byron decides to reciprocate an aggression here, you are stuck on the backside of Cart Titan, which means if you enhance Destroy a Foundation for the plus speed on your own moves, you're not allowed to play the bottom enhance on peak again you're not allowed to play it because it's a first enhance. You are, however, able to turn peak sideways and build the top card of your deck as a foundation face down.
Yeah, the E-commit build is really interesting because it's mostly there just to fuel peaks enhances, right?
Yeah.
It's very rare that you're going to go through an enhance step without using at least one of the peak enhances. But if there's ever a turn where you can just E-commit, build a committed foundation on your rival's turn, and then just keep it for later, I think that's going to be a huge part of the success for this deck is finding those little gaps where you get to find your advantage. It is -2 damage. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, I can tell by the math because we're at 26 now for Byron here. So we were able to give a little bit of bonus damage with our character. We got to reduce a lot of that with peak and the cards in our stage. So we ended up only taking 3 damage from that besiege instead of a potential 7.
Great build too, I think build on turn 2 for Byron here. We were talking about incremental advantage, and we built Willie Tiber, which I think is going to be one of the new backups from Attack on Titan Apocalypse. That is one of those cards that allows you to regenerate that advantage in a character like Peak that is constantly destroying their stage. And then also, it treats itself as if it's a foundation when you destroy it for sacrifice effects, basically. So it not only can be a foundation when you need it to be for the effects of Peak, but it can help you build more of them of response after you build a foundation. If you have less or equal to than your opponent, build a bonus from the top.
Yeah, and a huge part of being a 6-hander who has to sacrifice foundations is you have to be able to compensate for that build. Hunch 2 is a 7-hander and doesn't actually have a cost to their minus damage in hands. Peak does. Peak only gets -2, and then also has to destroy a foundation for it, unlike Hanch 2. So it's very, very interesting to see how players are going to compensate for that in a six-hander. One of the best ways to combine with those effects, though, is this Falling Heel Strike. I almost called it the roundhouse kick. Falling Heel Strike is very, very cool. One of my favorite attacks because
it is a kick.
Every time you play a card that builds the top card of your deck face down, which we're seeing with Weapon Clash right now, it's almost like you get a random chance at like a bonus prize. And we used to see this in Water Ochako 4. Flip Weapon Clash, build a face down, and now we're going to unflip it to get an additional face down foundation. And in Ochako 4, the big goal was to ready those face downs. In Peak, we're just going to destroy them.
And as we saw on Brody's turn 3, also hitting us with another build turn. You know, we got our Grishas in our stage. We built that 1x emerging threats, which means we can even have another backup later on. The only thing we're really missing is an asset in our stage if we really want things like Betraying Marco to come in clutch, or when we eventually flip over to the backside. But like you said, Byron's on the same boat. I'm going to be building my stage very healthy because I have this Weapon Clash now, 2 of them. We use one of them, we unflip it, and I also have a very meaningful stat attack that you have to deal with, and it has stun 1.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we can actually take a little peeky doodle in the hand here, and we can see Byron is clutching that Lunar Ring. So as soon as any asset hits the stage, at least an impactful one. I don't know if you would use a Lunar Ring on a suit.
I would, just because it counts for its other effect. It gets +1 damage for each card that's been destroyed this turn. So it counts the asset that you destroy with its own effect. But you're right. I probably would have saved it for something like a military airship. And, of course, for everybody at home, it is open decklist knowledge because that is our new floor rules. So I would hope that Byron is also keeping that in mind, that the Lunar Rings being able to destroy military airships is probably the better call.
Right. So that's going to be really tough, I think, for Brody to overcome, but that is why Soup is in the deck, right? Is so we can kind of snap an asset as soon as we draw it. And choosing to face tank a Falling Heel Strike for 7?
Or for 7, yeah, you're right. Yeah, down to 10. We even used, I think, this Enormous Axe right here to give it even more stats. But look at that, a third Weapon Clash hitting the stage, as well as our bonus for transforming our character, because that's what we do. We go back and forth this Peak to draw even more cards, which I like because it synergizes, again, with things like Earthbreaker that we talked about beforehand.
Yeah, so multiple Weapon Clashes and a greater goal and Peak means that you're basically trying to kill Byron's stage before you can kill him.
That's the only way to deal with it. I think that's why we saw this character have so much success in Oceania, is... It is already offensive stats, and when you're destroying your foundations, if you end up killing your rival, it doesn't matter how many you blew up. I always tell people, you don't get any bonus points for killing your opponent with readied foundations or more foundations than them, right? But you use them as resources and tools, especially in a character like Peak, to give you those offensive stats when you need them. But if you're not drawing the attacks, they are just defensive resources, and things like you said, like Weapons Clashes, are going to be even more minus damage on top of our character that gives minus damage, as well as the greater goal that gives minus damage. It's just going to be very hard to combat, but with a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken hitting the table, being able to selectively commit and freeze one of these strong foundations that we just talked about, I can only imagine we might pick the greater goal.
I think we're going to actually pick Filled with Doubt from our hand. I have a feeling. I think Byron might have a Filled with Doubt in hand, and I think he's looking through the discard pile to see, is there a better target for this? Do I have to worry about this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken? And there's a blue card, and we are going to see it come
Wow, yeah, fantastic raid. I didn't even know that he had it in his hand, but you got a little, what'd you call it, a peeky
doodle.
Yeah,
peek at the peak hand, yeah. And it's cool. With this new format, we can talk about it more because if the players over at the stream table do somehow hear about it, it's not actually ruining the game.
That's true.
So I used to try not to look at the hand because I want to be surprised.
Yeah. But I was surprised because I was yapping.
Yeah. But chat always makes me feel stupid. Like when I host my own events, they're like 5 steps ahead of me, and I'm like, no, guys, you gotta be
No, I
Gotta be
understand.
surprised.
So, because a Filled with Doubt was reciprocated here from Byron, this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is sealed. And so this is just a 4 high for 6 that Reiner is going to give us some more stats based off of the mill 4 that we did with Brody. And then we also did end up using +1 to our check using an inspiring song, I believe. No, we didn't use that.
No, we haven't used the inspiring song. I think this is just a quick little poke.
Oh,
and I
yeah,
think it's a great read from Byron. You don't want the Filled with Doubt on your kill turn in your hand. You don't want to lose a resource permanently, you know, if the game ends next turn anyways. Greater Goal is a huge part of this engine, and so that is a prime target. And on top of all of that, we do get to go search for the anti-Titan artillery on our own or on our rival's turn to be set for next turn. So I think this was a great read to say, okay, this is not a super aggressive turn from you. And even if it is, I definitely can't have you commit my Greater Goal, right? Freeze that. But we're getting set up for next turn, and Byron's got the resources necessary. Brody doesn't have a great defensive setup. His deck is definitely built for, you know, super offensive strings. We do have the Grishas, so we can go get a Fury attack, which is the other thing to look out for. When you see the Grishas in stage and you've got the Filled with Doubt, you have to check the discard pile.
Yeah.
You have to see, is there Fury attack? I would rather seal. And I think the only real answer there is maybe Sweeping Daggers.
Right.
And so leaving or using the Filled with Doubt for the Vast Hybrid, I think is a great call, because Vast Hybrid's pretty good against damage reduction strategies most of the time, because a lot of that value is it dealing damage and going to momentum face up. Because it's sealed, it won't have that ability during the end phase.
That's absolutely 100% true. But of course, that being said, we can find new attacks that will be in our discard pile when you had to make that decision to play the Filled with Doubt. We're a mill 4 character, 2 to his check. Actually, scratch that, +4 to our check. That's so much plus.
Are we playing a walk the
dog on a raw
9?
9? I can only imagine.
So that's a huge part of, I think, Peak's success in this current format. Not only is taking 1 damage from a 5 difficulty move a huge part of the game plan, but we cannot we can deny our rival the ability to ever have a 4 difficulty walk the dog. And you know, partner, I've been seeing people play 7 and 8 difficulty walk the dogs more than ever.
Absolutely. And as I'm now figuring it out, that Face Down Foundation was on that Marley's Warriors that we used at the beginning of the turn. Okay. First form, we're going to have +1 to our for checks, which is why we had at the end of it all, we had +4 to play this on a 9. We checked a military airship. And so, yeah, like you said, with no committed foundations on Byron's side of the board, this Walk the Dog got passed, and we didn't commit any extra resources to do it. We're just going to draw a card. It's going to stun our opponent, and this is a 6 low for 6, which just like the Bass Hybrid, for a 6 base damage move, depending on how many resources Byron decides to use defensively to blow up and give minus damage, we might end up hitting only a 1 damage move. But the Risky Gamble Outwit getting used here, Risky Gamble Response Outwit, which means after it has to be face down in your stage, which it was, you unflip it, commit it, and it says when your rival draws a card, I'm going to also draw 1. So Walk the Dog in hand says draw 1 for each Walk the Dog. And we drew a bonus.
And these Outwit cards are perfect with Greater Goal, right? Because every time you destroy a foundation, you need something face up to flip, and you love the flip and Outwit card because once it's face down, and if it's ready, you get to use it again. So we'll probably see it get destroyed at some point during this turn if Brody keeps attacking.
Yeah.
But just having a card that unflips itself gives you a benefit and gives you fuel for Greater Goal is a huge asset. Yeah, a huge boon, I should say, to this deck.
Defensive Botan's coaching getting used here. Pitching the 4th Weapons Clash from Byron and then ended up drawing a Loss of Consciousness. Whereas on the other side of the boat, you discard a Fast Friendship, I believe, from Brody and ended up drawing, I don't know, I didn't see it. But we got our mill 4 from Reiner, and this does have Powerful, so we might end up using this Powerful right here to give this even more damage because it got damage reduced so much from what Peak's gameplay is trying to be doing. And here's that other part, too, is that the way that Byron has been playing, we left as the Cart Titan once again at the end of that Vast Hybrid, which means that's 1 less destroy effect for minus damage specifically because you stayed as the Cart Titan. You can only use the minus damage enhance on Peak as a first enhance, which means you have to get over to that side first. But instead, we're going to go for the block here. It's a partial. with the Lunar Ring. Checks a 3 on it. We're deciding how many resources we want to commit.
Yeah, this one's interesting to me. Lunar Ring is definitely one of the bigger damage moves in Peak, and it's kind of like the perfect finisher. Now, granted, as a 5 diff, it can be pretty tough to play it at the end of a string, and our rival does have that stop sign, right? Reiner has one of those effects I like to call a stop effect, like Ghidorah. You hit 0, you stop taking damage, you go back to your maximum health. And so the way you play around that is you try to get to like 1 damage and then face tank a move. Well, if you got to do 17 all at once, 10 plus damage all at once. But it seems not a poke turn. This is now a Pearl Unrelenting Assault coming down, which a +1 mid block would be pretty good against, unless you want your rival to go digging for another attack.
Well, I think the thing now is, you said, I don't know if we may far in with this turn as Brody. Maybe we just wanted to play that Walk the Dog to draw a card and like see what happens. But the fact that Byron committed so many resources for that partial block, going down to 20, the only resources Byron's left with is his character card, of course, which allows to give minus stats, and a single weapon clash ready to our stage.
Yeah, and we've got a funny little vestige card here. I'm not going to guess the number off the top of my head.
He's the first one.
First wielder, okay. First wielder is after you transform your character, you can flip it while it's tenacious to ready one other foundation. So using Peak's tenacious ability to destroy a foundation, reduce some stats, flip, transform, get a weapon clash back, is going to make it really difficult for Brody to kill us here.
Yeah, and if there's any move to damage reduce, it's the one that says if you block this, I go get another one.
Correct. And now we're going to see, a face down loss of consciousness is going to get destroyed for minus damage. We're going to see the response coming out, choosing a card to seal. There's a couple foundations that ready themselves. There's a drawn discard effect. Probably don't have to worry about the form that builds a backup from the card pool. I don't think that one's going to get used.
I don't dislike the sealing the return to normalcy here, because if there's anything, Byron's basically saying, hey, my only defensive game plan right now is damage reduction.
Correct.
I don't want to use all my resources for a damage reduction, and then Brody turn 1 card sideways and bring this attack back, because as we've already seen for this turn, 2 base 6 damage moves is enough to start powering through. Of course, with that first wielder, we did gain 2 lives, so we went back up to 22. And so Brody's now going to have to travel through a lot more life to go, and the damage reduction, as well as if Byron even also attempts to block this one on partial.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I really thought that the Marley's Warriors was kind of a bait. I thought using that, as the first form was a little bit of a tricky play that we might see. We might see, trying to bait our rival into thinking we're going to string when we're just poking.
Yeah.
But it turns out that Brody was going in from the very beginning, and we do have a block come down on this attack, and immediately we're going to mill a Walk the Dog, which now our rival is committed out for. So Brody playing the mind games with Byron. Wow. We started with Marley's Warriors. We played a poke with not too much behind it. Then we played an 8 difficulty plus Walk the Dog. And Byron said, okay, well, this is not a long string turn, and it's turning into one.
And we still have Agrishas. We haven't cycled our deck yet as Reiner. The amount of offensive potential that is all of a sudden coming out. Yes, Byron still has his character and things like these weapon clashes. But, Sam, that's exactly what Brody... I don't think Brody cares if he kills this turn or not. The amount of foundations that are going to have to be destroyed for Byron to feel like he feels safe in this turn,
right.
That's where it's going to be where Brody wins on the turn. Not the wins the game, but wins in the value of what he's accomplished.
Yeah, so it looks like we see Byron gets to activate the weapon clash and then gets it stunned. So I'm wondering what Brody's first enhance was.
Yeah,
I guess it was to draw.
It was to ready or capture the target. It was immediately what we did because
missing out on a small EV there.
Yeah,
getting to just immediately stun out a weapon clash would have been pretty good long term. However, that weapon clash building in another committed foundation means even after we destroy one with Peak and we destroy one with weapon clash, there's still 4 committed in our stage.
Yeah.
We might have actually, again, we're talking mind games here.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that was intentional, but if we have another walk the dog, Brody can play it at a fully reduced rate because our rival activated the weapon clash.
Yeah, and the fact that that walk the dog dealt 7 damage to peak, we are down to 12. That is 2 moves away with all the damage pump that you also get from Brody, and the fact that we have a weapon class, sure, but with peak, we do only have -4 damage on our moves. So let's say if we play 2 moves, -4 across both of them, -8. So we need 20 damage in total coming from Brody. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be a little tough because, like you said, teaming with the Attack Titan, 5 base. Our character can give 4 max, and that's if you Yahtzee them and hit 4 different card types. With -4 across each move, you kind of nullify that. We're still going to have to see probably 3 moves from Brody to get through 12 life over on Byron's side. And the desperation, I don't have anything else.
Yeah, so Besiege coming down now on a 7. We check effectively a 6 because at Marley's Warriors, we only have to commit 1, committing a face down, it looks like.
Yep. It was that inspiring song we used so long ago to pass that walk the dog. As we get our mill 4, those 3 will go to the discard pile, so keep track at home. We've milled an attack, a backup, and a foundation. We are going to get the cycle, which means this now not only gets the plus damage from Reiner, it also is going to get plus speed.
And this is what I was worried about. We didn't activate the Grishas before we cycled, which
True.
I feel like is a little bit of a mistake, if only because you can play a teaming with the Attack Titan on a 6, check a 5 and pass it without committing anything, and then play another teaming with the Attack Titan after that. And unless I'm mistaken, teaming with the Attack Titan's a Fury, right?
I think it's just Titan. But
Is
you
it
might be...
just
No,
Titan?
wait. There's a character that people have been playing it in that it works... Porco plays it, yes. Or no, I guess he says Fury or Titan. That doesn't answer my question.
That doesn't answer, yeah. I could be wrong. Let me take a quick peek here.
I think it does say Fury. I think people have been playing it with Grishas already because of the fire attunement. So
yeah,
but I don't think you're wrong. But I agree with you. We could have picked up another move to continue this onslaught. We pass this Besiege. Things like teaming with the Attack Titan are basically unfailable right now.
Yeah, teaming with the Attack Titan's a Fury Titan weapon, actually.
Weapon? Oh, that's
so
weird.
It's also a weapon. Yeah, I've never seen that one be relevant, and I hope it never is.
Fire weapon?
Yeah, it's a fire weapon.
Weapon synergies with fire characters? I don't know.
There's few, and we don't need more.
That's fair.
Besiege is also a Fury. So a couple low difficulty options that we could have grabbed before we cycled.
Whoa!
And again, we're fighting against peak stage. So we're getting really, really close. I don't think this has potential to be lethal, but I could be wrong. We have +3 and -4, right?
But we don't have -4 because this has stun 2. This is the Haymaker suite that you were talking about.
Oh!
The stun 2, being able to knock down
This is going to be just enough.
It's just enough with peak being at 5.
Oh, this is Haymaker, not teaming.
Yeah, this is a Haymaker.
He played a Haymaker?
On an 8 or 9, and we passed it. We checked a 6. We tapped our entire board sideways except for 2 foundations and our character.
I thought we were gripping a teaming this whole
it's
time.
it's an Attack Titan Haymaker. Stun 2.
We're talking mind games this whole way. Who would have thunk?
There's a world that this isn't lethal, though, Sam. If we mill 4 of the same exact card type, Reiner only gives 1/1. Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, it's for cards in your stage.
We're not on the backside.
Oh, we flipped over.
No, we're only on the front.
No, I thought it was for each. I thought it was mill 3. You get +1 for each card type, +1 damage for each card type in your stage.
On the backside. On the front side, you mill 4, and then for each Yahtzee card type you mill.
It's random damage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it's okay because, again,
misread that
Byron's picking
completely.
it up. We milled 3 different card types,
crazy.
going up to 8. -2 damage from peak only makes it 6. We're at 5. Game 1, going to Brody.
So, wait, so then every time he was just actually hitting like +3 damage?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's why he was getting pretty lucky on those mills.
I thought, because this whole time he was getting like +3 damage, and I thought it was from...
Because he had a foundation, a character, and that. 100%. I totally
you're
get
right.
it.
It's among cards milled this week. That's wild.
Yeah, it's random damage.
He was hitting sick numbers.
We have the technology. Yeah, we can skip the sideboard phase now.
Yeah, that's true. That is the one thing we didn't look at. That's the one thing I really wanted to look at, though, but we didn't get to look at the sideboards before the game started. So, but yeah, no, That is absolutely an amazing play. I didn't see that coming. I did not see the Attack Titans haymaker.
I didn't either.
As the finisher. You see that as the opener so often, but it makes perfect sense. The late game stun, using it when you know it's going to be the most effective, not letting your rival play around the reduced staging area capacity, because I would have thought for sure you got to play it to reduce the difficulty of your walk the dog, but Byron did it for us, which changed that whole turn. That partial block has to be the most pivotal moment of game one for sure.
I don't disagree with you. My math said that Brody had to play 3 moves, even with Yahtzeeing plus 4 damage on all of them all, but not when you stun down the extra defensive piece that Byron had. It didn't matter if that was a walk the dog or an Attack Titan haymaker, but it had to be one of those two to stun that last card. But kicking game 2 off right away, Byron on the play here as we get an enormous axe, greater goal, double pushing the limits, and also an I'm with you. So multiple card draws, rebuilding our stage again with things like enormous axe, and we have some extra damage reduction sneaky in our stage with things like I'm with you.
Yeah, tell me, how important is that 5 build for a peak deck?
I think it's so important, especially going first, because what we're going to see is Byron's allowed to play literally any attack he wants from his deck as his first attack next turn. And with the combination of the committing the peak to build the top card of your deck, you actually built 6.
Right.
And so you don't actually care, in my opinion, about bumping all the stats up on your first move with peak. It's about grabbing that free foundation and sitting on the front side so that you have plus damage or minus damage ready to go when you can adapt. And then the first time you transform, because you built to 6, you can go grab that asset and you feel like you haven't lost anything.
Yeah, and one thing I was waiting to see, I don't think we saw it, it certainly wasn't the most impactful, is the I'm with you. I wanted to see that I'm with you so badly, right? We talked about how the peak sequencing can be tough because to get the minus damage, it has to be the first enhance.
Correct.
So you cannot transform back and then get the minus damage on an attack, which I think is really underrated from players. I think that players really see peak as, +3, +3, +3, +3, -3, -3. And it just doesn't work that way every time. It doesn't work out for you. But what, could have swung things back is if we could have done the first enhance and destroyed maybe a face down I'm with you and had a surprise amount of damage reduction. So it is face up right now. It is a known quantity for Brody, but that could have been a wrench in Brody's plans last game as well. So seeing additional destruction synergy, additional stat synergy, I think is something Byron is really happy to see in his opener.
It looks like we have a little fumble here for some judge damage, by the way. We went ahead and tried to draw the card on this Earthbreaker here. We are not at less. We are at equal.
Yeah.
So
the build 5 not that important because we wanted to draw a card.
Yeah, exactly. Not as important as I agree with that. Regardless, this is a stun 2 move, and if Brody does not have a low block, you can destroy one of the foundations that was committed during this attack if it lands.
Which would also not have you at less.
Correct, yes. But that is one of those situations where I think because we did some little hand shuffling, as most card gamers do, we had to actually reveal our hand, and we got a selective card taken out of Byron's hand. But we are going to get a double draw here to kind of compensate with the double pushing the limits getting used. We're going to go...
is also really unfortunate, too, because if we just waited a second, we would have drawn that card anyway, pushing the limit anyway, right? So... unfortunate sequencing, but we can't let him have the additional card. But this is going to be a pretty chunky looking Earthbreaker here.
I actually imagine we kind of press a bunch of buttons because one of the benefits is as long as you have these cards like Enormous Axe that we build, being able to blow up 2 foundations on the first move, I said that we might not care to do it, but Byron might do it anyway because the 2 that he blew up, he will essentially get back with the Enormous Axe static and then also peek on the front side to build an extra bonus.
Right.
So, and like you said, you have to press that first enhance button first, which we did. We pressed the first enhance, we went and got our asset, and we responded with our pushing limits for +2 damage. It was the I'm with you, though. We're going to be able to build 2 foundations back and then still make the decision on how much we want to build afterwards after we use this poke. So I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to go back to 5 foundations as Byron. throw a scary move and see how Brody responds.
Yeah, and just, not to harp on it too long, but imagine if that blitz to draw card wasn't enhanced.
Yeah.
How easy would it be for Peak to pull off that draw card? Because we just went from like 5 to 6 to 4. Now we're back at 5.
Yeah, all the way down to 3, I think. Technically, if the in-between static period of the enormous axe, right?
Yeah,
I 100% agree with you. But, of course, we now have the anti-Titan artillery, which also means...
my goodness.
Oh, we're going to eat it. Absolutely eating 10 damage to the face, which means we can also selectively commit one of our rivals' foundations if we so choose.
Selectively destroy one of the committed.
On damage dealt. They're both on damage.
Oh, you're talking about anti-Titan artillery.
Both.
Yeah.
That's the combo. That's why Jose actually loved playing this in his deck, because if you lead with the Earthbreaker and they don't have it, you get to selectively commit a thing with anti-Titan artillery. Anti-Titan artillery.
Anti-Titan artillery,
yes.
Yeah.
And then because you did that first, Earthbreaker can blow it up.
Because it was during the damage
was
step.
during it.
Yeah, interesting.
Very, very cool.
Very cool stuff. Now, so correct me if I'm wrong though. I thought they're both responses played on damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, one. I'm so used to the enhanced setup fire effect.
It's a floating.
Hyper bomb. I'm a hyper bomb old head, so I'm used to enhances floating.
That's fair.
Triggering.
Now remember, there's not an enhance on Earthbreaker.
Right. Exactly. Well, stun too.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. There's a blitz, and enhance, and a response. It's one of the most goated cards.
Yeah.
And a card pool response. So we might even see. We probably won't see any more card draw here unless
a battle aura.
We unflip, pushing the limits with falling heel strike. So we're gonna see Peak destroy for more stats. Probably draw more cards, and Earthbreaker is going to give us even more stats. We're already at 7, which is kind of like 24.
And this already gets speed, Sam, and it has stun. And you're going to give it a bunch of more damage, and.
Yeah, I mean, anti-Titan artillery is +2 damage now because our rival is a Titan.
You know what's crazy? I think if we flip over Reiner Braun Warrior to the other side on this turn, we are in a huge position to win this game. Why?
As Reiner?
No, as Byron. Because you've now given the ability for Reiner to mill away.
Correct.
You take it away. And that side of the character does give stats based off of the card types in your stage, but we don't have an asset or a backup or a way to snap build them unless we draw soup. So it's just giving 2. That's better.
And it's a heavy cost to remove from your discard pile. You can see we're milling as much as we can now while we still can.
Because we might not be able to do it anymore. And so I think this is a pretty good advantage to maybe make this decision to deal enough damage to Brody at the cost of your stage to flip us over.
Oh, no.
And now we are also, and I'm going to hit you with the even spoiler story here. Not a spoiler because I know what's going to happen, but do you know the other part of anti-Titan artillery's effect? It's +1 damage. Everybody knows that.
And if your rival's a Titan, they lose 1.
We are now a Titan.
Oh, we're not Titan on the front side?
I don't think so. Not that one.
I thought okay. I was saying earlier.
I can look. I can see it right here.
Yeah.
We are not. We are just a warrior.
Oh, that's crazy.
So on the backside, though, we are a Titan character.
But are you a warrior?
I don't think so.
Can you not Marley's warriors once you transform? That's crazy.
Whoa, I don't know if we... Oh, that's a good question.
That's actually crazy to think about.
But regardless, now all of Byron's moves have a bonus damage when they connect.
That is definitely a huge part of this character in this format, right?
Yeah.
These Titan characters have been sticking around to stay for a while. So, I mean, what a turn. Our rivals started with a 5 build. Not anything super defensive, but that's how Brody built the deck. But you expect to be able to, pull off 1 block. But because we didn't have that low block, our stage got trashed immediately. So we are going to flip over and do the Marley's Warriors.
We both, I know chat can't tell, we immediately went to go look up and see if this Reiner is a warrior on the backside. Okay, all right.
So he's a Titan warrior on the backside.
Absolutely.
So
we did go ahead. We're going to have +1 all of our checks, and we immediately slammed down a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken.
I never realized that the transforming characters have different
They sometimes do.
keywords.
Not always, but sometimes.
Sides. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's so cool to think about it that way, though. But there is an advantage, not just on the my rival can't mill anymore, but it's you have a card in your deck that says if your rival has this keyword trait, I am a slightly stronger, and so making that that Byron did. Although I wish our stage got a little better after the building and after playing those attacks.
Especially considering Vast Hybrid got rid of the best thing we
now being killed off. It's going to be a lot scarier to defend ourselves, but I think it was a great play flipping over the Reiner. But now it's, like you said, this deck that Brody has made is all about doing aggression. This is a prime opportunity, while Byron's stage is not very healthy, to reciprocate that.
Now, does he get speed and damage on the transform side?
I believe so. Yeah, it is for. So
regardless
we're going to give
whether or not you've cycled.
We're going to give 2/2 to everything.
That's pretty good. It's not good enough to overcome checking back-to-back threes, even with Marley's Warriors.
Just kidding. He just gives damage.
It's just damage. Okay.
Nope. Never mind. I was looking at the old one. It is 1/1, but you have to remove the 3.
Right, okay.
The cycling benefit on the backside is you get to grab a momentum every time you press that enhance.
This is way too early in the game for that, but we do have a decent-sized discard pile. It'll probably be good enough for this turn, but next turn, if we don't win the game right now, which the way we're checking, it's not looking very possible. We could be in trouble.
8 damage from that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. No block and not any DR really used because we only have our character now because we've lost that greater goal.
Right, and we do have to make sure that we end up at the end of this attack on the correct side to do the first enhance.
Full block coming through on this assault, which means we're going to mill until we hit an attack card. More mill of that, and we're not hitting attack. And then instead we get a Harness on Death. I don't know how many backups are in Brody's discard pile, but it could potentially be
He's checking right now.
Yeah, he's going to do it for us. I'm going to pay attention. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, 7 damage move. Not bad, not bad. It also, if you choose not to do the burn effect, you can heal every time you deal damage.
True.
Which we're at full health again. But.
Immediately on a 6, we check a 4 because of the Marley's Warriors. Our stage is completely tapped out except for our character.
Yeah, truly unfortunate the checks for Brody here. I mean, he had a real opportunity to power back into this game, but three checks in a row, right? Or I think maybe the first one passed because we commit the Marley's Warriors.
Yeah.
But we've had to basically commit, because you have to commit Marley's Warriors to do the effect. We've had to commit at least one foundation for every attack. So it has not been very kind to him on the backswing.
No, not at all. So we're at most. So we're going to give this 2/2 with Reiner with the remove 3. And, the 0 low block coming in here, though.
Not enough.
Not enough. It's too fast. 6 speed. It was on a 7. I think we... Oh, and we're tapped. We only have 1 ready resource. We needed to check a 6 there.
I think we were worried about getting stuck on the wrong side of peak.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Combined with the fact that if Byron wants to win this game, that means he has to assume he's going to survive with Brody completely committed out. So sacrificing an additional foundation might be... not really part of the game plan, because right now Byron's going to ready with only 3 foundations.
Yeah.
Which that should be enough for peak, but...
Yeah, especially, again, one of them's enormous axe. We're going to be able to build one with peaks. So we're going to actually, across the whole turn, actually feel like we had 5 foundations.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, 1-3 check on the lead-in 5 diff, it could spell disaster based off of all the work you put in on that turn 2 earlier. But I can only imagine we're just done attacking as Brody right here. Yeah, there he is. Because we have to also remember, I'm actually glad that Brian pulled this up, because even if you don't kill here, there is another ability on this character where the first attack that Byron's going to play is going to come in with -5 damage.
We did it. We checked a 6 on a 6. Which I was wrong last time. I think it pretty sure it's actually teaming.
You're saying that even after we pass, because we passed that one, there is a world where there still can be a teaming with the attack titan played on a 5 after this?
Correct. And we can commit our character, which isn't tenacious, but it can theoretically guaranteed pass.
Just check a 5, because we're better at that.
Right. We could play 2 teamings if we check 5s.
Yes,
we played on a 5 and a 6.
And then, like you said, we're able to gain that life because Byron lost more life. This is very much a check a 5, win the game scenario, would you say? Right here. And there it is. He checks a 6 total because of Marley's Warriors. We have a 5 mid for 5. It maybe can be any zone that we want it to be.
We can give it +2/+2, but where does Peak have access to the damage reduction necessary?
If there's an I'm with you hiding in our stage, we could live here.
That's what it's gonna take.
Yeah, we're going to do the remove the 3. It's going to get 2-2, putting it up to 7.
We destroyed the frozen greater goal, so it's not an I'm with you.
Not an I'm with you. We are going to be able to minus speed it, though. We have to always remember we can still keep blowing up our stage for minus speed to block this. We did keep it a mid. Anti-Titan Artillery has a pretty good block. Not the right zone, I believe. But we check a 3. But because we damage reduced it, we do live at 1.
But now we're on the Cart Titan side.
Now we're
which
stuck.
means we don't have the damage reduction, which wouldn't matter at 1 health most likely anyways. But Brody went for it, only got him down to 1. Typically, that's a miscalculation in our game.
Yeah, true.
Typically,
Yeah.
I also want to say I believe Brody could have healed back to 17.
On that last one hitting, he could have gained the last. He did gain going to 16 because he had to lose the 2 the first time.
Well, also, when you lose 2, if you sequence properly, when you deal damage with Horror Sun Death, you can heal 2 back.
Correct.
Because you can pay the 2 health first, and then they're going to lose health twice.
Correct.
And you can heal 1 twice. So the Horror Sun Death is theoretically free.
Then I think we did miss it then. I think we did miss it. Yeah.
So we missed it a couple times, and hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us because we just left our rival at 1. If our rival only presents 16 damage, then we're really going to regret not healing that one.
But as Byron here building, I'm going to say not even very impactful foundations. One of these is blank, Syndicate. Loss of consciousness says seal a rival foundation, and there's only one face-up foundation on Brody's side of the stage. And Botans, using them defensively is fine, but it's the potential to give your rival attacks on their attack turn.
And even slightly more annoying, if you dig through your rival's deck one more card, they might cycle sooner and get an attack back. I mean, at this point, if Brody can cycle, it's almost guaranteed, right? Because we're going to be getting momentum back.
All of our we just hit with 4 moves. There's 4 momentum over on the side for Brody, and our opponent's at 1. We're never having to use that momentum for things like powerful.
Yeah, normally we see the anime power up where you're at 1 health, you go, plus ultra beyond. Like you get to reach that higher level, but. Unfortunately for Byron, it's just trying to claw back into the game because Peak is so resource heavy, right? So hungry for resources. That soup, the automatic build, we're getting +3/+3 now.
+3. We have essentially nullified Byron's character with our own.
Mm-hmm.
And as we lead things off, we're going to do the block check. Besiege on a 3, it checks. You can only block this with +3 block modifiers or greater.
And that's why that Botans is so important, because I don't think we have a +3 block mod in our hand.
Not that's a mid, because we cannot partial. Yeah, you're right. Loss of consciousness is a 2, right?
Yeah. Loss of consciousness is a +2 high, and I believe that's a +1 mid in hand.
For the Willy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like as
Willy's either a +1 low. They're usually low. Most of them are low.
We had the same thought.
Yeah, I think Kiyomi's a high, and Theo might be like a +2 low or something, but they're almost all +1 lows.
Draws an Ambition of Irwin. That's also a low block, I'm pretty sure. We're
about to find out if this second Botan gets activated.
Yeah, it's gonna. Pressing the minus speed. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Ambition does have the right block.
I think Ambition is a +3 mid. I do not have it in front of me at the moment, and I don't want to take my eyes away from this.
I don't either. -3 speed.
We could see the very end of our round 1 matchup here with Brody potentially taking down
and the 2-0.
The most popular character, right? Like, is Peak not the most talked about AOT3 character?
I can only imagine after the Oceania regional, right? It had the most representation in top cuts. They were even different builds and different symbols, right? Like, you don't have to just be doing this death symbol thing. Like I said, Jose went in 1 with his death version, playing different cards than the guy that, or, the people from Oceania that they were playing. So, like, just from that alone. But we do go ahead and pass the block. We did have to commit 3 more resources. Like we said, your -3 speed was immediately negated by the +3/+3 from Reiner.
And unfortunately for Brody, there's no follow-up.
No extra
So Brody
gas.
is right back in the danger zone because Pete got away with that turn, not committing much at all.
Yeah.
So
We
it's-
blew up one, we used the Botans, and we rebuilt one.
yeah, there is not a lot happening for Brody on that last turn. Not able to punish Byron. Byron not able to punish back. Little bit of a little hiccup in the middle of the game here, but less than 10 minutes left. Even if Byron wins this game, are we even going to be able to finish a game 3? This could end up as a tie.
I think the only deck that could probably pull it off that quickly is Brody's, which is favored for him, and it's already favored for him, having already had the game 1 win.
Yeah, just the way like the teaming with the Attack Titan is set up, it would have to favor him on a short clock, which is crazy to say because Peak is one of the best aggressive decks we have, but I think it's just so resource intensive
That you need to build them up.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where anything you can do maybe on turn 2, you can do for sure on turn 3, right?
Yes. And also, like, we have to also consider this because this is a real factor in our game. People typically take less risks in game 3. They don't want to lose that third game. So wanting to wait until you have more resources, it's going to take more time to not take that risk of going and doing what Byron did on his turn 2 like he did this game.
When it comes to competition, you have to earn that respect, right?
Yeah.
And by game 3, most decks have earned that respect. But game 1, you're just trying to do your game plan. Game 2, you probably, whoever didn't get to do their game plan is going first and is just trying to do their game plan to make sure it works. And then game 3 is when everyone's like, hold on, I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Game 3 is the let me not blow it game. And
we've kind of already entered that phase right now. I think, like Brody knows, he's like, well, I'm not technically the one that has to win this game. So you can just wait until Byron overextends and then try and eat him up.
And remember what's so tragic, you talked about in game 1, and it's coming true in game 2. We made Brody flip so early that we are not close to cycling.
Yeah.
If Brody was close to cycling and drew 1 attack, he'd be flipping the inspiring songs, doing the draw and discard effects just to get to the point where he can recur momentum.
Yeah.
And once he can recur that momentum, I mean, that's game over. That's a repeatable, multiple attacks you're going to be able to get back, right?
Unless you have some crazy defense, right? Absolutely insane crazy defense. Because I will say on the other side, because you flipped him so early, our remove from game pile is already as big as if we cycled once.
Right.
So when we do go and get that cycle, yes, you will have those extra attacks, but you're going to have 20-ish cards removed. And if you to get those cards back from your momentum, you have to remove 3 more.
Oh, no, I didn't think about that. If we go to cycle, but we actually can't because we don't have that's crazy to think about. This became such a weird sort of chess match. I mean, Byron's about to cycle, but his discard pile is huge. Man, that is, I didn't even think about that. Losing your whole discard pile. Here's the horrifying realization. Going to check out what we've got in hand. Now, another thing to note is if it does go back to peak, that first attack is basically wiped out, right?
Yeah,
-5 damage. It's going to probably hit for a tiny bit, but not numbers that Brody would have to worry about. But we drew an attack. We drew 2 attacks. We're digging for more. We've got the Vast Hybrid. This is looking like a great chance.
I'm looking at the stage. So we have plenty of options here, of course. The Keiko's Aid now being in Byron's stage. Obviously, I guess the Greater Gold disappeared. We blew it up a long time ago. I forgot.
Yeah.
But it looks like the Keiko's Aid is going to be the choice here. Not having to deal with that, quote-unquote Breaker 2 that is kind of not very interactable. And we also have the ability to commit the asset. Not that it does anything for us if we commit it. It doesn't have any defense.
Sends a message.
It sends a message. Intimidation factor. Extra buttons. You should press your buttons.
Hey, I'm glad Peak can't play Aerial Kikosho. All right, if
That's
she was
fair.
doing anti-Titan artillery on my turn, they might have some stern words. There might not be a handshake after that.
It is that weird scenario where it's probably a lot easier to do some checks and balances because it's only on 2 symbols, right?
Yeah.
It's only on air and it's only on all.
Yeah, and they're 2 different effects.
Yeah.
Right? Like they don't even necessarily interact the same. Like you can't stack rising uppercuts.
Correct. If you only have all. Yeah. 100. And if you only have air, sure. But you have to completely block and then lose your whole hand's worth of resources, right? So
which Air is weirdly good at not completely blocking with cards like Aaron's Sidestep. So like it's like usually fine with not doing a complete block. Or sorry, no, it's Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
Yes.
Aaron wants a complete block,
which is sometimes hard to pull off, though, like you said.
So it's really funny that like usually on the air symbol, you're either like trying to not completely block ever because you're just like all airy smiles, a mid attack whenever, or you know have Aaron's Sidestep, which is begging you to completely block.
Absolutely. We are going to be pressing quite a bit of buttons on this Vast Hybrid, though. We've even given the +2 speed from the Vast Hybrid that we shoved into our momentum from dealing damage earlier. We saw the minus speed already come out from Byron's side. We built an extra foundation. Lots of back and forth. We sure did mill a bunch of cards. Oh, we had an inspiring song. One inspiring song getting used. Second inspiring song getting used. I think we're trying to get to that flip, that cycle that you were talking about, so that we have access to our momentum once we get more cards in our discard pile, because we still have to do that.
Either that or we have the dog coming down.
That's also true.
But we checked a 3, so this Walk the Dog might be getting a potential Walk the Dog might be getting a lot more cheap.
Yeah, and the showdown here, you know, when you stare and you play a showdown, yes, it does selectively commit any 2 foundations when you block with it. But when you look at your opponent's stage and there are only one face-up foundation and a bunch of face-downs, it doesn't feel as good, but you're just praying that that kind of stun 2 on your opponent's turn is enough to deter. And we don't have a Marley's Warrior this turn. But the Siege coming in on a 4, checks a 3. We're going to have to tap 1 resource. No, wait, we checked a billion on this.
Yeah, I was going to say the inspiring song has to be.
Yeah. No, wait. I'm so sorry. That's actually why we did -2. We gave it. That's why we've committed so many cards. I missed it. I saw the dice and I thought I was on the same position, but it just wasn't.
The judge did put it on Brody's side. So,
true.
It's either a plus or a minus. And it would need to be on Byron's side to be minus to his check.
But it was minus. We committed so many resources. So although we have to commit 1 to play this Besiege, lots of resources taken away from Byron's side just to block with this showdown. Ooh, this might be pretty good here. So we are destroying a foundation with Peak for -2 damage. We respond with that first wielder, which actually gains us life, goes us to 3.
Oh, yeah, it also gains 2 life.
We're allowed to now, with enough DR, we're allowed to partially block this with a +3 block mod now, which is better than a scenario we were in that other turn.
Especially since we just played our +3 block mod.
True.
And the likelihood that we have another one is not great.
So currently looking at like a 6 mid for 6. As we hit for the -3 speed, you are still technically not allowed to partially block this, but we still have a weapons clash. We can give -2 more damage if so needed, which if we are going to partial... Oh, instead, looks like a Botan's coaching.
Oh,
we might see the I'm with you from hand getting triggered here, but we don't. We're going to pitch the risky gamble, draw a random card.
Yeah, getting rid of a low block against a Walk the Dog deck is not a play you want to make too often, but I would have assumed that the Walk the Dog would have come before the Besiege, but Brody has already astounded us with his amazing sequencing.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if he knows where he's at in the round, but if he just plays another attack and it takes up a whole minute,
it is
the
time.
Game's over.
That's true. Brody did. This is, and Byron shows the hand. I don't have a +3 block mod, period.
Couldn't do it.
So game 2 and the match going to Brody in round 1 at the Louisville Regional.
I gotta say, partner, I don't think a lot of people were picking Reiner Braun in this matchup. A lot of people are picking Peak not only to play, they're picking Peak as the best character in the format. They're picking Peak to win the whole event. And I'm just going to go out and say it. I don't see it. I think we've got characters who are doing Peak-like things a little bit better with a little bit better hand sizes. I think the big thing about Peak is it's safe. It's comfortable. We get minus speed and we get minus damage. We get the best of both worlds. But as Byron showed us and as Brody showed us, you can exploit the costs and the sequencing of Peak. You have to be on top of your game. You have to be drawing well. You have to be checking well for Peak to really work out for you. There's a lot of sequencing issues that come along with this character. Meanwhile, Brody just got to play his whole hand.
Yeah,
He
I
was
agree.
wheeling and dealing.
Playing well, making good decisions. Speaking of well-being, we're going to take a quick break real quick. Go get a snack, go get a drink, because with this new and improved stream, we are going to be back very shortly, because we already have our next round ready to go, and more TMNT reveals, and a character breakdown.
Actual reveals this time.
Actual reveals.
Reveals you've not seen.
True. And a character breakdown. Much more for you. We're not going to go anywhere. We'll see you guys back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. We weren't lying to you when we told you it was going to be a short break, and we have some awesome information for you guys. If you've not been checking our socials, we've got a character breakdown for this event, and it's going to show you something a little surprising, I think.
If there's anything I'm not surprised about, Sam, is the diversity that we have, because once again, we have a very large event, and spoilers, not a single character here is represented more than 10%.
Whoa.
Yeah, so like we have, what did we say, 178 players in our event right now, and here's your percentages. Godzilla and Rodan, the two most represented characters in the entire field. I'm actually a little surprised by the Godzilla number. I'll be honest.
I'm genuinely shocked. I'll say it. You know, I mean, I said it when Calvin Tahan top cutted. The lizard is back. You know, the king lizard is back, and he told me he never went anywhere, and I guess he was right.
Yeah.
I guess Calvin was right. Godzilla did not go anywhere. I think this is, you know, thinking about it, it's a great pick. We talked about how Peak is so resource hungry, how the double build really benefits that deck, resetting the board, clunking up their hand, putting them on, you know, not a perfect resource count could be the path to success. But on top of that, Godzilla is, for all intents and purposes, just an easier deck to play.
Yeah.
He's not as mentally stressing, and that is, I can speak from experience, that is a huge part of playing in tournaments, is not making things more difficult than they need to be.
The other thing I can only point out is, man, people must really like the water attuned cards that Godzilla might have gotten from the Street Fighter Challenger decks that came out.
Because
like the Chinatown foundation that says like you said, the damage reduction from peak doesn't work against your move, and Godzilla cares about that because literally his whole character says, play 5 diffs, get 3 damage for free.
Right.
And you can't mess with that. Rodan on the same side. This is one of the few characters in the format that is not only very, very good and has already won a regional this year.
And got second place at the next regional in North America.
And can play both of these attacks that you can play on your rival's turn, which is just extra advantage and momentum generation for a character that's already excelled for using those resources. Moving a little further down, Peak, we've already talked about. We saw her in round 1. We know that this character is going to be here and is in full force, but with a slightly more representation, Hanj Zoe from set 1 of AOT.
Yes.
And people have been talking about this one online if you've been paying attention, but this character gaining 9 Titans throughout the ages was such a glow up for this character.
Yeah, I mean, this was the issue, was when Hanji Zoe first showed up, they did not have anything particularly unique. They did not have anything that really made you want to play that character. The 4 difficulty backups they had access to were incredibly generic.
Yeah.
But now the best backup in the game is a 4 difficulty backup that is non-unique, and it has shaken up the metagame in an absolutely massive way. And another huge shakeup is Porco.
Yeah.
Porco Gilliard is an insane aggro combo deck, if you want to call it that. It's kind of a combo deck. It's kind of an aggro deck. But the main thing is it is all gas, no brakes. It is incredibly aggressive, and it has the offensive potential to overcome Peak, Hanj, Rodan, all the defensive decks in the format, all the blocking specialist characters, all the damage reduction you have. It can't stand up to a Peak Porco turn.
It's crazy because as we move one step further down, Sam, it's the time for aggro 7-handers to come back because the only new character from Street Fighter's Challenger decks represented on this pie chart is Jamie Siu from the decks. Aggro, all gas, no brakes, maybe going to give 4-4 to all of my moves this game from the new decks. Maybe. The fact that you have extra token acceleration or a counter acceleration from things like Pony's attacks, you have at least one way to accelerate those counters on every one of his symbols. You can pick your favorite one, as well as obviously having the entire new deck that you have access to. Break-In as another way to accelerate his own ultra rare, and we're giving out cards from those decks as top cut prizes, but right next to Porco. That's that aggro 7 hand size.
I wanted to talk about Break-In with Godzilla.
Yeah.
It's one of the few combos that Godzilla got that is really kind of game-changing. You form commit to destroy the board with Godzilla, and previously you would rely on assets that were left over to help you pass checks. You can now form commit with Godzilla. If you play Break-In and pass it as your first attack, you can spend a momentum with that drive cost to ready Godzilla, and then you have access to the check bonus by spending another momentum. So while Godzilla's damage pump is a continuous ability, he's got to be ready to do that in hand. So that might be why we see an increased popularity of Godzilla, is now he's got another board wipe combo that he can sort of do. But Jamie with Break-In, of course, is incredibly strong. Jamie with all of the extra counter generation is incredibly strong. And I would love to see a 4 drink counters Jamie on stream at some point.
And then, of course, last, we have the only 5-hander on the screen, which is Mikasa Ackerman, Hizuru's Hope from Apocalypse. And this is a 5-hander kind of because they draw a card on every enhanced step if they destroy a foundation. So we saw this success of this character. I think Christopher Bromley actually top-cutted with this character at that money event that we were talking about a little bit earlier when we were talking about Peak's deck from Byron. And not as much representation, but the fact that we went all the way down to a 3.4% representation, that means this field is wide open.
Name a more diverse card game meta. Name one.
I can't.
I mean, even within UniVersus, name a more diverse card game meta. Like, name a more diverse UniVersus meta.
Like the closest I might be able to get to is something similar to our U.S. Nationals last year, and that ended up being where top 8 of our event was all 8 unique, different characters. I would love to see that again here at this event. But that's going to be our character breakdown, but you are all here, of course, to see some more Ninja Turtle reveals. And so we've got lined up for you only 2 of them because we're going to keep this event trucking along, but we finally have new ones, like you said earlier before we cut to break.
We have a new one.
Yeah, you do it, yeah.
I was just informed. I think one of them is one that we've seen before, but we do have something new and spicy for you. And Really quick, that background is super cool.
It is
I
cool.
love the purple. You know, I'm a purple
Yeah, it's true.
fan, so I love seeing that. But Trash the City, a 4 difficulty scheme, 6 check. This card doesn't count towards progressive difficulty like all the schemes, and it has no block modifier. So that powerful doesn't count towards progressive difficulty is not something you can abuse on defense. We already ran into that before.
Yep.
But first form, seal a rival foundation and response card pull after you play an attack. Your rival commits one. So even if your rival seals your attack, flashes it, removes it from the game, you get first response. They will lose a foundation for it. And I think that that is very, very exciting to think about.
I think the fact, too, that we know that the synergy with Superfly being able to use these, and the way that Superfly works is if he takes damage on your rival's turn, he can keep shoving these into his card pool at the end phase.
Right.
And they don't clear at the end phase. So I'm not just imagining playing one of these for the first form. I'm imagining a character like Superfly where you might be able to get 4 of these in your card pool.
6 schemes, yeah.
But like a bunch of schemes if you like play some DR or something. And then the first attack you play could be actually, say, stun 4.
Incredible. That's an incredible high roll. That's one of the best board breaking strategies, right? So the sealing the foundation is board breaking. Every attack is a better version of stun 1 is board breaking. So I think this one is easy to overlook, but I'm excited to see where it ends up in our metagame.
But this is the last card that we're going to be revealing that you've already seen at home, and it's now time to get what you really want. The brand new cards that are going to be coming out in the TMNT booster set. We've got Mollywop, 5 difficulty, 3 mid for 5, 2 mid block, checks a 3, stun 2, ally, punch. And it says response, after you block with this card, your rival's next check to play an attack hits -2. Failing that check does not end the combat phase for Evil Attune.
Interesting. That is, we've seen that before with the gigantic swing, right? Gigantification swing. So it's a very similar effect. It's not a keyword ability, but it is effectively the same as a breaker too, because you have to block with it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering.
It's just breaker.
Yeah, it's just. I'm really curious why this isn't like the keyword breaker, but.
Well, I guess breaker does in their turn, so it is worse breaker.
I get. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. It's got a. It adds the failing the check, which that's something that we used to see on every check hack. Then it went away for a while.
True.
I mean, Inspiring Song ends the turn, but. This one does not. So stun 2, 3 mid for 5 for a 5 div.
Haymaker sweet.
We finally have our evil alignment Haymaker card. Yeah. So and then also what might be very important is Ally.
As Ally. I know people have been waiting to see more Ally cards get revealed for Mega Mutant.
Right.
Mega Mutant is a character coming out in the set. He only has 1 ability, but he says scaling speed and damage for each Ally card in your card pool. This is another one of those. The fact that it's also sporting that stun 2 on it, like you said, with the defensive block trick, I think is pretty good. I think it's just fine for a rare. So can't really say much more about this one. It's not too bad.
I think this one's really neat. I love that we're really exploring the 3/5 stun 2 space.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen like a 2/5 stun 2 that like gets really, really big under certain conditions. We've seen 3 low for 5 that draws you a card and destroys things. Now we've got 3 mid for 5 with a weaker version of Breaker 2.
Absolutely. But that's going to be the last reveal before we finally dive in to our round 2 for the Louisville Regional. And we've got another fun one. I think we've got a pretty good one. We're going to go ahead and we can dive into these deck lists. We've got Barlow Guess sporting Hanj Zoe from the first set of Attack on Titan on the life symbol. And it's very much what we just said. High representation on the pie chart. We knew this character was going to be played. Won his first round, and there it is. 4 copies of Nine Titan throughout the ages. And we're going to start the game with one of those in play.
Yeah, definitely a huge advantage from this deck is having that unattackable backup in play. And I love that we've got we've got the full suite of Unyielding Destruction. This is a card that a lot of people were absolutely losing their minds about because it puts both players down to 4 foundations. Haven't seen it be a big deal. Haven't seen it included in a ton of deck lists. It just hasn't been the world-ending attack that everyone, the sky was falling for a minute about it. But speaking of the sky is falling Titans as a one of means that we only need one to end the game. And I would love to see a Falling Titans game plan come to fruition.
Absolutely. The fact that we can grab it, of course, with Beast Titan attacks. We
Right.
saw Kevin Broberg win Worlds essentially playing with this card, showing it a high success. I'm really excited to see how this deck is going to function, but his opponent is going to be Clinton Thomas, sporting his known Edge Shot deck. He played the same character at Nationals last year.
He's an edge shot specialist, and it makes sense in this game. In UniVersus, you are rewarded for more and more reps that you take with a deck, and he's been playing effectively
The same
Flash.
deck.
Yeah, I mean, before that, he played Jiro, right?
Yeah.
Which is plus speed and plus damage for each time you do a thing and play good Flash attacks. Now, we don't see Flash attacks natively in this deck, but the 1,000 Sheet Pierce has the ability to flash your attacks, so that end goal, that win condition, could very much be Jiro shaped. Every one of these attacks, except teaming with the Attack Titan, either reviews a card or cares about reviewing a card. But I expect teaming with the Attack Titan to be that played on a late string, +5/+5, absolutely massive game ender. Other than that, you're probably just going to be seeing him discard and draw through his whole deck on the second or third turn that he attacks.
I'm going to like commentating this one, Sam, because there's no new cards in this one. I don't got to worry about those card names. I know all these ones.
That's true. He did not buy a single Attack on Titan 3 booster pack.
All right.
We got a little bit of capture the target, and we got the teamings, and feral streaks. But other than that, this is last year's headshot.
Yeah, absolutely. But without further ado, we're going to go ahead and dig into round 2. And I'm excited, though, because, although there's not any new cards here for Clinton, the game plan of what these lurker characters were doing, this, get benefits for review, it's funny because, again, we're talking about TMNT coming out. We've seen a little bit of, like April reviews a card, which is, synergistic with cards that this Edge Shot character has in its deck.
Which that's a deep cut, by the way.
That
That's
is a deep cut,
joke.
yeah.
Having a news reporter with a review mechanic is just a deep cut. So I'll leave that one out there for those who appreciate it. But I was excited to see that. I was excited to see not only the kind of in joke, but also the mechanic come back. My big issue with a lot of designs is when they stop supporting a design, right?
Yeah.
Is when they basically just say, here's a character that cares about reviewing their card's review. We're never going to see it again. So having April come out and we might see it again would be super cool.
Yeah, exactly. Clinton does win the die roll. Going to be going first here, starting off with a pass through walls, capture the target. I always forget that one. I don't know why.
Life of Danger?
Life in danger.
Yeah, so the 1,000 Sheet Pierce is a 2-check, so we got to play around that. 3 build, not what you want to see. However, that almost certainly means with Edge Shot, we're going to review an attack. When we review an attack, our non-attacks get -1 difficulty and -1 to their block mod. So we're going to be able to build out huge next turn as long as we have a lot of foundations to build. And speaking of foundations to build, is that
It's a second 9 Titans coming down.
A Pearl 9 Titans. A lot of backups, which makes sense. We get to commit a backup to pass a check with Hanj. And so we're going to commit our character first. And if we need to, we can commit a 9 Titans to pass a check, though. That's not what you want to commit it for.
Yeah, absolutely. It has -4 damage at response speed. So something you want to keep as we check a 6 on our backup that was on a 6. A wonderful build 6 here from Barlow. Double 9 Titans and a hitch to boot.
Rough.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely styling on Clinton with the turn 1 build. However, if Edge Shot reviews a non-attack, which would be wild, but it could be an action or something, you can get +1/+1 to all of his attacks for the turn. And we've seen with these teaming with the Attack Titan decks, you don't need a lot of resources to go in. Life in Danger means we're effectively safe from checking a 2 and capture the target's kind of like 2 foundations, but we see the number 4 pro hero getting reviewed. When you review it, if you have at least 3 foundations, you get 2, or is it 2? It used to be 3 for the boomer version, but
Soul beats.
Yeah, but you get to basically, if you have some foundations, you get to review it and build it straight down. So having 4 resources means we get to be a little bit more aggressive if we want. Playing our attacks will allow us to review more cards, which can help us find more foundations or more attacks and get different bonuses depending on what we want to do. So there is an open-ended path here but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one attack, review a card or two, build out from there.
Yeah, it's going to be rough because I can only imagine this attack is getting completely nullified. I'm not even thinking about the responses, but one of the foundations that Barlow built was Dramatic Exit, which is a unique foundation that says Enhance Commit. This attack gets -X damage. X is equal to the number of backups you have.
Which is currently 4.
Which is just as good as using your 9 Titans, but without having to lose the stamina on them.
And correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that also what Hitch does?
Yeah.
Hitch is, it might be, one of them has like a max 5 on it.
I think Hitch has max 5.
Yeah.
Dramatic, I don't think has a max.
But Dramatic only goes one direction as well, right? It's
only minus, yeah.
Hitch is plus or minus.
Yeah. So I can only imagine without having to use any of the stamina on our 9 Titans, that is kind of valuable. We can reduce this as low as we want it to, as there it is from the Hitch, -4, putting this essentially down to 1 damage, I'm pretty sure, which also means we can take this to the face, which it looks like we are going to, for 3. I guess we gave it a lot more, and I missed it. But we can choose to respond with this Frantic Rescue that we built.
Yeah, I think it's a little early for that, but it could be disastrous if we don't, because another 1,000 Sheep Pierce comes down, and on the first one, we reviewed a Feral Shriek. So we actually drew 3 cards off of that, as well as getting a +1/+1 to all of our attacks for the rest of the turn. So a lot of card draw from Clinton here. I'm very curious to see what we're going to review with this 1,000 Sheep Pierce, unless it's potentially a flash attack.
Yeah, regardless, though, response on play, double 9 Titans coming through here from -8 damage. This one is just not connecting.
Yeah, it would take something absolutely incredible for this one to connect. And are we reviewing, or are we playing another card?
I'm not sure. Did it have flash? Did it not?
For a second, it looked like it got flash, but I think we're about to review a card for the enhance.
Yes, that is correct. We're going to get the review here. Another non-attack card, so 3/3 total. Still not enough, I'm pretty sure, as this is a 4 base move.
Yeah, I was really thinking that we were going to try to build out and get a big stage just to sort of protect our ability to do a long string, especially when you're staring at a Frantic Rescue.
Yeah.
But because this was negative damage, we don't get to activate the Frantic Rescue.
As we go also into a Lurker Strike on a 6, checking a 5, being able to tap 1, going to choose to capture the target. Makes sense because we're getting ready to get back up. And I'm trying to remember all the card types that we've reviewed, but I'm pretty sure it's just triple Foundation at this rate.
It's just Foundation. It was a number 4 Pro Hero, a Feral Shriek, and an Ultra Regen.
But this one coming in with 3/3, and we no longer have access to those 9 Titans anymore. All we have for damage reduction-wise is that Dramatic Exit. But we do have some Speed Hate. We do have a... Oh, sorry. Yeah, the once per turn for the ready. We do also still have the Resting Up. Is that what it is? Resting Up for -3 speed because our character is committed. So if we want to block this, we can. But it's up to if we decide that we... I mean, you're already 3 attacks deep. It's too late to use the Frantic Rescue now, right?
I don't think it's too late, but it's one of those things where once you see your rival committing foundations here, you feel like it's already too late. I think Frantic Rescue here is not a terrible play. Because it's open deckless and things like teaming with the Attack Titan are available. And teaming with the Attack Titan at this point is now on a 5 or less. Or it's going to be on a 5, right? So I don't think Frantic Rescue would be terrible here, but it would be a bold move.
It's okay. I'm sure Chad is blowing me up. I was wrong. The one I'm thinking of that's the damage reduction is the one with Armin's face on it. This is the speed one. It's commit from -X speed. X is equal to the number of backups you have. So we actually -4 speeded and half blocked it with an incredible display.
It was hiding under the other foundations, to be fair.
Nah, I got it wrong. Chad can blow me up. It's okay. But here comes our first teaming with the Attack Titan. And like you said, it's going to be coming in with 3/3.
Yeah.
And we have no cards left in our hand. And we are out of damage reduction abilities, period, as Barlow. So even if you use a Frantic Rescue on this after we take 8, you can still pass another one of these.
Looks like we're attacking the backup, though.
Oh, that is weird. Yeah, I think we for sure attack Hitch then.
Yeah, it looks like we're attacking Hitch. We moved Hitch up. because we're not allowed to attack the the printed 4 difficulties.
Correct. Unable to attack those based off of the ability on Hanj Zoe. Not able to attack your 4 difficulty backups, which is why the stamina is always safe. But the move does connect, which means we can take this teaming as momentum, but that hitch is no longer for this world. As we are contemplating our next form, like you said, we have 0 edge shot procs on the other side, right? Our foundations are just as expensive, and our block modifiers are still the same. But as we go to play another teaming on a 5, we check a 3. We'll have to tap 2, including the pass-through walls, and that captures the target that we've already readied.
Interesting that we committed not the face down. I wonder what that face down could be.
It's the foundation.
We committed 2 face ups instead of a potential outwit.
Oh, I just thought it's the numbers 4 pro hero, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, you thought it was an outwit?
It's just weird that we committed that instead of
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
a number 4. But you're right, it is a number 4 pro hero. We committed a pass-through walls instead of that. But we ended up committing it anyways, so it's not the biggest deal, but we did a significant amount of damage that turn. Barlow does get to keep that frantic rescue for a later turn, which I think is the right call. But
Yeah.
if we had used the frantic rescue earlier, we could have potentially saved our most important backup. And I don't know about you, but I think reducing my foundation count by 1 to further, my backup synergy plan, I think is maybe the right call. I think Clinton got more out of that turn than he should have, even though Barlow's not in a bad place.
I think what we're going to see here, though, is this is exactly where the Hanj deck starts to thrive. Is like that turn 2 from Clinton was, in my opinion, the most damage that deck is going to be able to output at that point in the game, because the longer the game goes, Barlow's deck and Hanj Zoe decks in general just thrive. Whether you gain more backups for even more damage reduction and ways to pass checks, but you also gain access to unlocking a way to backswing your opponent while also surviving.
Yeah, it's tough though, because if we do use the damage reduction on 9 Titans, we will no longer have the ability to double our moves, which is typically the win condition for Hanj Zoe decks. However, Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is the way to kind of pull it up on command. We do see Moment of Normalcy and Military Airship, maybe the 2 most powerful Infinity Symbol cards in the current format. So those are definitely going to be a very big deal when it comes to surviving through this next edge shot turn. But you talk about how the Hanj decks get better and better with more backups, but we lost our backup synergy. We lost the card that makes that true the most with Hitch. So, and we checked, luckily for Barlow though, we checked a 3 on a 6 difficulty attack, and the enhance on this attack wants us to commit another foundation.
Yeah, but it is very powerful, right? We already reviewed a non-attack card, so we are giving 1/1 to all of our moves right now as edge shot. As this is getting played, we're going to be able to accumulate even more reviews at an alarming rate to maybe give us even more stats, but I don't disagree. We have committed half of our stage automatically, one of which being that life in danger, which we still have 1, of course, but that is our safety against checking any 2s, even though we've already played 2 of them this game.
Yeah, I love having multiple life of dangers out because it makes checking a 2 better than checking a 3, because you can respond with both and you actually checked a 4. So again, a little bit interesting here, but we were going to have to commit an additional foundation anyways. And I think the ability to cancel a breaker being played or military airship is more important than +1 to that check.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like we're just going to actually take this one to the face with absolutely no damage reduction used, because here comes that frantic rescue, +1 difficulty for all of Clinton's attacks for the rest of the turn. And here's another 1,000 sheet pierce on a 6 now as we check a 5, giving 1 more tapped resource here. That means this next check, when Clinton goes to play a 3rd attack, that's the scariest one, because we only have 1 readied resource and we don't have enough attacks in our card pool yet to ready that capture the target.
Yeah, the real question is, do we ever do the response to flash something? The enhances are not the most important card on a lot of these attacks. Just wearing the stats from edge shot is, but 9 times throughout the ages is able to respond to the next attack. So making it a flash might be better for Barlow. We still don't see the minus damage coming out. Have to assume we're going to need to block this one because it's already at, what, 5 high for 7?
Yeah, and also going a little bit more on Clinton's way, we reviewed another number 7 or number 4 pro hero, building us a bonus foundation that we didn't think we were going to have at this exact moment, and that's just on play from the folded body. So then now when we go to the enhance on this card, we're getting another review. We're at 3/3 now for all of our moves.
Yep, so this one is going to be 6 high for 8.
Yeah, currently for a lot, and it is lethal, like you said, so we have to at least partially block this, if anything. And Barlow has plenty of defensive tools, but being very composed, not pressing any buttons if we don't need to. Going to be blocking with another dramatic escape. This one does have a high block. Checking a 5. Going to go ahead and commit our character. Doesn't do anything for us. And we get to commit one backup as if we, kind of like Mimic-esque. So we're going to tap one backup sideways and one foundation to get the pass.
And committing our character makes resting up better.
Even better.
So it's always the thing you want to commit first in Hanj, pretty much always. Unless you're trying to get stats to an attack, you almost always commit your character first, which is kind of neat.
Yeah.
It's kind of neat that the character has so many statics that you can value the cards in your stage a little bit more.
It's I think it's really neat too, because like we see cards that have had success in people's sideboards before. You think of like Hero's Upbringing or ways, Scanlan's Hand exists now where you can tap your opponent's character, and like cards like that just don't work well when you play a character like Han Zoe. You're like already immune to those type of effects. So having it at advantage. Meanwhile, something like Edge Shot wants to be ready. But Lurker Strike on a 6, this is the scariest check. It's on a 7 because of the Frantic. We check a 5, so that is tap the rest of our foundations, which is just enough to still leave us with Edge Shot.
But
9
times throughout the ages are staring us in the face. We've committed so many resources here. We'll get to, it's funny, we're reviewing a capture the target because Fold the Body Skewer says
On
that
play.
every attack you play, you get to review a card.
Yeah.
You get to discard and draw one, and it counts as being reviewed. So that's why it was worth it to commit 4 cards to play it, just so that we can get stat pumps on every single attack this turn. We'll also get to ready capture the target because we now have 3 attacks in our card pool, and that could come in super clutch. But it looks like for right now, Barlow's just not worried about the damage reduction. We are gonna block this, or we're gonna moment of normalcy it.
Yeah, it's funny because like I'm thinking about it now, but like we're still.
Oh, wait, never mind. We're still on response.
Yeah, we're still on response on play.
Fold the Body goes before responses.
But the weird part about it is Edge Shot's surprisingly very good at fighting against this deck because the stats come in on play or floating because they're floating, and so it almost makes Moment of Normalcy feel worse to play when you also are combating when you want to use
response.
the response minus damage. You don't get to ever use both. You have to use them one at a time, basically, and even then, you at least then know what's coming.
Yeah, and because we've reviewed foundations throughout the turn, the next foundation we play
Will build.
is gonna be built down, and it's a Botan's coaching.
Builds that down. We have our 2 readied foundations. All we have left for the turn. 3 cards in our card pool. Frantic Rescue still live for +1 difficulty to everything.
Yeah, double checking the discard pile here. I'm really curious what that last card in Barlow's hand is. We've got a military airship. Our rival committed their pass-through wall, so we can conjure up a high block if necessary.
Or just get rid of progressive.
Yeah, or
If
just
that's
to
the
get rid
reason.
of progressive. However,
Ooh, life in danger here on a 3, though, and that's going to spell the end of Clinton's turn as we pass it back.
yeah, not enough gas in the tank, even with the Fold the Body reviews, even with the 1,000 Sheep Pierce. I'm curious if we have an attack in hand and it's just not good enough to get through the moment of normalcy, right? Because printed damage move, almost certainly not dealing 8. Even Fold the Body is just a 7 damage move.
Now, again, one of the other perks here, we've survived enough turns and leading things off with this Beast Titan Rock Barrage, being able to build any non-unique backup from our discard pile.
Yeah, because the 9 Titans in our stage, like we talked about before, they can't do the offensive enhance anymore. However, Rock Titan Barrage says, I get to build a non-unique backup, any one that I want. Guess which one it is. It also says we get to.
We do.
It also says I get to target commit something in your stage if I have a certain number of backups. And if I have that many backups, I can definitely do the one where you commit 2 foundations. So Clinton Sage gets completely committed out before we even get to the enhanced step. We've got our most important resource, and we can even military airship to pick this attack up to go get another 9 Titans throughout the ages. So if Barlow's got like a second attack, he really has 3 attacks. And Rock Titan, if we don't have any cards in hand to block with, a 3 speed for 10 might be what actually ends up ending this game.
And also a meeting Hanj coming in here, and if we pitch a backup from it,
or a Titan card,
which we did, we get to draw 3 instead of 2, which allows us to get even more chances to honestly just end the game on this turn from what you just said. Because any amount of it is just a 3 mid for 5. It's just 3 mid, but Clinton has not used any responses from Edge Shot that allow his block modifiers to be weaker. So all of these are going to be from base values. And all Barlow has to do is get a little bit of speed. And guess what? We haven't even talked about it because we keep committing Hanj. But when Hanj does commit a backup to play an attack, they give a little bit of speed.
Yeah. Yeah, they give +2 speed if you use one to pass the check, which is a nice little bonus. And again, that 5 mid might be exactly enough with the rival committed out. I mean, Edge Shot is ready, but that's pretty much going to be the only resource available. So unless we have a really good block mod, it's not going to be doable. And we do check a 6. So
we did check a 6. I believe even on Cannon, it is a
+2 mid.
It is a +2. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just goes ahead and passes because we didn't commit any more resources for Barlow. Going for the Harness on Death here on a 5, checking a wonderful 6 on our own. And
so this one is not a Titan attack, so we can't double it.
True.
But it is going to count all the backups in our discard pile, which I got to imagine
5.
is a pretty hefty amount. Yeah.
Barlow did this. That's why I think it's 5. And again, we also can sack a backup to give it Echo. Not necessarily. We don't have any momentum, but it is +1 to the count for burn.
You are allowed to just do that, which also now we can have that backup to pick up again with the Rock Titan Barrage, which
we can pick up with the Oh, dude, look at this.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Clinton did like all these things. He had all this turn, and Barlow's just like, here's 2 cards.
Here's 2 cards, yeah. Because of what he set up, though, right?
Check out these 2 cards. So, yeah, so even using the defensive abilities that we talked about from the 9 Titans, not getting the access to the offensive abilities, it's still enough. And it's still enough because of Rock Titan Barrage's ability to dredge up those 9 Titans from the discard pile. Absolutely powerful stuff. This is why Hanji is on the representation board, right?
Gonna go ahead and give this 2-2. Both of those little 1 diff backups. One of them commits and spends a stamina for 2 speed. Other one commits, spends a stamina for 2 damage.
So now it's going to be up to Clinton to show us a barrier shield.
Yes.
That is the big out in this deck that resets the speed to 0. And then the block, if you block the attack, you get breaker 2. Or we're just going to choose to take a good old 11 from this. Because we gave it 2-2, so it was a 6 damage move. Burn 5 from the response effect. Now the Rock Titan Barrage, if we commit a backup to pass it,
gives it 2 more speed.
And now we can double the stats, one of the stats.
Hopefully damage, putting it up to 10 damage. So then you have your 5 mid for 10. Again, asking Clinton, do you have a reset? Do you have that barrier shield from your hand?
5 mid for 10, and we can potentially, if we had another one of the 1 diff backups, we could go get the one that gives +2 speed.
True.
So a 7 mid for 10 would almost certainly do it again, provided there's no barrier shield. That's the one caveat, and it's a scoop up. It is not a barrier shield. And so Barlow is going to take game 1, just the way you said. Just the way you said. He got to the turn where everything was set up for him. He didn't look like he had the win condition in play, but drawing Beast Titan's Rock Barrage is the win condition.
You're gonna make me blush. Don't say that like I'm right, dude. Every time you say I'm right, I go, oh, I do know what I'm talking about. No,
I have watched this game a lot.
I think I do know what's going on. It's just one of those things where like that is the strength that this character, this unassuming character, Han Zoe from set 1.
I mean,
saw almost zero play on release because of what you said, right?
Yeah.
This is me patting you on the back. The unassuming, very generic 4 difficulty backups that we were given. And now, from one card coming out for this character, yes, there are other stuff in this deck, like Falling Titans at a 1-of, Harness Undeath has come out since then. Obviously, things that Barlow is doing have leveled up this character, but that one backup completely changes the dynamic on how successful this character is, because I think it is now, Hanj has become one of the best damage reduction decks because of the timing on when you do it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Clinton presented like 48 damage that game.
Yeah.
And I think Barlow blocked 1 time.
Correct. And it was a half.
And it was a half. Yeah, Barlow blocked like 1 time and was at 8 health afterwards. So the little bit of the chunky booty with the 31 health. But when you start the game with -5 in play, this is almost like you have to say, I have to do at least 35.
Yeah.
Right? You got to go through that backup response at least once. So, -4 on the first attack, you're looking at dealing 35 if you want to OTK this character in the first place. And then you add on the hitch, you add on the loyalty to a friend. There's so much going on. I mean, you get 1 free block a turn is super strong.
Yeah. And honestly, and Barlow played that so well. Played very conservatively, didn't press a lot of our buttons until we really had to. Again, we were staring at that one card that was in Barlow's hand. Could you imagine if, I didn't know, but like if that one card was that Rock Barrage, and we're just like, yeah, this card alone, this Rock Barrage is going to be the reason I win this game. And we held on to it for so long, used our resources, managed them. Clinton overcommitted, tapped all of his cards, and I think Clinton...
It's tough to be a 7-hander right now.
We know that Clinton is very, very experienced playing this deck because he top-cutted that Nationals with this deck, has been playing it nonstop since.
He's qualified for every Worlds that he's been available for.
That is true. That is also true.
Every Worlds he's been allowed to qualify for, he's qualified for.
So, like, and Clinton played that game incredibly well. I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong, but a couple bad checks, stops your offensive turn, and the matchup can be a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, the bad check, I don't think the bad checks even held him back, right? I think it was just not drawing attacks, which when you draw 1 card, you get to review a card per attack, and you've got Thousand Sheet Pierce, and you've got Feral Shriek. I don't blame him for believing in his ability to draw the necessary amount of attacks. I think 1 more attack, maybe 2 more attacks, a couple teamings. Basically we had seen every teaming, of course.
Yeah, there's only 3.
Right? But if we had seen, just 1 or 2 more attacks, we definitely could have presented lethal. And we started that game on a 3 build.
Yeah,
we started that under very, very poor circumstances overall. So,
and as we get the full mulligan here from Clinton because he's going first, hopefully it's a little better.
Yeah,
because he did go first that first game. Partial review here for Barlow is going to be beneficial for him, of course, as he is hopefully. I mean, there's no way we see Barlow build 6 again, right?
I mean, well, we start with 1.
We do, but he got to build that 6 and keep that card ready.
Yeah,
that was crazy. Checking the 6 when he needed to, it was absolutely. There's no way you do that twice to your opponent. There's like you do it once, and you said like, oh, he's styling on him on the build turn. There's no way you pull it off 2 games in a row.
I mean, if I get to start the game with -8 damage in play, I probably do.
As we kick things off, building a Feral Shriek from Clinton's hand, followed up by a Plunderin.
Hey, treasure hunting.
I saw, you know what I said. It says Plunderin on the card. Life in danger, and we did check a 2 on that boat dance coach, and so you said there's no way we built 3 again. Oh, but we did. Oh, no.
It's unfortunate. And I don't think we're going to have the number 4 Pro Hero review unless, okay, we get the Feral Shriek response, which is kind of like reviewing on your opponent's turn. Sure. You don't get to, activate Edge Shot for it, but you get a discard and a draw, which absolutely increases the consistency of this deck. But you got a Meeting Hanji, a Titans Under Orders, and double resting up.
Yeah, it means as soon as we go to pass one card, yeah, you check a 3 here, tap your character sideways, and now you've got -6 speed that you just built. No build 6 here. Only.
I mean, it is 6 cards Hanji can use to pass checks in stage.
Yeah. Yes.
A dirty 6.
But we had 7 last time, is what
That's
I'm saying.
true, yeah. That's true.
Regardless, lots of speed. Hey, looks like we're going to be playing some real honest UniVersus here with less damage reduction in our stage. This time, but with a lot of speed hate, so we're going to be able to pass some checks. We do have, of course, like you said, Titans Under Orders. That is more damage reduction on top of this one being enhanced speed for -3. And this is one of the better backups because, like, it spends its stamina at such an efficient rate and exactly at the right amount so that it kills itself off to put it back in its discard pile for you to build them back if you want some more reusable damage reduction.
Yeah, Titans Under Orders can be so frustrating because there's quite a few times where you need to reduce the rival's backup count, but attacking Titans Under Orders will let them abort the attack on their first opportunity.
Yeah.
And so you need to pick a backup. It can't be that one. And also it protects other backups because you can't block for a backup, but you can reduce damage. So Titans Under Orders is like really in that sweet spot.
Talking about misfortune, though, we go to play a Canyon Cannon on a 5, checking another 2. We did have the life in danger, but it still means you have to flip it over and commit 2 more cards. Not looking good for a first start on the turn 2 here for Clinton. But hey, live by the 2, die by the 2.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I hate that saying. I hate that saying so much because everyone uses it wrong. That is the way most people use it. But
we might die from it. We've checked 2 in a row. One on our last build and on our first card, turn 2.
It's not supposed to be your own sword, though.
Oh.
It's supposed to be that if you live by your sword, you will die by someone else's sword. But we can't convince our rival to play 2 checks, right?
True.
We can't force our rival to play 2s.
But things are looking slightly better as our Canyon Cannon Enhanced says mill 2. These cards counted being reviewed. Gain damage equal to the number of unique unique symbols on the cards. So we are going to get a good old 3 damage across them. One was fire attune, and then one of them was all of Edgeshot symbols.
And what's really neat is this is one of the best ways for Edgeshot to get both of his responses going. So our build out after this does have reduced difficulty, which helps us play around those 2 checks that we certainly look like we're going to die by the way things are going. We went first, and we are so far behind board state-wise.
Even the he picks it up. Clinton obviously I can feel the frustration from here, of checking runner barrier shields, which, like, to me is not like, that's not the end of the world, but it is now information that your opponent has. You check those barrier shields. It means Barlow doesn't even have to play around them.
Right. He can feel much more confident. He knows at best you can only have 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
And I think Clinton ended that turn with 2 in hand, might be 3.
But I will say, let's go back to the other point. Canyon Cannon hitting that attack card. This is the first. I'm going to call it the blue die trigger because that's what Clinton does.
First attack review trigger.
It's the first attack review trigger we've seen Clinton have all match.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's enough because this is also Barlow attacking on his turn 2, not what he did in game 1.
Correct. But we are going to commit our character, of course. So our resting ups will be fully powered next turn. And we're going to commit the Titans Under Orders to make this a 5-speed move. And we're going to get to Blitz, make our rival commit to Blitz, build in another 9 Titans. And I believe it's 3 is the threshold where you get to target commit.
I thought it was 4.
It might be 4.
But maybe you're right.
It's either, okay. It looks like it's 2 and 4 because he's not doing the targeted commit immediately. And there's only one real target left, right? Which is the boat. 2 and 4.
Treasure hunting being a form speed card. But we are going to go press the defensive Botans as we pitch our 1 low block. Drawing a new card for Clinton.
Looks like we drew a barrier shield.
Oh, it worked out.
Which would be absolutely important if our rival is going to use that 9 Titans this turn to double up speed or anything like that. But it's not happening just yet. We're going to attempt to block on an 8.
5, 6,
or 6, 7 because of the -1.
Thank you. The blue die. The blue die trigger.
The blue die trigger.
Yeah, and here we are. No damage exchange on both ends.
But building a 9 Titans is absolutely worth it.
Absolutely, it is. I think, of course, the swing in momentum in this game right now is in favor of Barlow. And again, I think a lot of it comes down to we've checked 2-2s this game, and that's just not the position you want to be put in from your deck when you're down a game.
Yeah, and interestingly enough here, it looks like we did do the double. Oh, no, he's counting down. I see how he's counting up. So we do have 4 stamina on that 9 Titans left, and we choose to commit it to pass a check, which means we're saving that offensively. We are not threatened by Clinton's deck enough to keep -4 up.
Yeah, but
now
we
we're
actually
playing
got
Titan
we
pile.
got juked out. We played a
Was this
military.
some Giro deck?
Yeah, we played a military airship as a form, and then immediately here comes a Titan pile, which, like you said, we tapped the backup to pass a check, gives it 2 speed, and then Titan pile says +2 damage for each backup in my stage. Sorry, each Titan backup in my stage for +6 damage, and then we saw the barrier shield immediately come down, and boom, we get to block with this card. Breaker 2 coming out. And I don't know what else. What's happening?
He scooped to the doubling the damage.
Oh. It was a partial, yeah.
He did not have the correct block zone.
I understand.
So we had the barrier shield, but we didn't have the correct block because
Wow.
Titan pile gets +6 damage. Then you double it with 9 Titans.
Yes.
And he didn't have
The right block zone. Yeah, it was the low block that we had on the teaming with the attack Titan. So we're chatting. We know something's up, but that's going to be the 2-0 for Barlow
You
Guest.
blink and you miss it.
I did miss it. I needed you to catch me up. I saw the Titan pile.
We saw the barrier shield, and you're like, "Oh, okay. Well, this is 0. You block it."
Yeah,
But if you don't have a legal block zone, that's just how it's gonna go. That's pretty amazing. I was not expecting the Titan pile on a 6.
Yes.
On turn was that
On a
turn
7.
2?
Titan pile on a 7.
Was that turn 2?
It was his turn 2.
That was a turn 2 kill by Hanj 1. That's
It doesn't happen a lot.
that's pretty rare. Yeah. So
But I guess you could say he died by the 2. Speaking of 2, we have concluded round 2 here at the Louisville Regional, and we have a new graphic that we'd like to introduce to the people. We have your current top 20 players to look out for in the regional. Well, obviously, with all the data that we have, we're able to look at the players that we don't get to capture everybody on stream. We wish we could. Sam and I would commentate all 178 players here for every round if they would let me.
hey, if they paid me by the hour,
But they won't let me. So instead,
if
we
I'm
have
here
this.
for a couple extra days,
We have this lovely graphic to keep an eye out for anybody, for you guys at home watching. You can keep an eye out on some of your favorite players and people that are doing well. So we've got a list of characters and symbols that are very diverse here of things and people to look out for that are currently 2-0 going into round 3. You know, we just saw Barlow win with Hanj, Zoe won, and there's 3 other ones here not with Barlow's name on them.
Yeah, this deck is here. It's showing up in a big way. It's here to stay. But you know who else has been here to stay is that Rodan.
Yeah, right
Frank
at the top.
G from MGLA at the top of the list. We've also got Caden G playing what looks to be the new Reiner.
Wait, Caden G? Sam, that's Mr. Turn 2 himself.
Yeah.
Playing Zeke?
Or Zeke. Sorry, that's Zeke.
Sorry, it's okay. Sorry, you brought him up, though. But
Yeah.
he's playing Zeke. That's not a Turn 2 deck, Sam.
Or is it?
Oh, don't say that to me.
Or is it? You know, I talked to him a little bit before the event, and he was talking about how everyone's in on this peak deck and how it's doing like a poor representation of Hanji 2. And I'm pretty sure his Zeke deck is a turn 2 deck. I can't say with 100% certainty, but
I won't spoil the story. I also talked to him, and I looked at his deck list.
that's
so
funny.
I had a good chat with him. He really is flipping the script, I think, this time.
we've also got Chaos Gene from Elijah hanging in there.
I actually met Elijah at the airport. He was on the same airport terminal as me if we had a layover in Chicago. So lovely guy, absolutely a big fan. I gave him a UniVersus pin. But regardless, not only that, again, another Reiner Braun Warrior. That's not the same one we saw. You know, that's not Broden. That's Stuart S. doing well here. And I'm going to talk about the real wild card here. Amajiki? What?
Amajiki's back.
What the heck is going on? And it's Jacob Johnson?
It's the Street Fighter 6 Challenger deck.
Wow, you're right.
It's the Street Fighter 6 water cards.
Air and water, actually, right?
Oh, true, yeah, there are.
You can play Aerial Kokosho in this character, and your once per turn is no longer only my turn. It can be used offensively for damage. You can give plus X damage to an Aerial Kokosho based off of your momentum face-up plus 2? That's incredible.
That's pretty good.
Do we have a second slide?
We've also got Grog Mighty Warrior 2-0 on the Earth symbol.
And I think a lot of people thought that Grog was going to be pretty good even coming out of Hex, right? He's one of the few characters in the set that could see competitive play.
I was going to play it in Denver.
Yeah, in Denver, right? Yeah, exactly. And then, so the fact that we have one right now, undefeated as well, going into round 3, that's pretty cool and exciting. David Toombs, see your guy right there. Very well known, the guy for Let's Talk UVS, 2-0, playing Peak.
Yeah, he's riding the Peak bandwagon.
Yeah.
Doing well with Peak. We didn't get to see Peak win on stream, but he's doing well. We've got Constantine
playing Jamie. Oh my goodness.
There's your water, Jamie. Another Hanj Zoe.
Wow.
Seeing why this character was so well represented.
Again, not even
Ghidorah, unsurprising evil Ghidorah is going to be here. Ezra with the Chaos Crystal Lens.
Wow.
I almost called her Historia, but that's Crystal Lens.
Oh my gosh, Sam, that's the Zeke.
We've got
Zeke from set 2. I'll be honest, Sam, I don't know what that one does.
That one's also a turn 2 deck, but not in the way you think.
Benjamin H from Couple, another Amajiki on the Chaos symbol. Sam, what is happening?
Deviljin, I thought Deviljin got errata.
He did get errata, but errata characters are still good.
Well, we've got Tim Keefe playing Knott's Flask. I don't know what character he's playing because it can't be Knott, right?
It is actually Not the Brave.
We've got Not the Brave, the first version of Knott in our top 20. Another Rodan, and our first sighting of Pony.
I thought Pony
was going to be all over this event. Air Pony was my call to win this event because we're in Kentucky.
Wow.
It's the Derby. It's where the horses race. You got to bet on the ponies.
I love that so much. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, I hadn't seen this. Guys, full disclosure, chat. I'm freaking out because I haven't seen these graphics yet, and this is crazy stuff that we're seeing. I get that it's early, okay? I'm not
It is early.
It's
There's
so
more
early.
2-0s.
Yes, there's absolutely more 2-0s. And with all these 2-0s, half of them basically are going to get eliminated next round, right? You know, or sorry, not being 2-0, but they're going to be X and 1. Wow, that was so cool. I didn't think this was going to be that exciting, but this is so diverse already. And just like you just said, not all of these people can make top cuts. And they're not going to. Half of these people are not going to make top cuts.
It's only top 16.
It's only top 16. And we've just looked at the top 20 currently after round 2 for the Louisville Regional. Wow, that was so much excitement. Sam, I'll be honest with you. I might need a little bit of a break.
Yep, we've got 6 more rounds to go, but we're going to be back in about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes at the most. So don't go anywhere. Grab a quick snack. Use the restroom if you absolutely have to. But got more TMNT reveals for you and more UniVersus action, and you're not going to want to miss it.
It's okay, Brian.
This nice delivery got me rated. Banana berries and smooth metals overdated. The gelato is white cherries. Yeah, I'm more than faded. Drifting off in the 5 series. Cool like rollerblading. Feeling fresh air. We like next day airing. Still the best pair like your first set of earrings. Yeah, wait till you get here. It's gonna click like time sharing. All praises be. Thought you knew you was God-fearing. When it was time to man up. Coming from the sandbox. Man, we had to find out where we the illest tandem. ISO Nation fandom. Side by side like Hov and yeah, them guys will stand up, breaking through your sound box at any time of day. Look at what the brand of. Now we in the skybox and we floating through the airways. But look at life. Used to stay up late, watching Nick at night. Now we booking flights, staying in B&Bs. It's 5 at night. People move funny with business. I let them see my wife. Cause she don't take shit from nobody. She swear she always right. Yeah, we living life. But dim the lights. I don't do shit but lay the pipe when it's late at night.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Bear Bryant, joined once again by my good friend Sam Tate, and we are headed into round 3 of the Louisville Regional. I think it's going pretty good. I'm really enjoying everything that's happening right now. Players, characters, symbols, TMNT reveals.
I can tell you who it's going good for.
Who's it going good for?
It's going good for 9 Titans players. It's
Oh,
going good
yeah.
for Hanji Zoe fans. Hanji Zoe currently taking up the most pieces of the top 20, but right behind it is Amajiki, and there's no way.
Crazy.
There's no way people were betting on Amajiki being there, but we've got a ton of exciting matches for you guys. We've got another one coming up that are a couple of fringe characters. They've definitely shown up before, but not really made a bunch of deep runs too often. But before that, I know what you're here for. You're here for TMNT reveals.
Of course they are. And again, 2 new rares that you have not seen quite yet. So
that I haven't seen.
That's true.
You've probably seen them, but I haven't
This is
seen
a good
them.
one. You can have this
What?
one.
Wait. Oh, okay. So it's a stun baton thrust. A 3 difficulty attack stands out to me at first. But then we've also got it's a 0 mid for 1. Who would ever play that, Barrett? Well, you would, because it's got stun 2 on it. And then Blitz Ready 1 rival. Where are we going with this,
Just
Barrett?
keep going.
Okay, Blitz Ready 1 rival foundation. I don't know why you would ever do that. And then response, after you play this attack stun ability, this attack gets plus X speed and plus X damage. X equals the combined printed difficulty of the foundations stunned by that ability.
All right.
So you're going to want to ready a high difficulty foundation to stun it out with your first enhance and then respond for XX. This is a crazy attack.
I love this card, Sam. Imagine if I'm going to paint you a picture, okay? It has the all symbol, all attuned. You know what's really good in all decks? Mid attacks. Why are mid attacks good in all decks? Well, it's because you get to use things like Kendo support. I don't know. I'm blanking on it.
Double
Fist bat.
Nope.
Whatever.
Double jumbo fist.
Double jumbo fist. But you
Big fist bash.
You do get to use big fist bash. Anyway, imagine if
Both
you
are
will.
good. Both are good.
Mid attacks, right?
Uh-huh.
What's also a mid attack on the all symbol?
Well-
Patchwork baby.
Okay.
So
You're
think of it-
naming the attack lamp of every all symbol deck from the last 3 years.
Exactly. Why wouldn't you include this 3 difficulty stun 2 move that when your opponent's entire stage is nearly committed, if not all committed, if they're down to a single 2 diff left, do you remember the game that we literally saw today on stream?
Yes.
Where it was just the weapon clash left on Byron's board?
Correct.
Imagine if you played a stun baton thrust, readied a 3 diff or just another 2 diff, and then immediately said stun 2, and this attack was now a 3 difficulty 4 mid for 5.
I'm on board. It's a long way to go, but these are effects I like the most because not only does the sequencing matter, but you can really play around these effects if you're aware of them, but it requires you to play in a suboptimal way typically, right?
Yeah.
To early commit high difficulty foundations and leave, lower difficulty foundations up and things like that. Maybe sacrificing a high difficulty foundation instead of a low difficulty one. So I'm on board. This is a cool one. It's a cool design. It's a real thinker.
Yeah.
As you go from top to bottom, it's a journey.
You're like, why? Wait, what? I agree. Again, I don't disagree with you. Sometimes
it gets bad, then it gets good, and then it gets bad, and then it gets good.
Sometimes, if you play this early and your opponent has a ton of ready foundations, you're not playing the Blitz, which I think is fine. We have a card that you don't want to play the Blitz on, but also very susceptible to stat resets, right? It's a 0 mid for 1 base, and just like we know with Patchwork Baby that I said, it's very susceptible to base, like, to damage resets, and so is this. I think it's a cool move, but its stats just on its own, if you think about a bare minimum, if you committed 2 1-diffs, like, it's a 3 difficulty stun.
3 difficulty attack, yeah.
3 difficulty attack with stun 2, and it sports a 1 mid block. I love this card, Sam.
You know what I really love about this card? I love in cartoons when you electrify someone and you see their skeleton.
Oh,
I don't know why. It's always been hilarious to me. My favorite video games from the 90s almost all have a cartoony skeleton shock animation for it. So to see it here in a card is actually really cool.
Absolutely. But well, I could talk about this card forever, but we've got another one to show you guys. Another rare. This one is Clumsy Entrance.
Ooh, a foundation this time.
2 difficulty, 4 check, 2 high block foundation for the all symbol. First enhance flip. If this is the first attack played this turn, add it to its owner's hand, period. A card with the same name as that attack cannot be the next form played this turn.
Crazy.
It's a weird one, right? It's a flip enhance. It's a first enhance. So, but you can watch your opponent play enhances on their move.
Yeah.
And then you can go, actually, put it back, and you can't play that one again.
Next.
You
can play it later.
Later.
Right.
Just not right away.
Yeah, this one's really interesting. It's really great against stuff like teaming with the Attack Titan, where decks are trying to loop more than one copy of it. Like Porco's just trying to play teaming and then teaming and then teaming. And you say, well, you got to play something else instead, right?
Well, only on the first attack. But,
well, it's got to be the first. You're right. Okay,
you ready?
fair
My
enough.
biggest one
There's a lot to take in.
My first one that I like about this, people love opening, and we've seen the card already in people's decks already, True 100%.
Okay.
They open with it because it gets its maximum stats, right? I have more already foundations. You have foundations in your stage you haven't destroyed yet. And you go, boom, I'm going to give this a bunch of stats. And you go, wow, I don't want to deal with that right now. And you
or you
flip.
see maybe what Nick Reagan can add to his first attack.
And so you go, all right, put it back. I know you have a true 100%, but you can't play it as your next move.
Also, imagine if your opponent, you're at maybe 1 life, your opponent bricks except for 1 attack, and you bounce it back, and all of a sudden they're stuck.
Wow.
Ooh, okay. All right, I'm digging this one. It's a little harder.
It's harder. It's harder for sure.
It's still a journey, though. I love this all symbol kit that we're getting from TMNT, though, because it's really playing on like Master Splinter's ability to think outside the box.
Yeah.
His ability to come at you from angles you haven't seen before. And that's this version of the character pretty much to a T, right? Like that's this version of Master Splinter. So I'm really excited.
I think that's such a cool comparison. I can't wait for, I imagine at someone at their locals, and it's the veteran player, the Sam Tate, playing with his Las Vegas locals. And, you're playing against newer players, and you hit them with one of these, and they're like, what? I don't know what to play next. And you go, soon the student will become the teacher. But for now, you've had a clumsy entrance. Anyway, I think these cards are so fun and so cool, and you can get all of these cards in the upcoming TMNT booster set, so make sure you get your hands and get to a pre-release so you can check those out. But we've got a new round to get into, and we can go ahead and dig into their deck lists as well. I actually don't know who we're seeing, so it's a surprise. We've got Elijah Wood.
Wakeman.
Oh, that's the actor. Anyway,
Elijah Wood. I thought you said Wakeman. Well, I'm like, no,
Elijah
it's not.
Wakeman, currently 2-0 for Let's Talk UVS, playing John Kirstein with the Chaos symbol. I love this character, by the way, and I'm loving that we are still playing 4 copies of I Am Here and Here.
Yes.
Because I think that interaction with this character is so fun.
It's sick. It's one of the best, not only one of the best characters to play it, but it's one of the best plays you can make. You either build a foundation or you get to play an attack with a bonus. You're going to get a momentum. Heck, you can put I am here in your momentum. It's a card
True.
that's going to clear the card pool
Or-
due to its effect.
Or you Yahtzee your opponent with things like Deception Dagger, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, or Armor of the Wolf and have these crazy face-up momentum abilities. But to me, I look at this deck, Sam, and I go, there's not really anything new in here. Like, there's some stuff, right? And the big one that I'm looking at is that attack that we've added into it, which is support from the female Titan.
Yes.
Which is huge for a character like Jean that wants, or Jean or whatever, that wants to generate momentum and keep generating momentum. Because support says response after this attack resolves, if you have a momentum, get another momentum and draw a card.
Yeah, and I think the most exciting thing for me is the Young Warrior candidates.
Yeah.
This card combined with Thunder Spear demo essentially lets you loop the same card forever.
Yeah.
As long as you can play it on your turn as a form, you can clear it, add it to your momentum, add it back to your hand. There's all the 3 difficulty forms, all the 3-4 forms,
Yeah.
John Christine, and I am digging it. Broken Psyche is going to be a huge defensive play, always having momentum for incredible display. This is going to be a deck that really wants to deny you huge, impactful moves, and I'm really curious to see how his opponent Calvin is going to overcome these defensive fixtures.
Before we move on to the next deck, I'm really excited and interesting to see this matchup because I don't think I've ever seen an attack lineup only have 5 diffs in it in a very long time.
Oh, jeez.
Isn't that so crazy?
And there's basically there's a few check bonuses here and there, and I guess you clear the card pool, right? That's
Inspiring
like the
Song,
idea.
stuff like that. But yeah, heavy board control, stun, selective committal, stuff like that.
He's playing only the good ones.
Only the good ones. 5 diffs or higher. I guess Walk the Dog kind of counts as a 4 diff sometimes. So
Sometimes.
I'm excited to see how this goes. But what's he playing against? I don't actually know. So
It's we've got Calvin Haribo from Team MGLA playing Zeke Jaeger, War Chief. So this is the 6-hand size Zeke. This one is pretty peculiar. It is.
He's a weird one. Does a lot of stuff with backups, right?
Yes.
He has an enhance where you can sack off a backup and draw a card, and then if you have 10 or more backups in your discard pile, you can transform. And then his other ability is a once per turn that says your next check gets plus X plus 1. Where X is equal to the number of backups in your stage. So another backup-based character that we've seen similarly to Han Zoe that we've already seen in the tournament. But this one plays very differently.
Yeah, this deck also has 4 copies of 9 Titans, though, because our attack lineup is almost all Titan attacks. But we've also got that Harness Undeath because of the number of backups that we can sacrifice to keep fueling our abilities. I think it's really interesting that like both the Zekes have sort of a 2-way backup pipeline, you know.
Yeah.
One of them is like discard an attack, get a backup, then you discard a backup, get an attack. This one has like commit a backup, draw a card, and also sacrifice a backup.
Yeah.
So it's very cool to see it transform and do its thing. We've got the full unyielding there. We're gonna see more Falling Titans out of this deck. Probably the Beast Titans Rock Barrage is of course a staple, but I want to see Resurrected Titans. I want to see a big
I love that card.
Resurrected Titans play because usually the big part of it is that -3 difficulty that you're going to add to the next attack. But there's not a ton of huge attacks in here. There's only another, 7. There's only a couple 7 diffs and things like that. So I'm really excited to see how this one works out. You're definitely going to see a huge synergistic pile. You're going to see Calvin combine like 3 or 4 cards together to put together the win. But Elijah has a lot of disruption. So if we're going to be able to combine all of these cards together, it's going to require Elijah leaving the door open, maybe overcommitting, overextending, not finding a momentum, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm very excited for, also, you brought it up already, the Unyielding Destructions. We saw a full suite of them being played in the last match that we for the decks, but we didn't see a single one get played.
Just never came up.
I'm wondering if we might see it be a little more accessible here in this match, because I think Zeke, in my opinion, kind of does want to play a little bit longer of a game. And as we see on this opening build turn, not only is it a build 3 for Calvin, who's on the play, but didn't build a single backup in his opening hand. So we're going to need a little bit more time to kind of get where we want to go. And I don't know about you, but if you're playing Jean, you kind of want the game to go a little bit longer too to get that momentum generation, and then you have
Especially with 5 difficulty attacks.
Yeah. And then you have vertical maneuvering equipment, which is now banned, by the way, on your face.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing, right, is in the last game, our rival opened with a 3 build against the Unyielding deck. This time, the Unyielding deck opened with 3 foundations, so that's almost certainly going to be the big difference. But Jean Christine not getting more than 4 foundations either. And it looks like we're seeing
Titan Rock Barrage.
This is the Rock Barrage coming out.
So, I'm eating my own words. We didn't build a single backup, but this attack says, nope, I've got one now.
And then we're going to mill one. We're going to activate the mill one effect. It is a non-attack card, so we get to add it to our hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing 4 copies of this backup right here. That is essentially
draw a card most of the time.
Draw a card most of the time because the majority of your deck isn't attacks.
And if it is an attack, you probably don't want to check it.
Yeah, you mill it. We love it. As we're going to go for the block here, just a simple 3 mid move. I don't know if we use the once per turn plus to our check. Oh, and then we immediately Incredible Display respond. We got our mid block back in case another Rock Barrage is headed our way. But instead, we've immediately got a Falling Titans here on a 7. I can only imagine we plus to our check, which is +2 because we have 1 backup plus the 1 on the base. So we go ahead and pass that. And we have a backup immediately to make this meaningful. But I think the other part we have to talk about with Falling Titans, because it's the first time we've seen it this tournament, is that it is also just on its own a shift attack.
Yeah, I'll say the craziest part of this design is that it shifts into a foundation that adds itself back to hand.
Yes.
It is not only a loop when you're killing the rival, but it has like a soft loop so that you can bank it for later, which is honestly so crazy to me. You can poke with this attack as a 6 stiff, and it's relatively not free because of the difficulty and things like that, but it is insurance for later that you can go and get it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone care about the stamina part. We're just trying to add our win condition back to our hand.
Wow, we have the extra copies of these that we just put them over so we don't have to keep flipping our cards in our sleeves.
Your mom lets you have 2 Falling Titans?
What a flex that we're just like, I have so many of these that I just have pre-sleeved, transformed copies of them. But you're right, it is such a strong ability. And remember, not just does it add it back to its hand, but it restores 10 stamina onto a backup so we can keep reusing things like 9 Titans throughout the ages that we just built.
Yeah, however, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is a great one to start off with. You can just
lock it down
to commit and freeze it, and so you don't have to worry about that card getting bopped back immediately.
Wow.
And we do kill off the 9 Titans. So seeing it looks like we sacrificed it because it was getting targeted. No, it dealt damage and killed it.
Yeah, dealt damage. And there it goes.
So we drew. I'm just confused.
Oh, sorry,
we
just cleared it. We just cleared it.
Oh, we cleared it. Okay, yeah. So we sacrificed it.
Yep.
With Zeke, so we could get some value out of it before it gets killed. And normally that would deny it going to momentum, but then Gene cleared it and then added it to momentum immediately.
Honestly, these players, such high caliber already. They're moving so quickly, and they are making incredibly good plays that even we're struggling a little to keep up. And they are playing near flawlessly of like taking the advantages of their deck. But here we're going to go with another build turn from Calvin as we just put another 9 Titans on our stage that we know that Elijah wants to get rid of because we've already postured that we want to start getting rid of these things by slinging our Vast Hybrid at it.
Yeah, and now Zeke has a great stage. 4 backups. Was that 7 foundations? 8 foundations?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you count the committed and frozen one, which we will get back on our next turn. Currently safe from another Vast Hybrid enhance.
Granted, we only have 1 card in hand. I'm very curious how close we are to transforming, because once we transform, we no longer have to sacrifice the backups. We can simply just commit them. So it's a weird balancing act. I've played this character a little bit at my locals, and it is harder than it looks to get those backups into the discard pile, have backups to be synergistic for your effects in stage, while also having them later after you transform to commit for cost. But another Vast Hybrid coming down, where is it targeting?
But it doesn't matter. Now we're staring across, and I guess we were staring at it before. We have a surprising skill which says respond after our rival commits one of our foundations. We can pick any one of our foundations and ready it, or we could have had Elijah have to commit one, but instead we're going to ready up our card that was frozen. The Return to Normalcy is going to be committed and frozen. That one will stay as is, but we have readied back our transformed Falling Titans that we can pick up on demand, which is another card in our hand that you just talked about as a flaw.
Yeah, and we just hit the mill 1 to add a +1 high block to our hand.
Oh, great for this move.
But I have to imagine, are we not going to add the Falling Titans to our hand during this attack?
It looks like we
there
are.
We go. Okay.
We're going to get rid of the other flipped one. We're going to add this to our hand. And the question now, too, is we now know that Calvin has a 1 high block, but we are playing against Gene Kirstein. We can spend momentum, give 3 speed, and change the zone. But it looks like we're not going to. Checking a military airship.
Yep, we are going to choose to clear this one. It'll go into momentum as well.
And here's that play you just talked about. As we get that momentum, we can get even bonus momentum here just by turning these 3 difficulty foundations sideways. And so now all of a sudden, from immediately on Elijah's 3rd turn, we're at 4 momentum and 0 moves have landed.
Yes. And 0 moves in the card pool.
Moving on to a support from the female Titan. I'm pretty sure that's the Pearl version of it, which means
the 5 diff where if you have a momentum when it resolves, you get to add a card to your momentum and draw a card. All things Jean Kirstein wants to do.
And if it hits, you get another momentum, right?
Correct. You'll add it at the end of the turn.
We could end up at 6 momentum after this one. I'm definitely seeing the strength of this Gene deck happen very quickly, but I'm going to bring it up because I played a lot of Gene and I like Gene a lot, but one flaw that you sometimes have is you can have all this momentum for -3 speed and zone change, but you can run out of cards in hand when you're on the defense. So I do think there's this like good balance of using them offensively and defensively so that you get value and getting more resources out of your opponent. But instead, we just get what I assumed was a once per turn enhance off of the Zeke, blocking with this high block. It passes without having to commit any more resources. Still have a 9 Titans throughout the ages as well for -4 damage. Zeke or Calvin probably feeling very safe right now, especially now that there are 3 committed foundations for the side of Elijah and a card in our card pool.
Yeah, but I'd be worried a little bit about an Armor of the Wolf. An Armor of the Wolf can get out of hand real fast.
Absolutely.
That's one of those attacks that you can sometimes just get bamboozled, by where the stats end up so much more than you ever thought possible, especially once actions get added into the mix. So we do survive through that turn, but double Broken Psyche, double Incredible.
Yeah, double Broken Psyche, double Fearsome, 1 Incredible, double Inspiring, as it is also on the other side of the table. As we go,
they both have clouds.
Yes,
they're both
lots
like
of
clouds.
As we get to a Falling Titans immediately that we knew that Calvin had in his hand, but we checked a 3 on it.
Not great, but again, it's sort of not free, but it's not a great expense when you're gonna be able to bank it and add it to your hand for later, and try to win the game off of it next turn.
Yeah, we're gonna once per turn with Zeke as well. We're gonna give plus to our next check. We did also spend a momentum on the side of Elijah. We -3 speed, and it looks like we made it a low. Perfect, so that we can block with the Reconsider. It'll clear. When it clears, you can add it to your momentum, and also because you played it defensively, it draws a card, and you do not have to discard a card because you played it not on your turn.
Yep, and when it clears, it's of course going to go to momentum.
We'll draw our new card. So all of a sudden, these cards in hand that I was talking about, we do have other ones, but here's the first Resurrected Titans of the game. This is on an 8-9. And
Plus
we have
6 to our check.
And we get to look at the top 2 cards when we go to make this check and not choose one of them, and we don't have to check that one. So he's like, they're both 5s. It doesn't matter. It passes no matter what. And this is where things get a little scarier. Blitz, sack a foundation, search our deck for any shift attack.
Titan or
shift
backup.
attack. Backup? Oh,
Should be Titan or backup. You play as a backup or shift attack.
-3
difficulty.
Absolutely. And so we're going to go ahead and grab that signature Kevin Broberg World's winning card, Beast Titan attacks.
And I gotta say, Elijah should be a little familiar with Resurrected Titans. We had a little bit of a battle for Ascension over the summer, and Resurrected Titans was integral to my combo in winning the game. So he might be having a few war flashbacks, but with 2 Broken Psyche in play, I'm sure he's got more than enough defense to survive through this turn. It looks like Calvin is just getting set up for a future potential cutthroat move.
Yeah, and as we go here, we're going to mill 3 twice with double Inspiring Song as we move checks around, and then Elijah's also doing it. So they're like, oh, my check, no, your check, no, my check.
No, my check's better than your check. No, my check's better than your check.
And so I think all of this kind of like bearing down to of like, are we attempting to flip over a Zeke for the extra checks or plus to our checks to pass any of these attacks? Or, like you said, are we going to try and slam this Beast Titan attacks just to get that transformed side of it in our stage for later to pick up another move on a different turn?
Well, I have to imagine we're going to play the Beast Titan attacks here, and then I would assume build out after that.
Yeah.
Once you have the Beast Titan attacks, we are going to transform.
We're going to draw our new card, and we are now on the backside of Zeke, War Chief.
Yeah,
so
both
now,
players still at full health.
Yeah, both players. Yeah, no one's been touched. We now get an extra +2 to our check to play Titan or ranged attacks, or cards, sorry, only if you have at least 2 backups in your stage, which we do. And then you have the other ability now where we can start committing them instead of sacking them to draw cards and gain health.
Yeah, so our next check is currently +3 with a -3 difficulty as well.
Yes.
So you can think of Beast Titan attacks as a 1 difficulty if you want.
Absolutely. And another full block here from Elijah because we have this momentum. We spend it for -3 speed. And here we go. The Beast Titan attacks. It passes. And we can choose to sack a backup as a blitz to make this a throw. But as you stare across from double Broken Psyche, I wonder if you just don't even make that decision.
Yeah, I think investing the resources here doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to take it to the face. First damage has been dealt, Sam, as we go to 25 for Elijah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the game coming to a close here one way or another, because while that was a lot of production for Calvin, while he got to do a lot of really cool things and search for cards, Elijah's still at 25, has a huge stage, and Calvin's kind of committed out.
Very committed out. We do, however, even when you go to block with Titan or ranged cards, you will have +2 to your check. Also, we have 4 copies now of Jaegerist. What are they calling it?
Jaeger's Follower.
Follower? Okay, I was right. So that does mean every single one of them is either you can look at the top card of your deck and mill it if you want, or they're all commit for -2 speed. So it's very much, we have speed hate, but we do only have 2 ready resources. It's really up to Elijah to have a good enough offense, and as we find the 3rd copy of Vast Hybrid for Chimera Kraken for this game, we can commit and freeze the same thing that we have, but once again, planned by Calvin, we have access to that surprising skill, which we're choosing to ready our moment of normalcy instead of saving that Falling Titans.
I mean, I've been telling people for a while now, surprising skill is the answer to so many potential threats. It is the answer to the best attack in the format currently. True. You know, your rival gets to only commit and freeze 1 card, and you get to ready that 1 card. I mean, let me take you back to a time when David Toombs couldn't beat Bionic Menace. There was a time when Let's Talk UVS's coach, David Toombs, said, man, this Bionic Menace matchup is just so tough. If I ever attack him, he's just going to take it and commit my best foundation. You know what stops that? Surprising skill. You can just play a 0 diff, David.
I think I'm going to miss that one when it leaves.
When it leaves, yeah. When it leaves, every time I get my card stunned, I'm going to think about it for
that's
sure.
Fair. Just like you did when It Can't Be Fixed rotated.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That one, not so much. There's a Q-diff version of that one.
But that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken did get completely blocked. and then immediately the same play we've seen the entire game. We're going to clear it, we're going to move it to our momentum, and then snap ourselves 2 more momentum, and then boom, here comes a walk the dog. And this one is a 4 diff, not a 5 diff, because there's enough committed foundations.
Really quick, there is a new 2 diff surprising skill on the air tune symbol from the Street Fighter.
That's
decks.
true. That's right.
So,
That's right.
We are getting more balanced versions of these 0 diffs.
As we then go into another walk the dog, as Calvin did end up taking a little bit of damage from that from the 9 Titans throughout the ages. We reduced it for -4. We didn't spend any damage on it offensively.
There's a lot of momentum for this powerful.
Yeah, it is. We have 5, 6, 7, 8 momentum right now, 3 of which being those vast hybrids, which also can give speed on demand if we need to.
So have we used any of the vast hybrids, do we know?
We haven't used a single one. Luckily, our wonderful stream judge has actually been marking it the entire day. So
this is potentially +9 speed, plus 20-something damage?
Yeah, but it looks like we did moment to normalcy it.
I thought that got stunned. But
you're right. I think
we got an armor of the wolf, which is just redundant at this point. This one is EX and powerful.
Yep, and we're going to have to keep pressing these buttons. I'm going to minus speed, and it's really great if you're going to keep doing this minus speed, but at the end of the day, we could just dump a bunch of this momentum into EX, and we have so many buttons to press. So many.
There's our stream judge marking the vast hybrids.
We did just eat the 6 to the dome with that last walk the dog, and now we're going to start looking at our momentum.
Can you see the speed on this currently?
It's currently for 5.
To date?
They went.
Now it's at 8.
They went +2, -2, +2, -2.
Got it. Okay.
And nobody's passing enhances, so it doesn't get. So we're at +3. We're at 8 right now, but it's not even close to getting to lethal. 5 times 3, 15, 20, +3 more, 26. Nope. Sorry, 29. It is enough. We can get there and even spare some to go into speed.
And go EX it, yeah.
Another minus, and we made it a low, because remember, one of those EXs is a gene enhance. So another enhance, by the way.
Right.
It saves us more enhance back and forth.
Gives you an opportunity for +1 damage.
Yeah, and so I wonder about this Armor of the Wolf. It's actually getting very scary for Calvin here. Officially, every resource has now been used. We're out of backups to commit for Zeke. Our entire stage is tapped. I think we might be dead, Sam.
It's looking like he's dead on board, but yeah, there's the scoop up.
There it is.
It's not over until it's over,
You're right.
And this one is over.
That one's over. Game 1 going to Elijah with Gene Kirstein. Wow. That's not what I thought was going to happen.
Well, it's one of those things where you got to recognize what type of deck you're playing against, right? And the walk the dog pokes made it much, much easier to sequence the Armor of the Wolf. And on top of that, Calvin really put himself in a position where he couldn't defend. He thought the Jaeger's followers were going to be enough, but against Jean Christine, against a character that pumps speed and changes zone on face, you're really looking more for a damage reduction style, a attack and negate, something that wipes an attack. A Filled with Doubt would have saved us.
That moment of normalcy.
That moment of normalcy.
That got stunned out. That was the one where you will never die to a walk the dog from that card in your stage. But the reality is, when you lead it up with selective committal and freeze, 2 stun 1 moves, you're out of a stage, and you have to rely on your backups. Well, your backups aren't doing the resetting.
Yeah, it was just a little tiny bit of disrespect from Calvin. Left the door wide open. It was a cool turn.
Yeah.
It was a sick turn. We played a Falling Titans and a Resurrected Titans and a Beast Titan. But even with all the difficulty reduction, we still committed way too many foundations. We did not leave ourselves with any defensive tricks or traps.
Yep.
And Elijah was able to take game 1.
It's actually, I think about it too, like, there's a lot of benefits for playing the deck on main symbol life. A lot of the cards in the deck are attuned. So, like, you really don't have to make that decision too terribly difficult. But the reality is, if it was something like the Chaos symbol, you have weird hand traps, things like Runaways, that could have saved you, that you don't get access to on the life symbol. I think that's actually one of the biggest flaws of the life symbol is resets. Resets are pretty hard to come by for that symbol, and you never know. I mean, what else could be in Calvin's repertoire on his sideboard. It was game one. If you're allowed to play a little loose and risky, that's the one. But it didn't work out for him. But he's going to be able to go first in game two.
Yeah, I think the big thing we're looking for here in game two is an attack wipe, is something to sort of bail you out of jail, because Calvin's deck is really good at playing 1 to 2 big moves, but we saw him check a 3 on the opener, and that was enough, right?
Yep.
Checking a 3 on the first one is enough to put you that far behind, but we've got a potential 5 bill. We might start with some backups, which is a huge benefit compared to last game, but only getting 2 foundations means we're still a little bit at risk, right? This is not one of the characters that can commit a backup to pass a check, unfortunately.
Can I take you down memory lane on why I think this character is so good?
Sure.
I think, to me...
Ooh, really quick, sorry.
Oh,
we
yeah,
got,
go ahead.
we got the pop-off, turn 1, I am here with John Christine ready. It's going to be another I am here. But
which is a foundation.
Which you get to build face down. And then we're going to clear a Deception Dagger.
Wow.
And get that face up into momentum. Sorry, absolutely amazing play.
No, it's nuts. It's one of the best starters you can have when you go second as a Gene, and we didn't see it in game one, so I'm glad we got to see it here. But I think the point I was trying to get at was I think Zeke, War Chief, is so good at playing a game of you're allowed to play less attacks in your deck because of things like Resurrected Titans, searching for them, Beast Titan attacks, grabbing stuff from your discard pile, and Falling Titans, which is repeatable. But you have to get to that end game. You have to get to that state of your board. This is what I want to see. I want to see Calvin build for 3 turns.
Yeah.
And on turn 4, play 7 Falling Titans in a row and take a win.
I think a big part, too, is your defensive ability is Zeke. Your primary defensive ability is on the front side. It's not when you transform. Once you transform, you don't get that check bonus. That check bonus could have been the difference between blocking a Walk the Dog, which was speed pump on it.
Yeah, especially because all their backups stayed in your stage. Whereas one of the ways you can counteract when you fight against Zeke is killing off his backups. Making sure he doesn't have that gas, not only for the future Falling Titans, but the less backups in his stage for the backside means it's less for him to commit. And then also on the front side, less of them for you to sacrifice. It's just very rough because, like you said, you can sacrifice the backup that's being attacked, and then you immediately get to draw your card, and you abort your opponent's attack. You negate it. But we already saw the great reciprocation of that from Elijah, which is, I'll just clear my move. It'll go to momentum. Work and pay huge dividends for him in game one.
Yeah, and we're seeing huge dividends from getting that Deception Dagger in the opener. We do have the stun come down, saving the surprising skill for later. I think it makes sense, especially once you get to a point where you're getting a specific thing targeted, committed.
We actually hit the stun 2, and then we did the Deception Dagger. I'll give it stun 2, and we had to show Elijah, I can't stun that one.
Yeah, you can't stun.
I'm not allowed to commit this one. And we were like, so it's just a guaranteed ready resource. Again, another strength of the card.
It's actually really funny. There's quite a few games, especially during the Toga 3 heyday, where it was actually correct to never respond. Because they can't stun that one out.
They can't
and
respond.
You can have, can have like 1 or 2 resources ready compared to flipping it and trying to ready one that just gets stunned both later. So this might be this could be a case where that surprising skill never gets flipped to this game because we don't see a targeted freeze. We just see big stun numbers, but 2 different attacks gonna hit. Things are looking really good for Elijah here. It's not great for Calvin, but we are committing quite a few resources as Elijah.
Another 5 diff because we only have 3 committed foundations on the opponent's side of the board. Another 5 diff for the 5 diff. So 5, 6, 7. We did check a 5 on it. Tap 2 more. We have this incredibly base speed 6 damage for 6 as we dump Powerful into it twice.
No bonus speed. I guess Zeke is committed, so there's no speed hate.
6 low for 12. And we're going to take it going all the way down to 9.
Oh, okay. If he was about to play a winning move here, I was going to lose my mind. It was possible.
It was absolutely possible. But an incredible turn 2 offensive here for Elijah after already winning game 1. And if you're Calvin, it's going to get a little bit harder.
Yeah, and correctly identifying when and where to dump that momentum. Get that powerful. Don't worry about the gene enhance. You can't block anyways. Get that extra damage is so, so good. We brought Zeke all the way down from 29 to 9 in just our turn to attack. And we did it going second.
Yeah. Right, it was all that I am here. Got the Deception Dagger, committed a bunch of stuff, played another Deception Dagger. We even got to remove a key piece from the discard pile of Calvin's that Deception Dagger is randomly just very good at doing and getting extra speed on top of it. It's everything's coming up Elijah right now, although that extra now third build turn in a row from Calvin, this is what I asked for. This is what I wanted.
And I think most importantly, he's still on the front side, right?
He is still on the
We
front.
have not transformed, so we do have a big check bonus that might help us block one of those EX'd, John Kirstein pumped moves. And being able to block a 7, 8, 9, 10 speed move really throws your opponent off their game.
Absolutely. As we come in with the first Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, and he said, whatever you pick, I'm just going to ready it. But just so we know, it is still frozen in case it gets committed at any other point
And
during
it
the
has
turn.
been readied this turn.
And it has been
which
ready.
might matter. Oh, we are going to mill an attack, which is fine. We don't get to add it to our hand, but we're not going to check it, which is cool because you definitely want to block Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken if you're allowed to.
You know what I'm looking for if I'm Calvin this game? And this might be the first time that we're going to see that Unyielding Destruction hopefully come out this game. Reset us. We have these backups in our stage. Only a couple of foundations. Incredible 0 low block here after the Gene Enhance made it a low. We're going to lose our
Check
1.
the 6.
And we check the 6 on
Checks
it.
the syndicate target to block with the syndicate target is always a good omen.
And we lose 1, but we just gained 1 anyway because we just sacked off a backup anyway. There's that incredibly strong 3-diff foundation. That's the one that clears a card.
Thunder Spear.
Thunder Spear demo.
Fearsome Transformation is going to finish this off for a little bit of card draw. So Broken Psyche, Moment of Normalcy on both sides.
And we kept Elijah off of momentum that turn, which is something that Calvin has not been able to really do at all in this match because of the foundations that Elijah had built. And now those are on board, but we don't have the kind of turboing that we had before with all these extra 3 diffs. But here it is, Unyielding Destruction on a 5. And immediately Elijah starts looking at his stage and being like, yeah, I'll pick 4, I guess.
But which 4 will he pick? Gotta be the Broken Psyche.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. All the really strong. Oh, we're going to choose the Fearsome over the Aaron Sidestep. Oh, what a tough decision. We don't know. Which one do we want?
This one is not easy, Zeke's not on the biggest board to be playing a bunch of moves, but he doesn't necessarily have to be if you leave yourself open. If we find a way to clear that progressive, even something as simple as playing Falling Titans 4 times could get us there if we're able to transform at some point during it.
Yeah, that's all it takes. We're going to get the 1-1 from our foundation with Aaron's face on it. As long as it's your first attack, you get 1-1 for free. And so, yeah, I agree with you, because the idea is that if you were to transform right here and right now, which we didn't, but we did go ahead and we're going to just partial block this one with... we didn't zone change, but we do check a 3 on it, and because we didn't get the -3 speed, we're going to have to commit most of our stage. It'll clear, we'll draw our new card, and we'll grab a momentum right away, but only 1 readied foundation on Elijah's stage. I assume we have a plus a million to this check.
Yeah,
it looks like we do on an 8, and we got +5 to it. So here's our Beast Titan attacks. We can choose to make this a throw, or we can keep it as is. Again, staring across from a Broken Psyche. Don't really see a reason why you have to. Looks like we're just going to take it to the face, going down to 20 for Elijah, and all of a sudden the momentum has swung back to Calvin, and that's what happens when you play something like Unyielding Destruction. Shifting down the Beast Titan attacks, so we have access to another attack. That Falling Titans that we milled earlier, now we can just pick it up whenever we want.
Yeah, so Elijah's got to be very careful here. He did a ton of damage, but his stage does not look prepped to block out a Falling Titan string. However, for each momentum he has, it's effectively a free block as long as he's got a card in hand. So this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken is going to be real nice, reducing that resource count for next turn. We have another demo, so it's almost momentum, but committing that extra resource
Matters
could
a lot
hurt
more
us
now.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, that it's a lot different now. Where our stage has been reset. We're only down to 4 foundations. We're choosing to play this attack card instead of building our foundations. We're going to go ahead and press Zeke. We're going to gain 1, draw our new card, and we have our 10 number that we need. So we're going to go ahead and transform, setting ourselves up to do the Falling Titans play. And then now that we're on the backside, we can gain another life, going to 11, draw another card by just tapping this Beast Titan that we can't use anyway.
Uh-oh.
We
There's
blocked
no
with one.
way.
We still the Beast Titan.
Yeah, there's no way that we're going to be able to build this down? Like, fast build it?
No, I don't think there's anything like that, right?
Well, that's true. Yeah, like you said, we have the form to just go get it later. And just go pick it up with Beast Titan attacks.
We're checking. Yeah, we haven't gened once per turn yet. Because the last time we used it was the reconsider.
Was it not sealed? Is that what we were checking? We were
Was
checking to
it
see if
not
it goes face
sealed?
up.
It was sealed. Yeah, there's a filled with doubt in our. That means it doesn't go face up, right? I don't know. This is in the past anyway.
I looked away for 1 second, and that's all it takes.
I don't even know if it was sealed or not. Or was there a move before? No, I don't think. I think it was sealed. Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, I actually think Calvin wins right here.
There might be, there could also be one that we missed that's also face down.
Beast
But
Titan.
if Calvin just wins right here, it's not going to make too much of a difference.
Yeah, so this is the Beast Titan Rock Barrage. Again, because we have enough backups on our stage, all of our checks to play Titan and range attacks get +2. And this is a good one to start with because the thing is, when you, in this character, in Zeke, when you go to play Falling Titans over and over and over again, it's okay if you have an attack preceding it.
Correct.
Because it's on a 7. You have +2 to your checks. Falling Titans will just be on a 7, check a 5, you're good to go. And you're now going to get extra value by selectively committing this Broken Psyche that you don't want to deal with, and then a bonus stun too.
Yeah, this is looking like Elijah's just not going to have enough cards in hand. Only 3 blocks available at the moment. Granted, we can you can cancel the response on Falling Titans with that incredible display. So we're going to have to play a second
Beast Titan Rock Barrage number 2s, tapping down everything else and building us another selective non-unique backup from our discard pile. It's just a Jaeger's follower. That'll help us look at the top cards of our deck. And now we get a little different, where the Beast or the Falling Titans are now are on 8s. But we've got enough foundations. Maybe we can get there.
Oh, we've got plenty of foundations because we're also taking the damage from these rock barrages.
Yes.
So we're going down to 13, it looks like. So we only got to play 2 Falling Titans to end the game. And unless there's a filled... Oh,
Whoa!
never mind.
Oh, never mind. The Harness on Death instead of the Falling Titan. It was all a ruse,
We're just
Sam.
styling. We're actually just... We're Tony Hawk's Pro Skaters styling at this point.
Now, this one, of course, is only a spell attack, so you did check a 5. It was actually a 5. You have to tap 1 more, but we are going to go ahead and sacrifice one of our backups. It gains Echo, and you are now having to challenge. Not only does Elijah have to keep spinning momentum for lows, because they're lows or making them whatever zone, but do you also have enough cards in hand, and can you pass them? Looking at our discard pile for how many backups exist in there.
It looks like we're about to scoop.
Yeah, I think that's
now-
it. And that's going to be game 2 going over to Calvin Harrigal.
All right, we're going into a game 3. Only 25 minutes left in the round.
That's enough.
It's enough.
I mean, our players are playing pretty fast, and they're playing well, in my
They're
opinion.
finding decisive wins, too, which is a big part of it. But, yeah, that one just went all Calvin's way for the most part, right? That was very much kind of what we saw from game 1 for Elijah, where we checked well enough. There was no real bad checks on either side.
No.
We saw games earlier today that were pretty much decided by bad checks. Calvin put himself in a losing position by checking a 3 on a 6, even though he had huge bonuses to all the rest of the cards for the turn. That one bad check to start things off really put him behind. So it's nice to see a more even-keeled game plan. I gotta think Elijah's early aggression was really nice, but it's not what you need in this matchup.
Yeah, I actually think I think the pivotal moment was the unyielding destruction, right? It was exactly what we had said needed to happen.
It's what everyone was actually doing about.
Yeah, 100%. But I think the other part of that coin is I think Elijah could have slowed down and just built more foundations and done the same success. And, we finally built that Thunder Spear demo. It's like we were going to start doing the things that we were doing in game 1 that I think led to our success. And we chose to keep attacking when we probably weren't in the best position to do so. And it eventually led us to not having enough resources. So double Beast Titan Rock Barrage taps our whole board. But now Elijah being able to go first.
The math behind unyielding into Rock Barrage is scary.
Yes.
The math behind Zeke making it so that the unyielding is basically free and the Rock Barrage is basically free as well with the check bonuses is absolutely terrifying. You're going to say you only get 4 foundations. You're going to say you only actually get one foundation. And one of them I get to choose that you don't have. So the likelihood that you have anything relevant after that is so unlikely. But Elijah gets to go first now. Got a solid build out. As explosive as that game 2 was for Elijah, it was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Absolutely. Also reciprocated. Calvin building 6 here. 3 Jaeger's followers, a moment of normalcy, inspiring. Aside from the 1 blank foundation and having to tap Zeke, build 6 is pretty good. And Elijah, I think, kind of looking at his hand and really questioning what move he's supposed to take here. As we lead it off with a Deception Dagger, not hopefully checking at 3. But we do check a 3.
Leaves cursed him.
I did. That was me. I cursed him from the past.
Right.
The future. I don't know.
That's me too. I was saying that 3 checks didn't really decide the game for that last game, but they might here. Granted, like you said, Zeke much longer game plan. He's probably not in any danger. That's probably why Elijah felt great about that. What was it? 4 attack turn. The Vast Hybrid with the Walk the Dogs, even the Deception Daggers that weren't like super effective because of the surprising skill he had to feel really good about. But you can't feel good about letting your opponent poke you down. And when you commit out, even if they're not an explosive aggro deck, letting them get free pokes, of course, means less Falling Titans that you have to actually pass.
We're actually seeing we're seeing Calvin now pivot on how he's playing this game now, because immediately Calvin is pressing every button to mill stuff. We Inspiring Song for -1 to my opponent's check because he already checked poorly.
Right.
And then we're using these Jaeger's followers not for minus speed, but for looking at the top, and then you can mill 1 and putting these backups in our discard pile to hopefully flip over probably as soon as possible.
I mean, I can tell you, I've used the minus speed enhance on Jaeger's followers.
Way less.
Yeah, like I can count it on one hand.
Oh, okay.
I use the look and mill one almost every enhanced step that it's available. Usually it's just because those decks are trying to mill backups. A lot of times looking at the top card of your deck and milling a 3 check is as good as -2 speed.
And here I think is why, as we are seeing the turn 2 unyielding destruction going second after your opponent builds a couple more foundations, and you didn't blow up anything.
Yeah, and I was about to say, and he was going to choose to keep 2 committed, which is a real testy choice. I know that those are momentum generators that are reusable.
Good for our deck.
And for Jean, having a ton of momentum usually means you block for free.
Yep.
But we saw how that was not the case versus Harness Undeath.
Exactly. And so now wondering also, I can only assume the once per turn probably came out from Calvin as well, which allows you to play this Falling Titans on a 7, and having +40 or check means it passes no matter what. As we go into a runaway, no blocks, man, they are flying through this.
Hey, when you got no enhances to play.
Yeah. Wow, yeah, so the runaway means it's not going to connect, but you don't care about it connecting. You're going to shift it down.
Correct, yeah, it doesn't have to deal damage to shift, so this is going to be 1 momentum banked. No backups added to the stage. I wonder how many backups we are in the discard pile at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's at 10 count, but regardless, with Elijah only sitting on 4 foundations, this is that same situation we were in the last game that I think was pretty pivotal. But we're going to go ahead and play another attack, and we check another 3, Sam.
This is the power of unyielding, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly where unyielding wants to put your opponent. A breaker here would be massive. another inspiring song, something like that would be absolutely huge.
Like, even if this lands, which it looks like it's not as we pass this block, but it is going to get us some momentum and draw us a card. Like, these are great resources that matter, but like, if you don't build out a stage afterwards, one Beast Titans Rock Barrage says you are curtains for this game.
I really think Elijah could get more out of spending one momentum.
Yeah.
Just to get a poke through. You're going to refund that momentum anyways. And again, we saw how having 6 momentum did not save you from Harness on Death, right? We scooped with 3 momentum left. So utilizing your momentum when it's necessary, I could be wrong, but I feel like we could afford 1.
I said it earlier in a different scenario. I think I was talking about it with Peak, and you don't get bonus points for winning the games with extra foundations in your stage.
Unless it's a joust tournament.
Sure.
Unless we're doing the joust format.
It's the same idea here, right? You don't get bonus points because you accumulated 20 momentum in your game,
Right.
Like, if anything, you probably could have ended it sooner if we used it, So I agree it's that similar fact. As we go and pass back, luckily a pretty decent build out afterwards, but we're going to lead things off here with a Harness on Death.
Ooh, checking. I mean, normally you're checking for the zone, but it's John.
We're against John,
so it doesn't matter.
But regardless, if you didn't hold a singular low, it says get rid of 2 momentum for your rival.
That's all. That is true. It is certainly forcing a card out.
Never mind.
It's also a sack outlet. It's another sack outlet
True.
if you want to turbo transform. But once you transform, if you don't have any backups to commit, you're relying on the cards you already have in hand.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. The reconsider block, though, coming in. It's a natural low.
Yeah. Gonna cost us a few foundations, though, because we're not spending the momentum ever.
Yeah, so 3 ready foundations as we're just going to play a second Harness on Death straight from our hand. We're going to go ahead and press the once per turn on Zeke.
This is interesting. I'm not sure where we're trying to get with this one. This is just getting cards out of hand.
Spin the momentum again, like we said. Yeah, we don't have a low, so it looks like we're going to have to change the zone, give -3 speed.
We're not offensively checking the top card of our deck. We're not offensively milling. We're not transforming. Where is this headed?
Blocks here. Wait, well, we did have a low. So we just didn't spin a momentum. I don't know what we were doing then. Anyway, so we have another low. We block it. Full blocked once again.
I think we did. Did we spend the momentum to reduce the speed?
Oh, we might have done that.
Yeah, I think
you're
we
right,
had to. But yeah, we just didn't need to.
Here we go on a 9, though, and we checked a
9.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Is that
7. I
three?
think,
Oh, that's
you
not
got to
good.
tap 2 for it, which is okay. I forgot we had this shifted Falling Titan still in our stage, too, as I'm
Right.
staring at it. We haven't picked it up, just using it as an extra foundation. But here we have the idea and chance to turn this into a throw.
Yeah, Calvin's really trying to pressure the hand here, but Elijah has tons
Plenty.
of cards in hand.
Plenty of momentum, plenty of cards.
This is eerily similar to game 1, though, where neither player is in a really bad position. But the fact that Calvin is committing just enough cards here,
Leaves them open.
it might let Elijah sneak in the back door with a couple walk the dogs. But I also think Calvin recognizes that he has no protection for Armor of the Wolf
At all.
except Moment of Normalcy.
Yeah, so
And Moment of Normalcy can be played around with an attack like Walk the Dog, like Armor of the Wolf, where it can get a bunch of damage before you use Powerful.
Yeah, maybe not 24, but yeah.
Probably not 24, no.
But yeah, we're going to go ahead and pull off the block there as well for the Beast Titan. But again, it will still shift down as we build 2 more. An incredible display and another Jaeger's follower. Going to 5 total backups in our stage. 4 ready foundations, 2 committed as we pass back to Elijah, who still has 4 momentum and a much better looking stage than we did when we lost last game.
Elijah has an excellent opportunity to end the game here unless Calvin has the greatest 1 card in hand or top deck something with his Zeke enhances. Now, I love Jaeger's follower with the Zeke enhance because you get to look at the top, decide if I want to draw it or not, and then sacrifice to draw it. I think that is so cool. That's such a great value proposition.
And then in a similar sense, right? Like on the backside, then all of your Jaeger's followers become look, -speed, or tap draw, gain 1. But we lead things off with a walk the dog, but it only has
Which-
-2 difficulty, so it's on a 6.
Yep.
But we did check the 5, tapping the 1 foundation here. Stun
It's not
1.
a great way to start, but this is a perfect example of overextending just a tiny bit, you know?
Yeah.
Calvin did, if Calvin had checked a 5, he of course would have committed nothing for that 7 diff on a 9, but
Flipping over the Deception Dagger, going to give this another instance of Stun 2,
meaning,
which...
Yep, we're going to use the surprising skill to save the moment of normalcy.
Yeah, because you cannot commit. Yeah, so that card stays. There you go. Okay, we knew what we wanted to do. That one can't go, though.
The problem is that another stun 2 move.
We'll say that Armor of the Wolf, just like you said, is scary enough to get to lethal.
So there
But we
could-
don't have the same amount of momentum that we did in game 1.
Yeah, I also don't think that there is a, like, why would we play a Deception Dagger after a Walk the Dog here? But we are going to get 2 momentum from clearing the card pool and using our response in stage.
I think I spy the other Walk the Dog,
Ooh.
checking a 3. It's only a 4 diff, though. This is going to have that
Okay.
extra stun 1, which means the moment of mercy is still safe. We are
Correct.
also, again, like you said, still on the front side. The block math for that Armor of the Wolf is going to be a little bit harder for Elijah because we still have +X to our check when going to play on defense.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more of a string here, but it is still possible. Especially since the more damage we take,
Oh,
the
my
less
goodness.
momentum we have to invest. That's what I'm talking
We're
about.
watching
Barrett.
it unfold. You're literally. Did you cast it, Kristen?
I watched
Did
it
you watch
earlier.
this ahead of time?
No, I'm not spoiling it. for
B-roll,
anyone.
the footage. This is the third attack of the turn. Second walk the dog. Draw 2 cards. Tap the last foundation on Calvin's side of the stage. But again, this is different than game 1. Less momentum for EX and powerful.
I think we're about the same now, actually. 6? Was 6 not?
I thought we had like 8 because it was 5 plus the
there
3
were-
Vast
yeah,
hybrids.
That's true. We had 3 Vast hybrids, yeah.
But it is different, right? Because again, on
And
the
this
front,
time we're not EXing. We are just powerfuling.
Wow.
Okay,
He's like, wow. Okay, posturing that we have to use this a little bit. Gonna -2 speed because we have 4 Jaeger's followers in our stage.
yeah, so we're going to make this one lethal. We're now going to pump the speed back up.
Keep it a low.
I think we're going to need another move after this. We do have the Zeke. Yeah, we have Zeke plus a bazillion +5, right? +6.
Sack this off.
Okay,
Gain
so
a life.
It's actually only going to be +4 because it checks when he goes to do, when he plays the card, right?
Yeah.
It's not when you do the enhance.
Well, and we flipped over, which is why we're tapping this Beast Titan to
Right.
commit, gain 1, and draw another card. And
The
then
health gain could matter.
The
It's not
gain
lethal
2
anymore.
matters because now that Walk the Dog was not lethal. We go to
Correct.
exactly 2.
Unfortunate. Did not account for Zeke's ability to gain life potentially, but I also think that maybe he thought this string isn't good enough. He knows that the Zeke once per turn is going to block, right?
Yeah.
But-
because it's still floating there. We haven't used it.
But we have gotten Calvin down to a point where there's not that many tricks left. Now the tricks that are left are offensive.
That's
we
right.
don't have that check bonus anymore. We will not be able to adequately defend ourselves, I have to imagine.
And here it is, the Beast Titan Rocket Barrage. I was just going to
But
tell
you know who else is not going to be able to adequately defend themselves?
Elijah against this Beast Titan Rocket Barrage, because what I was going to say was, you know what's really good at dealing with Falling Titans loops? It's the incredible display with a ton of momentum.
Correct.
It is a response. You can cancel it. It stays locked in the card pool. You don't get to play it again. But boom, here we have, once again, Beast Titan Rock Barrage, maybe setting up the kill turn here for Calvin.
It's got to be over. We've got the ability to add Falling Titans and a different ranged attack to our hand, and we have +2 to the check to play all of these. I have to imagine if we needed to, we could go get a Beast Titans Rock Barrage to commit out that last foundation and then start playing Falling Skies.
Falling Skies, nice. I was already eyeing. We have another Beast Titan attack in our hand. You can even, or is that a Resurrected? I can't remember. They look very similar, honestly, their card arts. The colors.
I was saying the sky was falling earlier, not Falling Skies.
But it's funny because they're coming out of the sky.
Right, yeah.
Because they're falling,
the falling
Titans.
Titans.
No, it's
yeah.
funny. I thought it was funny.
Right, no, it is funny.
Anyway,
I didn't even, it took me a minute to register because I didn't even realize that Falling Skies used to be a card.
it is a card right now.
Is it?
I mean, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Anyway, here it is, the Falling Titans. This one straight from our discard pile that we're going to play on a 7. and we did end up checking a 5, so we have to tap 2 foundations here. This is a response, though, and we don't have another way to commit that incredible display on the other side of the stage, so I think we're going to be okay with locking this into our card pool.
But we can add another Falling Titans to our hand.
Absolutely, the one in our stage. There it is. We're going to cancel the response, but we have our own incredible display. I forgot it was hiding from my own. You're going to sack off a backup, get rid of the momentum you have, and so you're going to be able to pick it back up. And now we just play Falling Titans on 7s over and over again.
Yeah, at this point, I guess you can't even ask him to check poorly. You can't even ask him to check poorly. You know, even if Elijah's like, oh, I can block 3 of these.
Yeah.
Right?
Or the runaway might do some math here. You do have to check it.
Okay.
We did check it.
+1 progressive. We now might have to commit a couple of cards.
6, 7, 8. Or we could have another trick in our hand. 6, 7, 8. We did check a 5, 6, 7. We have to tap 1 for 8. We're going to go ahead and double its damage to make this one lethal.
What about another runaway?
We're going to get minus speed by Gene, but then we're going to moment of normalcy and set its speed back to printed. At that point,
it's like +1 speed, isn't it? That's one less foundation we can play.
And that's still going to be just enough.
He doubled it with the...
Doubled the damage with the 9 Titans. -3 speed from Gene. I said, no, go back to 5 speed. Card in your card pool. That's going to be game 3 and the match going to Calvin Harrigal playing Zeke Yeager, War Chief.
Wow, what a game. That was...
It kind of heated up right at that.
Back and forth, yeah. Both times, I mean... You know, Elijah had amazing offense, but Calvin had just enough defense. And we talked about it going into game 3, staying on the front side, being able to gain the life and have that check bonus. Prevented Elijah from having a checkmate attack.
That's my favorite part is like if you still have access to all the resources on the front side of Zeke, if you have the ability to flip over, it's press the button to give plus to your check.
The bonus,
Then press the button to gain a life, sack a backup, and then flip over. You now have another +2 to your check if you end up blocking with a range or Titan card, and then also gain another life, draw another card with another backup. It was so good. I love that character so much. I really want him to top cut. I think it's so
much
good.
Going for him right now.
But I don't disagree with you, Sam. That was incredible gameplay from 2 high-caliber players from 2 different high-caliber teams.
Correct.
Which is my segue that I'm setting up because we have some new graphics to show you guys. I love saying new graphics. I think
Does it count as a segue if you announce it as a segue?
Absolutely, it counts as a segue.
All right, fair enough. But we do have some really cool information brought to you by Tamron Cardwell on the teams that are being played in this event, what they're valuing, what decks they're on, and
individual records too of the players.
Do you expect these teams to all be concentrated on the same couple of characters, or do you expect them to be diverse in their own right?
I think, as we kind of prefaced the beginning of the day, I think this event is so wide open. We've seen the character breakdown. That's the big picture. But we have a couple of teams here that are really agreeing and or disagreeing on what they think is the strongest decks. Now, these are updated with their rankings, their positions and records going in post round 3, so going in round 4. And this is Couples team. We saw Barlow Guess earlier already on stream.
Right.
And he is a part of this team, I thought, even though he's not on here. But this is his former team, and we have people like Benjamin H. playing.
He does wear the jersey.
He does wear the jersey.
He is literally wearing a couple jersey right now.
But here you can see a majority of this team, at least the most representative for them, is that Godzilla.
Yes.
2 different symbols, 1 on water and 2 of them on Chaos. Chaos one's having a little bit of a better time this tournament, but still, Amajiki 3-0, not on my bingo card.
Yeah, we've got the Godzilla representation here, but we've also got, which Aaron is that?
That's the set 1 Aaron.
That's the set 1
but
Aaron.
Not the Challenger deck one.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the mill one. Yeah, that's the mill one.
Interesting stuff. Tyrion Darrington doing well.
2-0-1.
We love a Tyrion deck. And, of course, Calidus on the fire pony, maybe the least common pony symbol, but
2-1 is pretty good.
Calidus, a lot of people might recognize as someone who does a ton of work behind the scenes for the community, collecting data and putting together different apps and things like that for the community. So he does an absolutely fantastic job. He's done some judging So a huge part of the community. Love it whenever he makes it out to an event and play, and I hope to see him do well. But he is following behind that Amajiki, which has to be the talk of the town.
And again, for everybody at home, as we move into Nomu Shake, another team that we're going to take a look at, and this team's all over the place.
Oh, it's a drink. I thought it was a dance.
No, it's like it's a
milkshake.
What's the Grimace Shake? Is that what it was? The McDonald's thing? Yeah, it's the Grimace Shake, but it's the Nomu Shake.
I thought it was like Harlem Shake. Okay.
Oh, it could be that too.
No, this makes more sense. So let's go with this.
But of course, this team way across the board representing not only 6 unique characters, but 6 unique symbols as well.
Very cool.
Godzilla again 2-1. Grog, Cole H that we saw on the top 20 players. He did lose this round, but still sporting that 2-1, looking quite good. And I love this new Armin strategist. I think this character is so good and so cool. Another one of these Jamie Sui's for the Sammy being played. So none of these players are out because going X2 is not anything to be upset about for this.
Correct.
But there are 10,
no ties.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting the rounds done.
There are 10 teams here that we have to make these graphics for that have at least 5 players each to represent. But we're only going to be talking about 3 of them. So
right now, yeah.
We have one more to look at, and then I think we're going to head into a break here pretty shortly. But for that last team, we've got Final Round Game Shop. And a lot of this representing probably closer to what we saw on the pie chart for the representation, right?
Yes.
Porcos for the aggro players, the Godzillas and the Rodans, the most represented characters in the event, and then also a Han sneaking in. And then let's not forget, little Midoriya on the move right here. Technically, hasn't lost a match.
Yeah, technically, that's true. This is a very good representation of the metagame, right? This is definitely a team that got together. They decided these are the decks that we think are good. They obviously have different matchups, right? And they're doing really well. Justin, undefeated still on what could easily come out of this weekend as the best deck in the format. It's doing well. We don't want to curse it or jinx it yet, but Zach Richards also doing really well with the Godzilla. We've seen him do incredibly well with high health, hard to kill evil decks in the past, playing Ghidorahs and things like that. So aggressive face tanking is like in his wheelhouse. I'd be really interested to see how that's going to go. But of course, Chris Smith as well on the Rodan with Colby M, both doing exceptional so far.
The fact that both of the Rodans have positive win records does not surprise me.
Right.
We've talked about how strong this character is. But again, at the same time, aggro 7-handlers not doing so hot right now, at least in this kind of highlighting Justin Birch here with the 3-0. He, at least in the recent year for Final Round Game Shop, has really been the headstrong deck innovator for these people, and this is an example of it. He's already starting. I see him sitting in front of me their next round, but
playing.
Yeah.
He started off this event by saying, I haven't played in weeks. I barely practiced. I didn't make it to any team practices. I'm probably going to 0-2 drop. And every time someone says that, they start out hot. We'll have to see if you can keep up that momentum, though, because like I said, he is very much potentially playing the best deck in the format currently. But that's going to do it for round 3. We've got round 4 coming up for you real soon. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this new pace.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is working out with all the new information graphics. Again, thank you to Tamron Cardwell for coming up with a lot of this stuff. And of course, Brian Brown, our producer behind the scenes, keeping everything smooth for you guys. So we're going to take a very small break, but we're going to come back with round 4 for you. And it's going to be something you don't want to miss.
I can't trust my own pure reflection.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 4 of the Louisville, Kentucky Regional Championship. I, of course, am Sam Tate. I'm joined by Barrett Bryant, and we're just going to jump into the reveals. That's what you guys want. You don't want to listen to us yap.
You know, we've spent a lot of time and we've had some fun graphics, and we still have those plenty to go. But like the top 20 thing that we showed you, that's going to get really exciting the closer and closer we get to the end of the day. So we're going to save some of that. Team graphics, we got that coming up later. But we know you guys want to see some TMNT cards. So we've got 2 more to show you off right here. Dumbfounded. Very simple foundation. 3 difficulty 5 check, 3 mid block, and all it has is a single static effect that says, this card ignores progressive difficulty.
Interesting.
So it's just a card you can always play on a 3, right? That's the way that one's worded?
A +3 block mod.
Or a +3 block mod. That's right.
You know, ignore progressive when blocking sounds cool. This is something that we've seen cards shaped like this, but I don't think we've ever actually seen a foundation that this is just the only thing it does.
That's all it does. It's always a 3, and it's always going to be a 3. And actually, I guess that makes sense, right? It's fitting that Rocksteady is on here. So for everybody at home paying attention what Rocksteady does, Rocksteady keeps shoving face-down cards into his card pool for plus, like, 5
bunch.
It's like a bunch of damage. And so eventually, if you're like on your 3rd attack and you're shoving one in on everything, you have 6 cards in your card pool, but you can still guarantee to play this on a 3 at the end. That makes sense. Kind of still builds your stage out.
I like it. It's simple. It's effective. It's going to be great in the decks where it's great. It's going to be an okay inclusion for some other decks who, you know, maybe if we do see card pool stuffing become insane, like this is kind of the check and balance to it.
You know what? I'm actually kind of a little bit more sold on this because for the same reason why I see people play like Seething Anger in certain decks to like eat up a breaker or to play around like an Ares Smile, this is the same idea.
Right.
It's always going to be on a 3. And aside from it going into your card pool and you're going to have to play attacks afterwards, that check you don't have to worry about as much.
Yeah, we've seen in the past cards that are 2/5s that don't count towards progressive, but I don't think we've ever seen one that ignores it. So I'm excited to see if this one does get picked up and played a lot. It's tough to look at a card that is blank in your stage and want and desire it, but like you said, it makes perfect sense for Rocksteady.
And if you were just paying attention, we had a little sneak peek of the next one.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, absolutely. Charismatic Approach is a 2 difficulty 4 check foundation for the evil symbol, 3 mid block. Enhance Rival's Turn Flip. Each player searches their deck for 1 card and adds it to their hand. Whoa. Searching is something we do not have typically in this game, and if we do, it's on like 1 check attacks.
So this is an effect that I like a lot, but I've never thought of it on the Rival's turn. You know, I've always thought the idea that I get to search for my best card, you get to search for your best card, is something that is probably not fair. You know, symmetrical effects are almost never truly fair, but putting the Rival's turn caveat on this, I think makes this a lot more approachable, makes it a lot more balanced in the end, you know, a lot less of an issue. But this is crazy. Like you said, we don't search our deck too often. I certainly have never seen both players search their deck at the same time, and neither player has to reveal the card.
No, they don't. But I think the other thing too is like, when I look at this, obviously, like I don't plan on playing this enhance on my opponent's first move. But what I can imagine this card seeing some place in is if they're on their 3rd, 4th move, they've checked poorly, they've tapped it completely out, and you go, hey, I'm going to flip this over, and we're both going to search for whatever card we want in our deck. Obviously, I'm going to go try and search whatever I'm going to use to kill you next turn. You're going to have to find your best defensive piece, basically, because, like, don't get me wrong, this tells your opponent they could go grab like a thing like a barrier shield, Filled with Doubt.
Another move to kill you with.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Teaming with the attack titan that you didn't think they could play. I'm excited to go search for Aerial Kikosha with this.
True.
You know, this is an evil attuned card, so it can go in a ton of decks, and I'm excited to go get attacks I can play on your turn during the Rival's turn. I mean, there's so many powerful actions. The possibilities are genuinely limitless, right? There's nothing about this that says you have to search for a specific card. It's just any card. Love the name on this. Love the thematic on it. Love the effect on it. The Rival's turn is going to make it so that only the really skilled players can make the most out of this. And seeing your rival with a copy of this in the stage is going to make you think twice about overextending.
Absolutely. Speaking of rivals, we have two rivals battling it out in this. Sorry, that wasn't a good one. That one was not good.
Does that count as a segue still?
Absolutely, it counts as a segue because we announced it as a segue. We've got your round 4 going in, and first off, we've got Shaw A representing Team MGLA playing. You thought they were all gone, but Devilgen on the Chaos
Devilgen,
symbol.
baby. I love it when players play errata characters. I recently hosted a community event that was won by a Nick Reagan after the errata. Keenan Meadows, who a lot of you know as a former world champion, he is playing Berthold too. He's playing the errated Berthold. And, you know, we had a chat about that, and we were talking about how, you know, when a character gets errated, everyone jumps off because they're just not as strong as they were before, when in reality, you just got to lean into what they do good in the first place. And for the Berthold example, offensively, he's basically untouched, right? Offensively, he's still one of the craziest characters. And Devilgen offensively is untouched. And what really made this character powerful, I don't believe, was all in Aerial Goblin Bolt.
No, it's the camouflage counter stuff. And here we have them. 4 copies of camouflage counter and only 3 copies of Aerial Goblin Bolt. Because don't get me wrong,
Still a good card.
repeatable cancel is great.
Right, you can still do it offensively.
Yeah, but the fact that we can now not dedicate as many slots in our deck to that and round out our deck with different cards, I mean, I think there's a good reason why Shaw here is 3-0 right now.
Absolutely.
And he's also sporting some of my favorite stuff from the second set of Attack on Titan, which is
the manipulations of Zeke Yeager.
And it's like you play an entire attack suite that hopefully fits that keyword, which is ranged or Titan, right? And so most of all these cards that are on Chaos, spoiler alert, good Chaos cards, they got ranged on them.
They're ranged,
Again, for I want to say the 4th match in a row now, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken represented in at least one of these decks.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to see this deck on stream.
Yeah, this is one of the best capture the target decks of all time.
True.
It's one of the best Aerial Goblin Bolt decks, and it's the only deck using camouflage counter in the top cuts. And then
Exam Strategy is one of my favorite Devilgen cards as well. A really, really powerful 3-diff that just keeps scaling based off of how many cards in your card pool.
Yeah, he's also one of the only decks using Exam Strategy. So also love the inclusion of the 1 Titan Armbar, just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case I need my potato damage to become baked potato damage.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, then of course his opponent, you might know him, you might love him. David Toombs here representing Let's Talk UVS, sporting another peak deck. And I don't know about you, but immediately for me when I look at this deck list, Sam, there's not a lot of unique cards. And what I mean by not the
a lot
keyword,
of one-ofs.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of combo 4-ofs in this deck. 4 copies of Colossal SWAT, 4 copies of Lunar Ring, 4 copies of Sweeping Daggers, 4 copies of Single Shot, and 4 copies of Battle Aura Release.
Well, I mean, we just took out all the feels good cards. We're just only playing the reals good cards.
The real good versus the feel good. And of course,
you know, this is what David's been on like a misguided tirade for over a month now about, and he's got a chance to prove it here. He's 3-0 right now going into round 4. And, you know, if I saw this deck list, I would be completely honest with you. It looks like a rough draft. It looks like the first version of a deck, because you do just go and you're like, well, this card's good, this card's good, this card, and you just slam them all.
4. Again, the 2 copies of Anti-Titan Artillery. We saw that already with Byron's deck.
Searching for it, just not that big a deal. I don't know. I come from kind of an old school mentality where the more you thin your deck, the more you know about your deck. Granted, I did make a joke a while ago about taking 5 checks out of your deck is bad, so maybe they listened to that, but that was a joke. I was joking about how you shouldn't play 4 copies.
Even 4 copies of Showdown here. Wow. I mean, I am ready to see
4 copies of the Foundations.
Yeah.
This is a streamlined deck. He identified all the cards he wanted to play. He's playing them. I can't, you know, take that away from him, but the arrogant fighter here, I think, is going to be the biggest difference maker between David Toombs and the other peak decks we've seen. I don't know if I've seen other peaks on it. They're usually playing Loss of Consciousness,
right?
Which makes sense because, you know, it's essentially the same effect, but Loss of Consciousness is twofold. 1, it's higher difficulty, and 2, it's a response on activation. It's a response that you play. Arrogant Fighter is not a played ability.
Yeah, it's can't be canceled.
There is no response tree. It just happens when the card is destroyed. So,
And there's a bunch of give and takes too, because that one only works when it's face up, whereas Loss of Consciousness does work if it's built face down. This one
Correct.
doesn't. So there are give and takes.
That's
Low
true.
block, like for the
but if the only way you're probably going to add it to your discard pile, like we have the Botons, but so that one, and then the Aaron's Trials, the other thing you're going to see that's
I
super
love that.
different. I can't believe the other peaks are not playing Colossus SWAT. It makes perfect sense. So if I had to give David's deck an edge over other peaks I've seen, it's probably the Colossus SWAT.
I cannot wait to dive into this match, and so I think we might as well jump on in.
Yes.
Round 4 going to be kicking off here for the Louisville Regional. Man, 4 Marley Warriors too? That's crazy, man.
He's just playing the good ones.
Heck yeah, man.
So this is a deck that's going to be chewing up its stage so much, right? That
Yeah.
as long as you find the cards you want to play, you are going to be able to probably build the rest face down, from other effects. So I don't think you're going to run into too many issues with duplicate cards, but I will say David's deck is definitely looking to be aggressive. We didn't see a greater goal, which is usually, it can go both ways, but it's usually a defensive card. We did see the weapon clashes, but I highly doubt those are going to be used defensively unless it's absolutely necessary.
Absolutely. As we build 4 here for David going first, Latent Skill, Weapon Clash, I'm with you in a Botan's coaching. And here we have on the other side for Shaw, we've got the Exam Strategy. Pause.
Okay.
Ooh, that's the, oh, wait. That's not the one I thought it was. That's Horrifying Realization, the alt-art one.
The alt-art,
yeah. Absolutely. And then, of course, we've seen this one all day, and I'm already blanking. There's another failed Horrifying Realization, Inspiring Song, We Get Built, and a Tough Skin. So build 4 versus build 4. And if you're the 5-hander, you got to feel pretty good about that, right? Matching the build of the 6-hander. But, of course, Weapon Clash on the board, and we're playing against Peak. They're going to be building more foundations much quicker than you are.
That is more than enough foundations for Devil Jin to kill you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Especially with Exam Strategy out. Getting speed and damage to, what is essentially going to be your final move is definitely a big deal. But we do have a signal shot coming out. We're going to be able to add a foundation from our stage to our hand and then build another one. So this card effectively works like a 3-diff a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Now with the Peak coming in, we've got an okay 5 build, right? We've kind of repaired our build.
I've heard people describe this as Hardened Jab Jr., as it is not as damage buffed, and obviously doesn't have the
+1 a high block.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But like you said, essentially being a 3-diff attack, that was the strength a lot of the times that people saw as Hardened Jab. And so we picked up that face up, I'm with you, and then built a bonus because of Peak, and then boom, decided to destroy 0 foundations, lands an easy move to get in on Devil Jin.
Classic poke turn.
And then immediately, we're just going to build 4 more afterwards. And there's that Arrogant Fighter that I think we might see becoming quite handy, as it's a real answer to something like Exam Strategy.
Correct. But speaking of real answers, speaking of real
good.
Yeah, we've got Vast Hybrid, Chimera, Kraken now. What's your target here, Barrett?
Well, it doesn't matter what my target is, but their target is I don't want you to have +1 to all of your checks next turn because I don't think I'm killing you. We're going to go ahead and commit and freeze your Marley's Warriors.
Yeah, a little bit of a tell there, like you said, assuming the rival's going to get another turn. I thought Weapon Clash was a good target, but depending on how aggressive our hand is, it's certainly not as good as Marley's Warriors.
It's crazy because I almost would have said always cool. I'm playing a character like Devil Jin, and my damage comes from enhance speed, adding stuff to my card pool. I kind of need that, and you say a response speed on play that I don't get to do that anymore. I mean...
Also, always cool being a response means it's not canceled by Aerial Goblin Bolt.
True.
Right? Meaning that is kind of a weak point in the offensive schemata. So always cool was my initial impression for the reasons you listed. That's like my character is enhanced speed, damage pump, but it's also ramp like Weapon Clash. So it has the same appeal as Weapon Clash.
Wow.
And we do see the Showdown block come down.
Yeah, Showdown block. Hey, actually, I can save this Arrogant Fighter for later because I'll just go ahead and commit your Inspiring Song and your Exam Strategy. Go ahead and use your Horrifying if you'd like, but it looks like you're just going to build 1 pass after the Showdown block. That's got to feel really good if you're David.
I'm so curious what the last 2 cards in our hand is. Is it 3 cards? Oh, it's a 5 diff foundation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 3 cards in our hand.
So having the 5 difficulty foundation makes sense why you're not playing it there.
I know, but you're Devil Jin, right? Like, if you check an attack, you get it.
I was going to say, I think the mistake there was adding that attack to our card pool. We didn't need the 2 damage for that extra progressive. That basically meant we were never even going to try the Zeeks on a 7 anyways.
Yeah.
You know, typically when you have a manipulations of Zeke Yeager, you have like a fast way to build it, or in this deck, you have mimicry to copy it. But really, I think that adding the attack to the card pool shut us down from even attempting to build out.
Wow, I think we actually might see a very scary turn here from David. The fact that
David's got more than enough resources.
So David started this turn with 10 foundations, one of which was just frozen. But now we're going to go to 12 foundations. Even though we checked a 3 on this, you go ahead and get your committed pieces. The Arrogant Fighter, if you need to use it against things like the Moment of Normalcy, and the Errant's Trial that you talked about. If we goes to our discard pile, our opponent must commit a ready face-up foundation. I don't know. Like, I know we checked a 3, but the fact that this is what we're leading with, this could be a very scary turn. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and pop the Arrogant Fighter with Peak.
This is telling me that David either wants to put Devil Jin to single digits or win the game outright here. And I think winning the game outright here is a pretty good prospect.
Yeah, +2 damage with the Peak as we press that first enhance. Go and grabbing our anti-Titan artillery. So an extra damage to all of our moves is going to help out, as well as the bonus speed that I can only imagine we're also going to get. Do you think, I'm going to ask you a question. We destroyed the Arrogant Fighter first, when I would assume we're going to be pressing the +3 speed button also on our character. Would you not have pressed the Errant's Trial first to then make them commit a card then? Because now we can just commit the card we sealed. Like, you don't get 2 you don't get 2. Like, all of this is moot anyway, because one of the cards is a Horrifying Realization, which doesn't have text on your opponent's turn anyway. But, like,
if we're talking proper sequencing, sure. But yeah, like you said, if there's only one live card in the stage anyway,
it doesn't really matter. You're right.
It really does, unless you're trying to set up for something extra special.
Yeah. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and see the rest of these motions going through.
Ooh, I see one of my favorite attacks.
Is it Sweeping Daggers?
It is Sweeping Daggers.
You just like
Stop coming after the good air card.
You just like that card because it has air. That's what I was going to say.
Kind of.
You just only like that because you're an air apologist.
Kind of. I'll give you half on that. I think effects like that are cool. Should it be costed a little better? Maybe. Should it maybe have a Thief Blitz?
I think that card's great. Anyway, here comes the
But I think sweeping is cool as hell.
Yeah, +3 speed here. You have to commit a readied face-up.
Look, if you complain about Sweeping Daggers, it just means you're playing broken cards. So
I don't complain about Sweeping Daggers. I play Sweeping Daggers.
The Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other.
I'm not saying that I'm an air apologist as well, Sam, but as the main sporter of Air Pony, I also play Sweeping Daggers. I'm not saying I don't.
It's a hell of a drug is all I'll say.
It is a hell of a drug. As we continue going through here, we've got our build 1 from our committability from Peak. So 2 of those resources...
That hand is so good.
Yeah, I've just got to feel all of these have such juicy stats on them. We're going to use the manipulations, this is of Zeke Yeager, and we fail the block. We're going to go ahead and land it, and we're immediately tapping down resources as well. I can only imagine that means we're trying to land all of these moves, and so you dome Devil Jin immediately down to 16.
I am usually not this guy, but with the powerful 4 and all the peak stats and just immediately destroying the entire stage, I kind of wish David would just show him his hand and just say, hey, you want to go to game 2?
Go to I want to see it out. I want to see it play out because this is a very different story. Let's go back. Let's go back. Round 1, we watched a peak deck not win. Actually, got 2-0'd.
Right.
And this is a much different story, a much more decisive game happening right now.
Yeah,
is it because we're only playing the real good cards?
Potentially. I mean, again, I think Colossus SWAT is an auto-include in Peak. That's the craziest part to me is seeing Peak decks without Colossus SWAT.
Because it just feeds the character.
Blows my mind. Yeah, it blows my mind. If you're willing to play any attack that builds one face down, you should be willing to play an attack that builds two, right?
So like we saw Falling Heel Strike earlier. That
Correct.
technically builds one because we're usually unflipping a Weapon Clash.
Right, exactly.
But Colossal Swap builds them ready, and Weapon Clash only builds it committed.
Correct. So while Falling Heel Strike is also one of my favorite cards,
Right.
The debate on feels good versus reals good is one of those things where if I'm hitting random cards and not doing specific combos, it's one of those things that probably isn't that great all the time. We saw only 2 Battle Aura release from the first one, and that card's insanely good. It's a 4 high for 8, in these peak decks to start off before you give it 3/3. So I think that David, he managed to draw perfect and build perfect, essentially, right? We built like 5, and then we built like 5 while getting a poke in, and we got the momentum. And then we got to showdown block.
Yeah. And the fact is that, David Toombs is putting on an absolute show for us.
This game is over.
This game's over. This is the 4th attack that David has resolved, and it is going to be GG.
Yeah. And they all hit. They all hit for full damage.
They all hit, every single one of them. As we played that Sweeping Daggers, we copied our opponent's real good card called Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. Commit and froze the other last foundation that we didn't interact with. This one gets to 8 damage on its own. Our opponent's at 7. You only need to give this speed. We show this 7 high for very much lethal. As you go for the block here.
Doesn't check an attack to get a bonus.
That's true. And then we show the extra Battle Aura release. Doesn't matter if you block that one. The game's over. Game 1. Going to David Toombs.
That's the most one-sided game we've seen all day.
Yeah.
We've seen turn 2s that were less one-sided than this.
Yes.
We saw player 2 turn 2 that was less one-sided than that. That was incredibly decisive. But again, everything went David's way. He built 5. The cards he built were all live. They were ramp foundations. They were check bonuses. And you had the showdown on turn 2 for the short build poke.
That's what it was. Such a classic. I don't know how to word this. David just went build turn 1, like you said, played a singular poke attack, which people just don't really do anymore. I'll be very frank. People don't play one poke.
Not unless it affects the board like Vast Hybrid, right?
Yeah. But it was a signal shot. Built.
And he picked up like a 1 diff foundation. He picked up an I'm with you.
He picked an I'm with you that had no text. It had text when you blew it up, but did that, and then just set himself up, played a showdown block, and ate his opponent alive on a backswing.
It's the kind of game where Shaw would feel stream cursed. This is exactly like if you're a player who goes on to stream, you're undefeated, and you run in a game like this, you have to be feeling like, oh man, this is probably the worst game Shaw's going to play all day. And I don't think he made too many mistakes, right? I think the only mistake I could see is I do think adding the attack to the card pool for bonus damage on the Vast Hybrid when you have a 5 diff foundation in hand wasn't great,
But at the end of the day, even if he had that foundation, I don't think he was living through that.
Correct.
But
exactly.
yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's any,
not wrong.
I don't think there's any permutation of that hand that Shaw plays that actually saves them from double Battle Aura release into another move after that. Like there was another Battle Aura release and another move. So
I think it was another signal shot.
Yeah, so it was just.
And who knew what he would have drawn on the other Battle Aura release?
Correct.
Because the only face-up card he had in his stage didn't matter anymore.
Right.
You were flipping it over. So here we have another impeccable build 5, and I would say that these cards have more text than what he built last game. Same Weapon Clash, double latent skill to maybe find the turn that he's looking for, double I'm with you in an Arrogant Fighter, versus build 3 on the side of Shaw, who went first, and these cards are not as impeccable.
Heck, you could have had Unerrata Devil Jin and put Aerial Goblin Bolt in your card pool,
and
I don't think you're surviving. Yeah, so maybe Unerrata Devil Jin.
Oh, that's not true. Actually, the fact that you can cancel peak transforming is probably pretty good.
Maybe Unerrata Devil Jin.
Maybe Unerrata Devil. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I enjoyed adding Goblin Bolt to my card pool.
No, absolutely. I did it too.
You know,
I do also like it.
more air apologist cards.
No, that's fair. I do like King Ghidorahs, though, that play a couple copies, and they grab them for the turn, and they block with them because you can grab it every single turn. And it's similar, but it's just only once, and it does still cost you the card in the hand, and you're once per turn.
And you're telegraphing it, and it has to be a mid-block,
So, but I do like doing that stuff. But here we have the first attack here for Shaw going first this game. Camouflage counter has stun 1. The defensive weapon clash already happened from David as we built our bonus foundation. And we have shoved another, this is the Mega Burst, right, into our card pool for an extra +2 damage.
Inspiring Song?
Inspiring, mill 3.
Who's getting the check bonus? Now, it's funny. Normally with check-based cards, you check when you make the check, right? You apply the bonus when you go to do the check.
Thing.
But this one is you choose a player, so you kind of have to decide at the time, which is interesting.
It's actually my favorite part about Zeke. We were talking about in the last match is that it doesn't check until you go to do it. So if you change the number of backups you have by like sacking them off or whatever, like on the backside, you do affect the number, right? So
and that's. It tripped me up. I was building a deck with Inspiring Song, and I was like, wait, is there like a mind game I can play with this where they go to make a check? And no, the first line is choose a player, right?
Meanwhile, we went ahead and tried to build this exam strategy on a 5. We did check a 3 here and chose not to respond with Devil Jin, which I just always assume you typically do because it gives you an extra hand size.
Right, and that was something... So I was going to mention the game before when we added that attack to our card pool and got showdown, playing manipulations on a 7 and checking a 3 is theoretically not that bad, right? Because you get +3 to the check, you'd commit 1 foundation, and it'd be relatively the same as playing the foundation that we did.
Yeah.
You would have to check a 3 on it, but if you check a 5, you commit 1 extra card.
Correct.
So, again, going back to, I don't think that saved
it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have saved him, but
that one attack on the card pool, maybe.
But this is a concept that's definitely too heavy for an official stream, but I think it's one that more players should try to talk about and work through because it is very nebulous. But if you shore up small mistakes, it will eventually give you more opportunities to be lucky in the future. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely.
And I think that there's so many times where we dismiss a small mistake that doesn't matter in the immediacy, but it's a chain of events. It's a lot of small mistakes. And, you know, the greatest players in this game, their skill can only give them opportunities to be lucky in the future, where when you don't have that skill, you are denied opportunities to be lucky. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely does. I do a wonderful podcast with a good friend of mine, and I spend a lot of time, or I have spent a lot of time, rambling about practice and making those small incremental plays and how that makes you a better player at this game. Because at the end of the day, as we look at these 178 players in this room, they are all essentially athletes.
Yes.
They are all competing against one another. And you say this all the time. There's 178 people in this room, and only one person will be the winner. There will be 177 losers by the end of this weekend. And not losers in a derogatory sense, but only one person can win.
People who lost to the winner, yeah.
Yeah, only one person can win. And so I agree with you that when you look back and you look at those micro decisions, it is at the end of the day a card game. Luck is involved, period, because we have a deck and there's random chance because we shuffle.
Look on the flip side, right? David Toombs is a player where we can sit there and we can say everything went right for David. Everything was lucky for David, but you have to look at all the different interaction points David could have made a mistake, even going back to deck building.
Yeah, he's played 4-ups of everything. He's going to find them.
You know, and you can look at places where he could have made small little mistakes that would add up over time, right?
Like, I mean, just look at David passing back right now. We netted 2 momentum, and not a single card in our stage is committed.
Right.
Like,
Signal shot doing a ton of work.
Yeah.
Bass Hybrid being stolen by Sweeping Dagger is huge for turn 2, regardless of who it is.
Dealing with the exam strategy, knowing, like, David saying, I don't have to kill you right now because I just committed and froze your best piece to kill me with.
Right.
And you check a 3 when you go to play this.
This is another example, right, where it's easy to look at this and say Shaw's getting really unlucky, and he is.
Yes.
They are getting unlucky, but there might, like, I don't know what's in their hand. there could be small decisions you can make to get yourself out of this.
Yeah.
And especially from this point, what do you do is the tough part. The hardest part is when you are being unlucky in the first place, recognizing that you need to pivot, recognizing where your outs are, is something that is so hard to discern in this game, because it's so easy to say, well, what could I do? I didn't draw the right block zone. And you might have to go 1, 2, 3 turns back to when you reviewed a high block, and it makes no sense at the time. But if you look back, you watch tape of you playing, it's one of the things that I've actually really enjoyed about like being a content creator, streaming games, is I do go back and I watch my games on stream and I go, why did I do that? I have no idea why I did that in the future, looking at it from a third-party perspective. But in the moment, I know exactly why I did it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, this Attack Titans Haymaker does connect. David, for once in this match, looking a little shaky as he goes down to 16 after Shaw shoves in a camouflage counter and then immediately has access to gain it.
True.
We did, because we have our support.
Long-range support.
Long-range support. I knew it had support in the name. I was going to Titan support.
Yeah, very cool combo in this character. Camouflage counter, after an attack deals damage, you get to add it to the top of your deck. Your next check gets +1. And then long-range support says after an attack deals damage, so it's the same window, you get to draw a card and discard a card. And now we have teaming with the Attack Titan being added to the card pool for +3 damage. This is a stun 1, too low for 7, a very easy block. But you know what you can't block this attack with? You can't showdown it.
That's true, but we can block with this Arrogant Fighter. Another meaningful choice, going all the way back to what you were talking about, of this card over Loss of Consciousness in David's deck. This one's got a low block, and we're playing against a deck where they typically make a lot of things low.
And how many players would have automatically built it because it's a 1-diff?
A lot.
How many players would have said, I'm peak, I need more foundations, it does something in my stage, I'm going to build this? That's the number one mistake I make. I need to build more so I can block. I don't pay attention to the block zone.
It's that constant. It's the two wolves in your.
Yes.
It's the two wolves, right? Well, you need to build foundations because that's what your deck does, and you go, no, you have to survive against the low attack deck.
If you're going second, holding a foundation to block with is the hardest choice.
The hardest choice, absolutely.
It's actually the hardest choice. And speaking of hard choices,
the second camouflage counter has hit the board, and we are now questioning: do you have a second low block? Because if you don't, that first camouflage counter you blocked is coming back.
And I mean, you can stack 2 camouflage counters on top of your deck.
Yeah.
You can get +2 to your next check. You can check a 5 and then respond with Deviljin to make it an 8. And you can play just about anything in your deck after these camouflage counters if and only if it deals damage.
Correct. So we're going to have to figure out here real fast as David
shuffling is he's transformed.
He transformed. He went and searched for the anti-Titan artillery. As we're going for a cut here, we do have double latent skill to fish for a defensive low block, but that is a feels bad moment for sure with a card like latent skill.
And we see the showdown in hand, so primed and ready to have dominated any Vast Hybrid, any high attack that got played, anything that didn't get zone changed.
And now showdowns are a liability because Shaw's all of his foundations are already tapped. That guy actually has no ability on block.
A latent skill to get rid of a showdown might have been the play here, but David's going to choose to go down to 11, only putting 1.
Well, you can't pick itself. It's when other.
Other.
Right?
It's other. Okay, not when an attack, it's when another attack.
But hey, as we follow it up with this Attack Titans Haymaker, it is going to be on a 5, but we did check a 3, so we're going to have to use our Deviljin response right here. Little unfortunate because you would probably like to use it on the attack that you would be playing after the attack, but instead you check, unfortunately. Again, not very good.
One extra foundation. Not getting it frozen would have been a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not getting our exam strategy frozen would have meant David is actually dead in the water here.
As I'm counting real quick.
You might still be dead in the water if we can zone change this.
We can probably zone change it because we did some early milling, but I think even without the zone change, this only gets to exactly 11 if we shove in a normal attack. But if we shoved in something like a Titan's armbar, it would be
Right.
exactly enough damage to counteract the damage reduction that Peak would be able to do.
Which side? So
Oh, but no, we're actually
I
on
was
the
gonna
Card
say,
Titan
which side is David on? He just transformed.
Yeah, you're right. We're on the Card Titan side, so we can only give minus speed, and David only has 1, 2, 3 readied resources, and we
But
know.
it's a 2-speed move.
Yo, wait. The attack,
no, he played
we're,
a
yeah, we're on the Attack Titan.
We're on
yeah,
teaming, yeah.
Yeah,
5
teaming.
low. 5 low is still blockable. You've got 3 ready resources. Peak can minus the speed. This is looking very blockable as long as our blocks are legal. And because we're not, okay, now we are. I was gonna say because we're not discarding and drawing, they may not be a liability here. Here comes the Botons, choosing a high block.
Pitching an attack on the side
Got
of
a
Shaw.
low block. We got the low block.
So we have a
So
low.
David's gonna escape this turn unless something incredible happens.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. With a full block here, you don't get to stack all 3 of those camouflage counters, which would be +3 to your next check, which would mean that even if when you check one, another teaming would pass because you would kick out 3 attacks from your card pool. It would be on a 5.
David choosing not to transform here, believing that no more attacks can be played, which would be correct.
On an 8. Oh, wait, no, sorry. We minus,
you're
we
used
minus
to
speed.
Yep.
Even less. On a 5. It checks. And so now we're doing
A
math.
teaming would be on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No way.
Yeah, it's pretty impossible to use there. So it looks like we're going to pass back the turn.
This game was decided by sweeping daggers, stealing vast hybrid, and freezing exam strategy.
I think there's a lot of things that could have been it. I mean, we could have checked a 5 there and maybe played another move. Played a teaming. Like, yeah, I don't know if that
Check the
was
5 where, Barrett?
on that one he just played.
The one where we stacked a camouflage counter on top of our deck and knew what we were checking?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, no, we only stacked one. That one
Because you
got
can only
checked.
stack one, right?
Yeah, and that one went to our card pool. That was the random 4th.
No, that was not random. He stacked it with the camouflage response. Camouflage went from the card pool to the top, and then he checked it, and he knew he was going to check it. Then he knew he had to respond because he didn't have any ready foundations.
Oh, yeah.
If we had exam strategy ready, though,
Or horrifying, which
Or
we had
one
which
more
also got
resource,
committed early. It
we
was
had-
just one resource. Okay,
if we checked a 5 on our first 2 attacks,
yeah.
If we had checked a 5 earlier in the turn, if we had an aerial goblin bolt,
Oh,
if we had
true.
an aerial goblin bolt, there is a lot of different things. But the main thing is that exam strategy would have pushed that attack beyond blockable,
True.
right?
Yes.
It would have been +8/+8.
And the damage reduction wouldn't have mattered. So even if David was on the other side, it wouldn't have mattered. But instead, we have another Colossal SWAT as the lead here, checking a lot better on this one.
Got a little bit more card draw in hand. With double latent skill, I got to imagine David's going to put the nail in this coffin, just like we saw in game 1. The hand is already angry enough, and he has so much draw to back it up. He has enough resources to back it up, and Devil Jin has way less health than he started
We
with.
just took 14 from this because we had 2 momentum from the turn earlier that David passed back with a full readied stage.
Yeah, there's something to be said about not having a lot of uses for momentum where you can freely wheel it out for the powerful 4. And I mean, the Devil Jin probably, I guess, doesn't have a low block because you could attempt to block, check an attack,
Yes,
you know,
draw a card.
get a draw out of it, something.
But it just seems so hard against a character like Peak that if David
is a
also
7
wanted,
low.
yeah, it's
You actually can't block
You
it.
are giving +3/+3 to every move you play as you destroy your foundations, but you don't need those foundations when the attacks that you play are gonna be for lethal. But we do get a sneaky partial here.
Manipulations partial. We're down to 8. Any move does it. It's David's choice.
Luna Ring seems to be it on a 7. No matter what we check here. Resources I was losing anyway from Colossal SWAT. 2 more procs for our Luna Ring. It'll get more damage. We're going to give it +3/+2, plus 1 more from the anti-Titan artillery. And unless there is some crazy trick here, it seems like it's going to be the game.
David is going to take this one down and remain undefeated with the 4 ofs only. Well, not only. There's a couple 2 ofs, but he's going to do it with this reels good, only the good ones, 4 copies of just about everything in the deck. And I mean, this is the matchup Peak wants. This is a character who got its defensive abilities nerfed. It's a character that, you know, needs to pass a long string, even with that 1 check bonus. and with cards like Team with the Attack Titan, you have to check pretty well, you know, to get the string going. You have to be dealing damage for Camouflage Counter to matter, but it's a little telegraphed because we know that Camouflage Counter is the one you want to add. You can only zone change based on what you add. And if you do play a non-low that's not telegraphed, Showdown's right there to...
And we saw that in game 1, and it was actually devastating, and it just felt...
Eye attacks are illegal. They are illegal from now and forever.
I actually think, and I don't remember, I'll have to check the feed, but like I think David perfect gamed him in game 1. It was just a flawless 3 turns, up, down, over.
That's what
perfect block to move. It was, it was very scary stuff. But don't count Shaw out, right? He's only X and 1 now. He's lost to an undefeated player, so can still see some Devil Gens in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's very disheartening. I don't know what Shaw could have done differently. I don't know if there was anything that they could have done differently. They could have played that perfectly already, and it just, you know, the factors that I don't know about. And again, even if they did things that we think they could have done differently, it doesn't appear like it would have mattered. The only thing you could have really done better is check better and have your opponent draw worse.
You know what does matter, though, Sam, is the World's Championship that these players are playing for. And so we've got a new graphic for you. I love saying that. I love saying that we've got a new graphic for you. We've got a new graphic, and this one is to kind of create some of the storylines that we have going on here in Louisville. It's July. We are essentially...
It's very obviously July.
It is, we're about halfway through the year.
Very hot.
And so based off of this representation right here, again, only American points, these are your people with your Day 2 Worlds invites, and there's only 3 of them from America, right?
Okay.
We have our 2-time regional winner, Andrew Porat, who is...
Double qualified. Travis Tangeman, top-cutted enough, has gotten his 200 points. Second place at the last American regional.
Top 8 in Denver. Or top 4. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then Nick Reagan in the same boat, right? Nick Reagan doing well.
Auto-qualified.
Yes, auto-qualified, and then also went to Denver.
Oh, wait, no. Nick Reagan was 2 years ago. He's
2 years
not
ago.
Qualified. I'm sorry, that's Kevin.
But he did top 4 at Denver, and you keep playing, and he's in California, like with people like Colby Cram, who can go and travel to play a bunch of events, get some more points. They've all qualified. That's not who we're going to pay attention to. At the bottom, you can see the points that you earn based off of how well you do in the tournament. Obviously, champion 200 for that auto qualification. But here are players that are here at this event that are so close to that Day 2 invite. So going all the way down to Nathan DeWall with 110 points, he needs a top 4 finish to get his Day 2 invite. And so, as a fan of the game, obviously rooting for something like that, going all the way to the other side. Caden G, Mr. Turn 2 himself, that we saw him give an incredible performance, and not only at Denver, but then also do well at Albuquerque.
And he's undefeated so far today.
Exactly. Having 170 points, he only really needs to get top 32 and then go play in one event and get a couple more points, right?
I mean, it's awesome to see this broken down because we didn't have this all of last year.
Yeah.
People had to depend on community efforts to hopefully patch together where we were at. So I love seeing this. I love seeing both the Calvins in the top 10 there. Calvin H, of course, did well at pretty much every regional so far. Again, topping in Denver.
Just saw him win with Zeke already. He's on his track.
Yep. And so if he just gets top 16,
he's in.
If he just makes Day 2, he is qualified for Day 2 Worlds. And, you know, I'm not going to say he can retire for the rest of the year, but you can definitely play not one if you want.
Absolutely. Now, of course, I don't think you want to retire because you have people like Andrew Porat that every time he shows up to an event, he's there to win it, and he has so far. But, of course, I do want to also make another asterisk. There are other players that would be on these slots that are just not currently at this event. So this event
is only players who are here in Kentucky. Okay.
Shout-outs to Iari Melkor, who lives out on the West Coast. He's, I think, technically in 8th place and could qualify. Is very close to getting there.
Okay.
He's just not here. So he's not going to be able to win these points that
also
we're
on that California local circuit.
Absolutely. So a very cool graphic that Tamron got to put together for us. But I think the last thing that we're going to go into before we go into another quick break is we have a couple more teams that we want to look at. We looked at 3 teams before, but we have so many teams in our game of UniVersus that people are representing. And so this one right here, Cryptid Gaming, sporting 5 players that have come out for this one. And this is their results and where they are standing right now post round 4.
Yeah, we've got a Rodan, a Mount Lady 2, I want to say. Hanji, of course, the live Hanji this time. Ryu, brand new characters, Ryu and Jamie being represented. Very cool stuff. They're all still in the mix pretty much, 2-2, pretty much across the board.
Yeah.
Nick's unfortunately got one extra loss, but 2 losses should still put you in the running. And if you got those losses early on against players who are going undefeated, you're going to have some pretty decent tiebreakers.
Absolutely. So if you're a Cryptic Gaming fan, here's how they're doing. Go root for you. Cheer them on. We're only halfway through round 4.
They're vending today. Go support them if you're here. And
they are vending.
Watching the stream.
And they've vended a couple of other events as well. But, yeah, so moving on, we've got Block Party. I call it
great name.
Yeah, the Atlanta local kind of. As you see some heavy hitter names on here, though. Not just Atlanta, of course, but you have Clinton Thomas, who we've already seen on stream. Ben Lambright sporting King Ghidorah once again at this event. Keenan Meadows playing that errata Bertolt 2 you talked about. Another pony. And yes, you see that right. We've got Suzuki by Ashley Fullerton, your former world champion, sporting Suzuki. Obviously here having a great time, having some fun.
When I was talking to Keenan earlier, too, he mentioned it, and I'm a huge Suzuki fan, so it's a little disheartening to see it not doing well, but it is a tough character to play. You have to think so far ahead when you're playing Suzuki. What do I discard? Am I going to need to block with that next? If my opponent has any mill effects, it ruins your entire day.
It's almost too much cycle draw that you're like, I don't know what the right choice is. Yeah,
I've lost games because I discarded an attack that had the same block zone and mod as a non-attack, and my opponent sweeping daggered it away off the top of my discard. So,
my God.
You've just got to... it was against, was it Tactine's Haymaker, where it's you can't block with the foundation. Cool. So that's a difficult character, and I was really hoping to see it do well. But that torch can be carried on by River Cook, I believe, River C, and Ben Lambright, who are 3-1. They're definitely in the running.
And Earth Pony this time, right? We've already talked about other teams that are playing Air Ponies and other people in the top 20. But we've got one more team that we're going to take a look at. And I'll be honest, I don't know this one too well, but we've got Team X here. Representing, again, two Godzillas here, one of which doing very well, right? The Boimler.
The Boimler, you recognize him.
He always brings the stickers that I've already gotten my one for this event.
Okay, yeah, I've seen him do the Star Trek cosplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, another slew of characters, Hanj, John, and another King Ghidorah that we see here. So, again, another big spread, but, still got some players that are still on top.
Yeah, Boimler still got a great shot. 1-2-1s, not feeling super good, of course, but I don't know what the breakdown's going to be.
Either.
We do have a top 16. There could be a world where they make it through, but that being said, I'm super excited to see this graphic. I'm so happy that we've got this information that's being collated, and hopefully the teams at home are excited as well. So
yeah, bigger picture, we're going to do another top 20 players that in the tournament right now, and here they are. Now, I do want to preface, the top 2 right now are because they got paired into each other, because they're obviously teammates coping with cardboard, so they are the ones that have 5, they have a 4-0-1.
Okay,
so,
round 5 to start, and they
immediately ID'd after round 5, so
Makes
just
sense.
know that that is their record going forward, but they still match up with basically 7th or higher, right, because of that ID. So again, known names. Justin Birch still climbing hard. David Toombs, he not just won the round that we just saw him win, obviously. But then Caden G, Mr. Turn 2, he just needs a couple more points, and he is on track to get them. Mitchell Chimino, 4-0 with Midoriya on the move.
Love that deck.
Absolutely.
And that is the deck I would be playing at in-person events. I will not play it on webcam because I will not have my opponent count my discard pile, and it takes too long.
Yeah.
But I absolutely would be playing that character in person, so I'm glad to see it finally get some representation.
Again, the other Zeke, Maxwell P, 3-0-1, doing well on this Zeke 5-hander, right, that uses the backups and pitches attack, picks up backups. I can't believe how well. Again, what a cool character. So here's
3 Hanges in the top 10, though. Only 1 peak.
True. Wow, only 1 peak. 2 Godzillas. It's starting to look pretty. And again, the Krista here, that's our national winning champion, right, for North America last format. And so, I mean, this kind of snapshot is really interesting as we go further and further. And I'm really excited to see them as we get closer to 7th round and going into the 8th round, because those 4 people at like the end of the bottom of the top 20, they're on the winning ends. They are the people fighting for their lives to get that squeak in and get into that top cut appearance for more points so they can make it to Worlds. But that's going to be it for round 4 from us. So don't go anywhere. Go grab another snack, bathroom break, whatever you need. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back real soon.
Has
Welcome back, everybody. We are going into round 5, but I've got a new face. Kind of. Not really a new face. It's my good friend, Cameron Cardwell. I'm Barrett Bryant. We decided to get you on at least for once. You've been doing so much behind-the-scenes stuff, and honestly, as somebody who's being a part of the show, I love it. I hope they love it, but you're killing it right now, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got a new tie at the same place that you got your shirt. So for our matching suits that we have at home. I'm loving this regional. It's hectic, it's fun, but I think it is making a better show, a better production for all of you guys at home who sadly can't be here. So if it's bumming you out that you're not here, come to the Atlanta Regional. Please, I'm begging.
That's
I'm begging.
the point. You should feel the FOMO.
You should feel it. You should feel it.
But without further ado, we brought you on because we've got another match we're going to commentate. But before we do that, we still have more TMNT reveals to get through. So we've got a couple more rares for the upcoming set that you've never seen before.
Not at all.
So we're going to dive into those, and then we've got round 5 coming up. So first off, we've got Replicate His Research, 2 difficulty 5 check, 2 mid block, Enhance Sacrifice, add 1 scheme from your discard pile to your hand, Evil Attuned, of course. This is a pretty good way to get these non-block cards back into your hand. But remember, they have first forms, so you want to kind of do this defensively so you have them ready to go, or if you have some other cheeky ways to get them into your card pool.
Yeah, trading a resource on your board for a resource in your hand that is going to perpetuate your next turn feels really, really solid. Or even, I mean, I'm sure there are some that say, "Well, this card's in your card pool, something."
Yeah.
And so, like, just even like trading a resource on your board for a resource in your hand is good. It's just it's a good thing to do. So having access to replicating research, and I love the flavoring, right?
Yeah.
Like I want the scheme out of the discard pile. I'm gonna figure out how to replicate it, and add it to my hand. It's cool. It's very, very on flavor.
From Baxter Stockman's Creations Must Live On.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but anyway, yeah, so that's going to be that one. And then the next rare we've got coming up is Villainous Plot, another Evil Attuned, 1 difficulty 4 check, 2 mid-block foundation, response flip. At the end of your combat phase, add 1 scheme from your card pool to your hand. So, again, a different way to get these schemes into your hand, but this one says your schemes will come back to your hand that you can hold to go to your next turn, instead of them going to the discard pile.
Love the stats and the costs on this, right? We saw on our last card it was Enhanced Destroy with a 5 check, but now we've got a lower difficulty, lower control check, but flips. So I get to keep my resource on the board. So I'm trading off a check value to now add this scheme back. I love it. I love the evil symbol and its identity of the theme of the scheme keyword. It feels very evil. I love it.
Yeah.
I really, really hope that this is one of those keywords and mechanics that stay for the rest of the evil symbols of all time. I can imagine so many bad guys from so many different IPs planning, plotting, scheming their way into a win in UniVersus.
If I was to say, hey, I need you to pick out of the 12 symbols a symbol to represent the word scheme, which one would you pick, right?
Evil symbol for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure.
No, I'm super excited for these schemes. I think it's a very cool new mechanic / deck builder to put into evil decks that already exist, and because it is very similar to like Attack on Titan, this set having attune cards, you can slot this into your decks that you were already doing before, right?
Yeah.
So this having already we just saw 2 foundations of support to kind of help with the card advantage part of it. I think that's good enough to kind of start it getting off the ground. You know?
Makes total sense to me. I love it, and I cannot wait to see more.
But we have more tournament to get through, 10. We've officially hit the halfway point of the Swiss rounds. And so we're going into round 5. And our first deck we're going to be watching is Carson Panos from Let's Talk UVS playing Void Rodan, currently 3-1. And I love for the first time on these photos that these graphics that you've made.
Yeah.
The cards had to get a little smaller because it's the Carson Panos special of this is a big deck.
Yeah. One of the big boys. I mean, and you can tell there's a lot, right? A lot of different options when it comes into this deck. I mean, look at it. There's 4 ofs, and then there's a bunch of 1 ofs as well.
Yes.
The consistency pieces that I want, as well as the unique idea of like there's like flying Kokoshos and Goblin Bolts. We look at the unyielding. We normally expect that from like these Hanj decks. Nah, Rodan's playing this. We're gonna blow him the board as well.
I even like the Bullet Kick. I
love
find
Bullet Kick.
Bullet Kick is another one of those cards that's like, hey, I might get another piece of advantage, like card advantage-wise, if you interact with this in a specific way. We were talking at the beginning of the show, obviously, of Rodan being the character that people have their eyes on to play these new attacks during your opponent's turn. And this deck, kind of holding back a little bit, only playing 2 copies of one of the ones it could play. No Rising Uppercuts in here, only 2 copies of the Aerial Kokosho. I'm very interested to see how Carson is going to pilot this deck. And, of course, a slew of foundations, a spread of zero diffs for good builds in the beginning of the turn, and a ton of action cards as well.
So many.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how this one goes. Of course, a lot of the staples that you know from Rodan, but this is the first time we've had one on stream today. So it is one of the more represented characters in the event, and it's up against, dare I say, the other most represented character on the stream. We've got Mario D's from Two Turn Gaming playing Chaos Godzilla, and we haven't had one of these on stream either.
Yeah, the Chaos Symbol got a massive glow up, specifically Godzilla. Obviously, he's the most represented character. 2 big cards that I want to point out here are the support from the female Titan. If you have the momentum at the end of it, grab an extra one, draw a bonus card. This is an easy +2, and it's even crazier inside of Godzilla because of the plus of the check. And then lastly, finally free, a 6 check that you can build in kind of for free.
Yeah.
That snaps you a momentum, turning on so many game pieces. Momentum is going to be flying all over the place inside of this big lizard.
This deck looks even a little closer to what we saw from David Toombs' list that we saw. Again, both these players 3-1, so very much battling it out to stay in the positive win bracket here. But lots of 4-ups on the attacks. Godzilla kind of likes that anyway. And not even just that, those cards you pointed out, we have Guardian of Chinatown here that I talked about earlier on in the day when we talked about the breakdown of just like, I'm a character that gets rewarded with damage when I pump out these 5 difficulty moves. This helps me protect myself from damage reduction, which is all over the place in this format.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really excited for this matchup, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see how these players.
But I think we are ready to kick it off for sure, because without any spoilies, we're in for a long one, Tam.
Yeah.
So
What Carson paid us.
man, 2 copies of City Rampage in this deck as well. I think is going to be really interesting on actually how often the deck is going to rely on finding that card. But we have Carson Panos on the play here, going first. He said that hand's yucky.
That's about it. The vitriol.
he said no thank you, and drew up his new hand. Looks like Mario is only going to partial here, probably about 2 cards as he's looking it in. But going first as the deck that we know, and Carson himself, right? Longer games, bigger deck, more tools against something that's like this. Look at this. Look, that's a black graded Godzilla movie poster, by the way.
9.5.
9.5.
9.5. Yeah, I came up to him afterwards. I was like, what's wrong with it? He goes, there's a couple of scratches on the back, but I'm happy with it. So, yeah.
As long as he's happy with it, that's all that matters.
Totally,
so good for you, Mario. As our players shuffle it up, what are your expectations, you think, going into this? Again, 2 most represented characters at now. Anything can happen, because this is
100%.
the classic of these challenger decks against each other, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to be said here. We've got speed versus damage. Tale as old as time. Rodan pumping and reducing. Godzilla playing out these massive strings and hitting unbelievably hard. And so the fact that Rodan gets to go first here is pretty good. Unless you have a build 2, excuse me? Wow, what an incredible opening for Godzilla to really take advantage and push it. Opening with this filing free that we talked about, snapping this momentum. This turn 2 from the King of Monsters might be really, really scary if Rodan cannot figure out how to get these cards out of his hand and restabilize this board. Wowzers, a build 5 from Zilla is so strong.
Yeah, not a single one of them being a 0 diff as well means that these cards have a little bit more impactful text than normally you would find. But yeah, wow, a supersonic flight and only a Red Riot's the coolest is going to be a little rough. But I think there's one thing I know. If I'm Rodan right now playing against this, it's that because of how few foundations I built at the beginning of the game, I don't think Godzilla is going to be pressing that first form button anytime soon.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah, it's just like not the advantage that Mario is probably going to go for. Our advantage here is how much can I push out rather than, hey, let's restart. I stumbled at the beginning. But from here, Carson's got a choice. We reviewed out this sweeping daggers in order to play out another attack. It looks like
it's another sweeping dagger.
Sweeping daggers, 4 diff, checks the 3. Looks like that Kakosho. Burn for 1. Hey, 33 more of those. It's game over.
Yeah, you love saying that. But it's also 1 more attack count closer to getting 4 in your remove from game pile quicker for Rodan, which is meaningful. And on top of our discard pile, we immediately have another one.
And I think the sweeping daggers might have been like the really awesome choice, specifically because the thing that we just copied, we stole from Godzilla, is this Titan Cliff, which says discard up to 3 cards, redraw a card. But it looks like I think Carson only discarded a singular card. We're happy with the hand afterwards. This play pattern is so unique. I build 2 sweeping daggers. I had the chance to essentially get a free another mulligan.
Yeah.
And I chose not to take it. The cards in hand must be really potent.
And based off of what I've seen, it's a lot of those defensive actions. We talk about how this deck is playing so many actions, things like Barrier Shields, Filled with Doubts, and then you have I Would Like to Rage, which isn't a defensive action aside from not counting towards progressive, but the idea being those actions are so important to you, but I hope we don't run into the scary part about Filled with Doubt, which is you are literally against the character that is okay if their attacks are blank. They just need to be 5 difficulty or higher. They're going to get 3 damage, and your momentum is what fuels your deck anyway.
100%.
So Filled with Doubts can be a little scarier to play against a character like Godzilla.
Yeah, we're going to see, I think it's going to be very skill intensive. That's going to save Carson from the onslaught of Godzilla on this turn.
But we did take the 5 straight to the 4, but we burned 1 because of the extra sweeping daggers.
Right.
We're going to go ahead and take that momentum for Carson, and then we did build out the rest of the foundations it seems that we had, and I think we're gripping 2 filled with doubts. But speaking of action cards, our 2 of City Rampage opening the turn up with 1 immediately on Mario's turn 2. Checks a 3 on it, but for the rest of our turn, +2 to our checks to play 5 difficulty or higher moves, and they come in with 1/1.
Yeah, it could have been a very scary position for Carson here, but that 3 is a bit of a sigh of relief. This turn is not quite as crazy as it could be, but having already stacked up a momentum, it is the checks are going to be flying unless back-to-back 3s could spell doom for the rest of this aggressive turn. And we saw it earlier, only 2 City Rampages. Kind of feels bad to waste them on turn 2. This is where we want them. Checking these double 3s is not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are also immediately getting response on play with a filled with doubt from the side of Carson. Said, no thank you. Please do not commit and freeze any one of my foundations. I would like those. So it doesn't have any text, but again, it came in with the 1/1 from the City Rampage as well as the bonus 3 damage from Godzilla. So this is still a 10 damage move, and now there's a card in Carson's card pool and -1 hand size.
Yeah, as long as we've got the high block here, I think that we're probably going to get away scot-free on Carson. And at this point, the board state's kind of evened out again, right?
Yeah.
Like, as Godzilla, we've played out a 1/6 of our hand with the City Rampage, and it didn't really get us anywhere, especially if Carson decides to go for the full block.
Yeah, absolutely. We're using our Rodent Enhance, committing and looking at the top 2 cards. I saw 2 5 checks, so order of blocks, maybe if we care and find a way to draw a card. We do have a Supersonic Flight in our stage if we want a Desperation, blow it up, make this thing a high, draw a card. But I don't see us wanting to get rid of a lot of those resources that quickly. We do also have a return to normalcy that we could see maybe coming in this turn to help, accentuate and save a little bit of that damage coming off.
Makes sense to me.
Removing the top card of our discard pile, it was an Aaron sidestep for some minus speed, so this got a lot slower. And yeah, I agree with you, Tim. I think if that 3rd card in our hand, since I think one of them is a moment of normal, is a fulfilled without, then if we have a high block, we're good to go. If we don't, this is going to be a little rough. But I think as we see the return to normalcy enhance come through, resetting its damage, we are going to go ahead and go down to 15.
Yeah, man. 2nd Kraken met with 3rd 3 check.
Second filled with doubt.
Carson's get away with murder right now.
We're also, we're still on.
We're trying to figure out
what a game this is right now. This is. It's a lot of like, oh no, but like, oh, here's an answer. Oh, but I don't have the high block, so I don't even know who's winning right now. I have no idea.
A lot of spaghetti falling out of pockets.
But there's an idea. Carson actually, I think, took it back because he goes, well, wait a minute. The card that I was trying to protect on the first one, I've now used.
Right.
The rest of these are not as impactful if you commit and freeze them. We're going to let this one slide, and maybe Carson has to use that block.
I also think that
how'd we get there? How'd we get that on top of our discard pile?
We played the...
Oh, we looked at our top 2. We knew we were checking that.
Yes.
Supersonic Flight on top of our discard pile. Remove it for -4 speed, and we drew the card, which I'm hoping...
There's a high block.
There's a high block.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. But probably another reason to have not sealed this. We're not going to bother with the stats. And at this point, I mean, again, Carson's entire idea here is we're playing a big deck so that we can build out, play a long game. Everything is fine. But it looks like snagging a momentum over on Godzilla's side.
Steaming sphere.
Yeah.
Something like that. Grab a slam from your discard pile, shove it into your momentum, which we did because we already had one there.
And then Elasticity Blocks comes down.
There it is.
Fully mitigating the stack, but Gently Theft
on an 8. And we check a 7. Tap to tap our last foundation for 8. This one going to be coming in with a lot of stats. And it is very mean with that momentum. But this is all response on plays effects. You get to go first as turn player if you would like to use the discard a card effect.
Totally. And Carson has flashed on the previous attack that we do have the Filled with Doubt. And so if we want to take away the flash and let Rodan enter the enhanced step, Carson's more than welcome to allow to. But, I mean, this is a 2 mid-block. We might have to, adding an extra card to our card pool might mean that it is still not blockable. And it looks like the answer is, we're going to get rid of one of these cards out of the hand, spending that momentum.
There it is.
The answer is Unyielding Destruction.
Which we know is a 1 of. So not going to have access to that one unless we cycle. But we know that there is a building of a deck over there to get through. And it looks like holding the Filled with Doubt in our hand and going to take it straight to the dome, going all the way down to 3.
Wow. This is what you wanted out of the City Rampage deck. I think if Godzilla had one more attack, it was game over.
Yeah, and maybe a few better checks.
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Because at this point, I don't think you could pass anything that you wanted to play, especially you played a flash move, you spent your momentum, you weren't getting plus to any more checks. That was really going to be it. But I don't really expect a strong reciprocation of aggression coming from Carson here. I assume he just wants to stabilize again. And based off of some of the cards I saw him draw, I think he can get there, especially with Mario still only really having 4 foundations on his stage, because Steaming Sphere has to sacrifice itself to do that effect.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. I would like to Rage coming down. An action that is counter-progressive. The first one you play doesn't counter-progressive, and letting you redraw a card. Essentially replacing itself so that we can hit the 2-card tactic, I'm assuming, of... Oh, we're thinking about it.
The Rejuvenating Smash.
Rejuvenating Smash, yeah.
I saw where you were going.
I expected him to meet me, but
yeah.
He's not listening.
No, I don't think he has it. But interesting enough, we also now have oh, there it is.
There it is. Yeah, you gotta play a text to get a text. So Rejuve Smash coming in. It starts as a 4 mid for 6. Response on play after you play it. If it's your second card, gain 2, draw 2, bringing us all the way back up to 5. But more importantly, filling our hand for more options, more resources to again stabilize. At the moment, I don't remember. If Mario has a decent damaged throw, it's game over. It's just checkmate.
Yeah, it's just over.
So like we need to find some resources that can that stabilize back on our board to fight back against Godzilla. Heck, even a second City Rampage could come in next turn. We have to make sure we survive. So this is a great turn 3 piece to be able to redraw those cards, gain that health, and continue on.
Very cool reveal there. There's a barrier shield, and I would like to Rage on top of Carson's deck. And obviously that barrier shield, I think, would be very impactful to have in our hand if we can find a way to draw it. But I don't see Carson playing any more attacks after this. Like you said, we drew these cards to help stabilize, with only one of them counting towards progressive. So it's one of those things where I don't think we're going to have access to it unless right here we press the treasure hunting, and we're going to draw that card. And unless there's 15 cards in Mario's discard pile, we do have to discard a card. And I just don't think there is. So I think it's too early on in the game, and we're not really playing a mill deck. So
yeah, this turn is all about stabilization.
Yeah,
and peeking with that Rodan, seeing those 2 actions. One that doesn't count, one that is the extra breaker, and reducing the speed even more than Rodan already does.
But we did get the full block out of Mario, which is probably not what Carson wants to try and get a little bit in, right? But it makes me wonder because we didn't Rodan for speed, because we +2 to our check as Godzilla, lost one of our momentum, so we did have to use a resource on the other side. So that would probably feel better for Carson. One less momentum I don't have to worry about on Godzilla's side. Thank goodness.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's how we string out these big, long chains and fight against what Rodan is doing, which is these constant block due to the minus speed. I just have to throw more moves than you have blocks.
Yep.
And so here it is. We've got the restabilization. Aaron Sidestep, one of the best cards out of that Challenger deck from AOT. Enhance Flip, -2 speed. If this move is fully blocked, you get to redraw a card. And again, Carson's entire game plan here is we need to perfect blocked everything.
Yeah. Because we're only at 5. And like you said, that's not even thinking about a throw that could be coming. From my memory, I don't actually think there's one in the list, but it's that same idea. Because even though we might have an answer, like you are allowed to fill without the throw and get rid of the throw keyword,
right.
But you're going to have to now use 2 cards to deal with this one throw, one of which was just to remove the throw keyword. You then still must completely block it.
Very precarious position that Carson has to navigate, which is why we're taking our time, right? Each one of these forms that we are playing could be the difference between winning and losing the game, and so it's okay to slow down, take your time. We're playing a nice deck.
Yeah, 2 cards that we've built. 2 cards that we've built as well are also like counters to adding cards or getting cards through our hand. So it's just one of those things where like you have Disarming Glance, which is very good, especially when something like a Titan Cliff comes down, as well as now building the Keeping Alert, which is the same idea. You're allowed to build this card that cancels a draw effect or add a card to your hand. We built an Elasticity as well that counters stun, nets us some momentum, and then also can give +3 or -3 damage. That +3 damage, in my opinion, is one of the better ways on how Rodan is a lot better at killing people, because at some point, you're going to have to block a move. And that +3 damage to the next one, to me, is a lot better. It's the same reason why I'm seeing, we're playing Red Right's the coolest. We're playing a couple of these Void cards that do give us damage because Rodan doesn't do that.
I'm going to pivot.
Yeah.
I think our decision here for Mario is, do we destroy the board? He's opting not to.
Now we're going to press Horrifying.
This is a tough spot to be in when you are on, if you're a Mario Godzilla fan.
Yeah, true.
Carson stabilized. He did it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really potent cards over there on that board. Is it better to nuke it and start fresh, even if you would be a little behind on it?
I'm devastated as well. Especially when you press the Horrifying Realization, you're like, maybe one more attack is the reason I'll win the game if I'm Mario. As we kick things off with the support from the female Titans and check a 3 on it. Another devastating check. And by the way, the card that Carson got off of the Horrifying Realization was another Barrier Shield.
Wowzers. But I guess it's better to get him out early than later.
Hey, get it out in game 1 is also what I say. The fact, Barrier Shields on top of you already checking 3s, having to deal with that. Extra cards for Carson to filter through. It's going to be a little rough, but this is a good one, right? If this one doesn't get filled with doubt, which I don't think it is, this one is another draw and another momentum.
Correct.
Which is, like you said, an incredible glow up for Godzilla coming out of AOT Apocalypse. So I like this one a lot. It's a high attack. It feels good for the deck. I wonder if we can even overzone or overload the zone for playing this. Things like Titan Cliff. We've already saw the Vast Hybrid. So how many high blocks did Carson hold? That could be a way in to win.
So I think what is happening, I'm unsure what's going on.
We blocked this move with a Barrier Shield.
Love it.
And then as the response was attempting to trigger off of the support from the female Titans, our keeping alert says, you're not allowed to play this. I'm going to cancel this ability that says that it would add a card to your hand.
I missed the keeping alert. That's what I missed.
Yeah, I was talking about it while you let me kind of ramble.
Yeah.
We built Keeping Alert and Disarming Lance, 2 cards that stop things like this effect or also things like Titan Cliff. So the cards that Mario is going to be drawing, he's stuck with, at least for the couple of turns while you get rid of those resources, which is another form of those frustrations because we had to use a Horrifying Realization even to get to the cards that we're at in our hand, and you also have things that stop me from trying to sculpt into a better one.
Yeah. But you know what, Bear? We've gotten this far by just slinging moves. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, Gently Theft number 2 on a 6 as we check another 3.
Wowzers. This is commit everything. This is get rid of it all. We did not activate Godzilla to grab extra momentum because, we expected it, but we opted to fail the card Bear. We successfully played 2 forms, 1 Horrifying Realization, and then an attack card. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we got to do on that turn. We are letting Carson and Rodan get away with murder.
If Mario survives this turn, which I'm just not, it just depends on what Carson draws and how he decides to play it out. I think no matter what your hand is as Mario, after a turn like that, you are pressing the first form. You have to. You simply must.
You have to.
There is going to be so much advantage, not just in the sake of the sculpting that Carson's going to be able to do this turn and extenuate his stage even more as he's kicking things off with an attack that has a huge glare on it that I can't see. So never mind. It was I don't even know what it was. It was just a foundation, maybe.
I think it was a foundation. It was either that or it might have been the Vestige Cape. What's
Cabal Ruin.
Cabal's
You're
Ruin.
right. It is.
Yeah.
It is Cabal Ruin. So Cabal Ruin lead in as we go into another Rejuvenating Smash. This one's on a 6, of course. We didn't have the cool I would like to rage combo, but drawing 2 more cards, going up to 7 health, and again, more advantage, more sculpting, more incremental gains of Carson's stage. If I'm Mario, I just have to live this turn and then press the button.
Yeah, we got to get rid of it all. But with that said, this is now Carson. If we know that, Carson's a great player. Mario's a great player. They both know that. But I'm sure Carson is preparing for it. We're not going to play out every foundation in our hand so that we can possibly brick on the turn afterwards. Redrawing, becoming that 9-hand size character, having access to nine options on your turn is the way. I don't know. I'll play 2 more foundations and hold 3. And so you build 2, I build 5, right? As I get my redraw. It's a tough position to be in.
Incubating a Botans. I skipped over one of those cards because the Altart, I don't remember which one that is.
I think that is the.
Is that the decision one?
I believe it's. I think it's.
Commit for -2 or commit for breaker?
Correct.
That's what I thought it was.
Build 4 seems unbelievably greedy. This is asking for my stage to be destroyed. Please destroy my stage.
I'll bet you $1 that we destroy the stage.
Where it looks like.
We
are. There it
easy,
is.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
Here's 4 cards.
Yeah.
Commit. Let's reset. Start anew.
Hey. Here's my proposition. We restart the game. I'm at 29 health. You're at 7. Thoughts?
Restart the game. I'm at 20. Oh, that you're right. That is a win.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Of course, remember, it does not reset assets, so the Cabal's Ruin being there is important. It doesn't have any counters, though, so it's not going to see any damage output right now because we have to completely block moves to accumulate those counters. And we are also not an inventor, so it doesn't actually do anything for us right now.
Yeah, and the 2 cards that we did build over on Godzilla's side are potent, right?
They do something.
A redraw and a little bit of a check lubricant of Inspiring Song, flip mill 3, my check or my rival's check, get +1 or -1. That's essentially build 3 foundations, if we want to squint our eyes and look at it that way.
I know that we just got Zilla resetted, but it has not felt like 20 minutes in this match, I'll be honest. It has felt like a lot less than that.
Whoa.
Yeah, so, but we're immediately kicking things off with a move.
This is an attack card.
Yeah, this is an attack card. Ice Sword Execution, as I can see through
rolled the 5?
We just went for it.
What?
And that is the kind of risk that if you want to take and win a game 1, if you want to win a game 1, sorry, that was from production. If you want to win a game 1, taking a risk like that is a way to get you an edge.
Yeah, man. It was just a quick decision.
It was so fast.
He looked at his hand and he calculated for 5 seconds.
I don't think I've ever seen Carson Panos make a decision that fast ever.
He doesn't have a stage to even talk about it. That was a
the decision was made for him. I don't got any foundations. Hi-ya!
Man, I mean, this goes back to us being even a little greedy here of my rival. I built too many, and Godzilla has access to that once per game to destroy the board.
I mean, it was so good, though. We had the momentum. Ice Sword Execution not only domed Godzilla for 10, but we froze the check lubricant card that you talked about and said, listen, I know that you're going to be able to draw more cards or, cycle one with this horrifying realization, but Carson's hand obviously was not foundations.
Yes.
So he had to make a risky play to keep himself in this game, and that was the one to make.
Man, and the risk and the risk at 7 health.
Yeah.
One unanswered move from Godzilla, it's over. It's curtains. We go to the next game. And what a heads up play to make. I love it. Love this.
Determined on a 6. Checks the 5. This is going to be really scary, but no. Carson says, I'm allowed to mess with the stats on this one. Without that filled without, this was a 6 mid for 6 no matter what.
Yeah, 6 mid for 9.
Oh, 9.
6 mid for 9.
And it gets us the momentum.
Yeah, to then say, I don't care if I check the 5 here. I'm gonna grab it. I will say both of these players back to back, first form, if I check a 3, my turn's over.
Wow. Followed up by the enhance on the barrier shield to set its speed down to 0, minusing 4 more with Rodan and drawing a random card off the top. Your next block will get breaker 2. Hey, actually, it's going to get an extra breaker. Breaker 3 total. Your turn is over once again, Mario. You only get to play 1 form.
That is the worst looking determined advance I've ever seen in my whole life.
Wow.
0 mid for 9, get breaker 3.
-4 mid for 9.
Get breaker 3. Yikes. Oh, man. This will be 2 turns in a row.
I love this decision. Do you see this right now? Carson is deciding I could partially block this with Plundrin because these 2 attacks could be the reason I win the game.
Yeah.
Or do I just fully block it and use this Tri-Gravity Beam? He opts for the Tri-Gravity Beam full block. Breaker 3 in combination. If you don't have a 0 if your turn's over, on a 1-2, -3 to your check, we check it.
Yes.
On a 4, we check it. Builds a couple of
to pass.
foundations. That was the best you could have gotten out of that, Mario.
Totally agree.
Because Carson is still only at 2 foundations, and Carson now has to answer something else again.
Showing you the power of the void symbol's ability just to genuinely ask you politely to end your turn.
Yeah.
Hey, you checked bad. Hey, this one doesn't have abilities. Hey, here's some breaker.
Yeah.
So much control happening on the decisions that Godzilla is allowed to make. Yes, you can. No, you can't. All coming out of Rodan's side. Very strong stuff.
Yeah, and that filled with doubt that we held on to for so long that we chose to get rid of our early life total for, we held on that field without forever.
Yeah.
And that right there was probably the game-saving play because Barrier Shield doesn't work against Determined Advance. Your character that gives minus speed doesn't work against Determined Advance. But in that combination with Determined Advance after you use a Filled Without, saved Carson Panos' life.
Yeah, totally agree.
But here we go. We're going to build 4 more. We're going to build 4 more as we have now stabilized at a 6 foundation board. Condescending explanation, another way to say, hey, please stop attacking me. We have the perfect block for Mikasa defeats the female Titan. All of a sudden, this 7 life, so remember, we were at 3. We've gained 4. All of a sudden, we've turned this game around, coming out of desperate situation, followed by desperate situation, and it is once again up to Mario to answer, can I kill you, or am I stuck here once again having to build? Because that first form is a once per game.
Yeah, we've used it.
We don't get to do
it. Mario looks like he's on turn 2.
Yeah.
Carson looks like he's on turn 3, turn 4, and we don't get that reset button anymore.
And we continue to check 3s.
Every single
Not
attack.
Every attack. That Determined Advance could have failed.
Every attack.
But the Vast Hybrid, as we've gotten through most of these Filled with Doubts, again, this is another way. Mario might be able to find a way through this game. Committing and freezing that condescending explanation is a big deal. That says you don't have to play another attack as Mario. That's another way back into this game.
Yeah, we have to now play around this Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
Yes.
If we zone overload, if Carson misses the block zone, I think that we've got it. But the activation of the Fateful Decision is saying, I know what I've got going on. Here's a breaker. We're getting a little sneak peek.
Yeah.
That there's also the Barrier Shield. Whether it comes out as an enhance or just the block itself, yet to be seen. But
I think it's just a block. I think
got answers.
I think we are, once again, we built a lot of our foundations. That is probably our only high block in our hand. We would like to full block this and have a card that doesn't count as progressive in our card pool. Oh, no, it is the Enhance.
Wow, Enhance, opting again for another Breaker 3. Back-to-back turns of Breaker 3. If you're Mario here, do you press the button on Inspiring Song, give yourself +1 to potentially save yourself instead of Breaker 3? It's not Breaker 2. Fight back through this, or are you just going to build and pass?
Man, imagine that for the 3rd time in this game, in this match, that Carson says, end your turn.
Yeah.
You get to play 1 form as an attack, and then you must pass. I don't know. I don't know the answer. You asked me the question on, do I use Inspiring Song here, and I don't know.
I would take longer on this decision than Carson did on slamming that.
That's fair. That's fair. But regardless, this can be a mid block or a high block from Carson. Regardless, he can choose to take no damage. And just like you said, we will be able to Breaker 3 our opponent. We even checked the 5 on it, but was a little speedy. So we had to tap 1. No, we didn't have to tap nothing. Never mind. Wasn't that speedy?
It wasn't that quick.
Wasn't that quick.
Classic Rodin.
Sorry, we flip over our Mikasa defeats for the partial block. We're going to take no damage from that move.
And then say your next one has -3.
Wow.
So if you decide to go for it, I'm covering all of my bases. Yes, Breaker 3. And then if you try to Hail Mary, I could still maybe partial block this.
I think I feel better if I'm Mario that I got a double thing, right? That I got a double, not only did I get the Mikasa's defeats off the board, I froze your condescending explanation, so I don't have to worry about it on my next attempt. And you also flipped for -3 damage. That's a reason why you won't kill me, is because you use that elas. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I only played 1 attack once again. Yeah, but I did get an extra resource out of you as well.
There is still a light at the end of the tunnel here for Mario. Yeah, there's a lot of disruption coming on from Carson, and we're kind of pogging out at the defense that Carson's playing. But all it takes is a stiff breeze, and Rodan goes flying. Right?
You're right. There is a light. The light of the end of the tunnel is that we have 7 foundations. This is the most we've had all game.
That's true. That's true. So a little stabilization, I'm sure, from Rodan coming, but we do want to probably enter the enhanced step at some point in order to play the game. It looks like that's exactly what we're going to do. Playing an attack card.
I don't know what it is. I'm looking so hard. It's something.
A4 diff. We didn't rip anything out of their discard pile, so it's not sweeping daggers.
I have no clue.
I'll take a peek.
It is for sure a Godzilla card.
Chat, we're so leaned in.
We are so leaned. It's a high attack.
I'm sure that we will figure it out as soon as they do damage.
Absolutely.
But from here, I mean, look, we have committed a ton of resources. We had the Kraken from the last turn freeze that condescending. The board is getting turned sideways over on Carson's side, but we're opting to increase our check. The block is going to matter on this. We don't want this move to hit us. Whatever this mysterious move.
Yeah. We don't like it. We don't like this one. But it is, you're right, though. We now use an inspiring song defensively, one of those things that we don't have access to going on our own turn, which you would think that we might value a lot more offensively because we keep getting hit by these turn-ending breaker blocks.
Yeah.
We might even think about playing the second one. Yep,
Looks
here
like
it
we're
comes.
opting to.
Mill 3 once again, getting closer to the cycle. Maybe that's what Mario wants. Mario's like, I've checked so many 3s. I've gone so through many attacks. They're all in my discard pile. I won't draw any more gas unless I cycle.
I mean, our crazy play here was City Rampage into attack. And the big move was Gently Theft.
Yeah.
City Rampage and Gently Theft, both 2-ofs inside of this list. And we know they're all gone.
Yeah.
So we do need to hit the cycle. It looks like Support of Female Titan is coming in as the block, checking a Knott's Flask. An interesting inclusion in the list.
It mills more cards.
It mills more cards to get to the cycle.
Yeah, what we just said.
Wow.
Thank you, Mario, for checking that specific Knott's Flask in that specific moment.
Yeah.
To call back what we were just stating. But now, Carson, once again, on the decision of what cards do I play? What do I build? What do
Looks like a Violent Animus Shot coming down this
I know
time.
that one. Yeah, I can see that one.
Wait, is it Animus Shot and Animus Shot? Is that what this was? Is that what the reason we had to make this high block happen?
Oh, maybe.
It might be.
It is. I'm starting to see it now. Yes,
Yeah.
it was an Animus Shot. Now with a second Animus Shot, which means this card in our hand, if it is not a high block, is gone regardless.
Correct. Yeah, gonna hit for 5 unless we can figure out somehow to put extra stats on it. Unlikely. But the sculpt that we had, which was a
Titan
Cliff
and support.
Massive disruption turn again from Carson. Two very potent attacks on my other side. Just gone. One for a block, one removed from the game forever.
Back down to 10-7 as both of these players get down to very. I mean, both of those on either sides are one attack. That's one attack each. Because Ice Sword Execution, that's for 10.
And then on Godzilla's side,
everything's
it literally did.
Yeah, any of those moves are for 7. Yeah, absolutely. As another Disarming Glance hits the stage, and incubating, which is so important for the defense.
Huge.
Because remember, when we did the board reset with the first form, it was right after Carson had built an incubating.
Yeah.
And now this incubating is on the board, and that one's here to stay.
From here, drawn a fresh 6 as our cards were ripped from our hand. We have a chance. We draw 5 attacks here. It's game over.
You're right.
It's over.
The milling mattered.
I think so.
Maybe. I'm not gonna.
We'll find out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right.
It could matter.
As we approach the 28 minutes remaining in the round, still in game 1, and it honestly is pretty back and forth. This is what I signed up for with my Godzilla Challenger decks.
Oh, love this. We have a number 23 Pro Hero on the board. We drew so that we could review this foundation because we're here to play Gaz like City Rampage.
We find one of the 2-ofs after the cycle. That's why we did it. That's why we milled it. If there's a world where Mario wins this game, this is the turn. Smashing Stomp coming in. It's the promo version too.
Adorable edition.
We love it. Gets an extra speed, gets an extra damage, but it comes in with a 3 damage. +1 to our check. No matter what, your breakers are going to stop not as well. And I'll also maybe draw a card. If you die.
Yeah. It also, the partial block matters, right? Like,
sure,
this is 9 damage. I could put you to 2, redraw the gas that I need. And so there is a lot of decision points to be made here. Is this the one that I flip the Disarming Glance on? Do I have the low block? There's so many ideas that I have to make on Carson's side to make sure that I survive a turn like this.
Not ferocious. That 1/5.
Monster Aggression?
Skreonk, yes, thank you. No, the versions I play with don't have Skreonk on them. Anyway, we even blew up a readied resource to give 1/1. We are trying so hard to push in this last bit of lethal damage. As we do get blocked, Titan Cliff has the second attack on the turn. 6, 7, 8. Checks a 6, 7, 8. 9? But we did get breakered 1.
Well, we had
+1 to the check.
Yeah, but
I don't know how we got minus.
I'm not sure, but checking a 6 here is really massive.
That was
because
huge.
We now have the 6 in the discard pile for
build.
Titan Cliff to build. Yeah. As crazy as the defense that Carson has showing, the same thing can be said when Mario's allowed to play the game. The offense doesn't stop flowing.
Actually, I'm so glad you said that because I think I'm going to go all the way back to when we talked about the character breakdown. And these are the two most represented characters at this event. When you've played Godzilla.
Yeah.
I've played Godzilla.
Yeah.
When you play Godzilla and it works, it feels so good.
It's a drug, dude.
It is the craziest challenger deck character to pick up, and even in its base version of that deck, to be like, the dopamine is firing. Because this is a moment like that where you have actually scraped yourself out of the hole in the cartoon that you got buried in, and you finally see the Roadrunner in front of you, and you might actually be able to win this game in this exact scenario. But of course, Carson did build a disarming glance, so we're not going to be able to do the review 3 thing, but we are still going to be able to build a pass-through walls, which is good for breaker cancellation.
Yeah. From there, we're going to build one horrifying realization. Sadly, no damage done, so no momentum, no free card generation on the transformation.
I thought that was the turn. I thought that was it, Tam.
I thought it was it too.
But the disarming glance, once again, very impactful void cancellation or denial cards coming in clutch. But we are running out of those resources. Carson's stage is very blank. It is 3 face-up foundations and a slew of face-downs because a lot of these void cards have one-time uses.
There's a lot of Rodan in this stage. I'm getting confused because we've got the Altart character and then the Altart sleeves. I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to attack at this point.
The middle one. I was an attack.
From here, entering the enhanced step with, I believe, is this a...
I don't know, man. Is it the bullet kick?
I don't think it's bullet kick. I
don't know, man.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
The perfect glare spot.
The perfect glare spot. No, I have no idea. I'm looking so hard, man. I'm trying to see on the stylized.
Can I, production on this monitor here? Can you pull up the deck list for this deck? Is that possible?
I'm so invested. Okay, whatever it is, we're gonna give it some speed. 10 health is very scary to be at for Mario.
7 high for 5. What's a base 5 damage move? Is this? Oh, this is snap of momentum. This is dive.
High speed velocity.
High speed velocity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good
one. Because we got a momentum.
Oh, we did get a momentum.
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Yep, that's it. That one.
Yes. High speed velocity. The one of.
The one of the one-ofs. Perfect. And then immediately following... Oh, it disappeared. Anyway, we got a momentum, but I thought a Rejuvenating Smash was coming up. There it is. The Rejuvenating Smash coming in for the second attack. Going to draw us 2 more cards. Gain us 2 more life after we took the 5 from the velocity. Also stun 1, of course. So it got us that momentum. Got the stun. But this is an EX move. This one must be curtains for Mario.
Must be curtains, must be answered.
I don't think it will be.
I don't think so either.
As they scoop him up, Carson Panos taking down game 1. And Tam, are you sticking around? I was just at.
I think that in order to set up for the next round, I have to leave you
Absolutely.
for game 2.
That's okay. Tam, absolute pleasure. Keep doing what you're doing because that's the reason why we have such a good stream. We're going to watch these guys sideboard, and we're going to tag you in for Sam, and I'm going to vamp a little bit.
It was awesome.
Thanks so much.
Barrett.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
But everybody at home, if you enjoyed listening to Tam, get in the comments. Get in the comments. Get in the Twitch chat. Let him know how good of a job he's doing. Absolutely. But I will be joined back with Sam here very shortly as we reset into Game 2. Players sideboarding. Wow. Carson Panos taking down Game 1 actually by the skin of his teeth for both players.
And really, you knew he would. Deep down in your heart, you know Rodans don't lose to Godzillas.
I don't know about that one, Sam. Welcome back to the desk, though. Once again, I'm Barrett Bryant, now joined by Sam Tate. Welcome. Took a small little break. Honestly, I'll probably take one eventually. But we are now jumping into Game 2 of this marathon match of Carson Panos versus Mario. Literally the challenger decks, Godzilla versus Rodan, the 2 most represented characters. And I'm not joking, Sam. Unless you were watching, actually a crazy back and forth. Carson got knocked all the way down to 3 life. We played a slew.
Battled all the way back.
Battled all the way back up. Carson had like 12 foundations on the stage, while Mario had only 4. We finally reset the board state, and a slew of perfect, filled with doubts, barrier shield blocks, fateful decisions getting built to breaker 3 our opponent on no foundations, barely living, and on the last attack turn that Mario might have been able to do it, didn't have enough gas. Carson wins. Game 1.
Came up just a little bit short, but Mario showed you exactly what it's going to take.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
He gave you the blueprint of what it's going to take to beat this Rodan, and he was just 1 brick short.
Absolutely.
He was just 1 piece away. Going first, we have a chance to remedy this. We have a chance to make things right. For all the Godzilla lovers, you know, if I had to pick one, I got to pick Rodan.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to be biased in this matchup. Air character block good, you know, so I'm a little bit biased, but Mario can give you hope for all the Godzilla fans at home. And these are the 2 most registered characters in this event. I'm sure you guys talked about that quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you missed the deck list and everything, but this match is actually really exciting. Mario being so close and getting that game 1. And I got a feeling that he might be able to get this game 2. Like you said, going first in this game, getting these foundations built, it is on the onus of Carson to have the perfect defense in the beginning of the game. And based off of how Mario played game 1, I don't think he's going to have it. But
it took the stars to align for Carson to stabilize, right?
Yeah.
The stars
double
had to
filled with
align.
doubts, drew like the 3rd barrier shield of the game, and this giant brick of a deck playing a ton of action cards after Carson built 2 on turn 1 going first.
And let's talk about the heads up play.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the genius of Carson Pano, starting with a disarming glance, because these aggressive decks need to draw cards. They need to see more fuel. They need to up that consistency. We've even got a draw effect here being used outside of an attack. That's how much this consistency matters. And yet choosing to fail a supersonic flight, choosing not to build the 3 diff that would have been guaranteed at the beginning of the string, choosing to fail it on purpose to have it on top of his discard pile. But what he didn't know was that Mario saw through his game plan. Mario understood that horrifying realization has to get the top card of the discard pile to not be that supersonic flight, to deny the additional card draw and the -4 speed, which, to be fair, wouldn't actually matter on this attack.
No, absolutely. Unless there was something like a Filled with Doubt that we saw last game, Filled with Doubt being played on the Determined Advance, and then immediately a Barrier Shield enhanced because it went down to 0 speed, and then we -4'd it even more with Rodan for this crazy play on a card that you wouldn't normally be able to do. But that, not only that horrifying realization, making Carson make this difficult choice of, I have a Barrier Shield and this other card, and actually chose to discard the Barrier Shield because the other card in our hand is a lot more important. But
did we miss the blitz on our?
I think we immediately spent it.
Okay,
we have +2 to our check to play another
I see the
thing.
check now. Sorry,
yeah, it's the classic Godzilla of like, I'm gonna get this at blitz speed and my
then
first
my only enhance.
Yeah.
True, that's the only enhance he has available.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
I immediately saw Carson go to look at the top 2 cards, and I was like, hold on, this momentum is important, because if we want to play another attack this turn and not commit our character, which granted, committing Godzilla, not the biggest deal in the world.
True.
But if we want to continue playing high difficulty, 5 difficulty moves, then we're going to need that check bonus. And it looks like Rodan looks at the top, is willing to commit out, which is kind of a next level play because we have the Vast Hybrid in hand, but there's no freeze target.
Absolutely. Great play for Carson.
Checked an 8 on it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy. Great play by Carson, tapping his entire stage so that this can't commit or freeze anything, but we might be eating this one depending on the block that Carson has in hand. And as it lands, Carson going to be knocked immediately down to 12.
Yeah.
Because I think our first attack was hold on. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, okay, yeah. We're good. Yeah, going down to 12, netting ourselves our 1 momentum and 2 speed on a future move or multiple times.
Yeah, it's very funny because we saw Godzilla came out swinging, right? Like Rodan was definitely a known threat, but it took a minute to iterate, and those Godzilla decks were able to kind of take advantage of Rodan early on because any move that hits is super, super potent. They all swing for roughly half your health, and we see how powerful that is. You know, just getting 1 attack in can put Rodan on dire straits. And getting that Vast Hybrid into momentum is not a bad idea.
Absolutely.
You lose the freeze value, but you gain pretty much guaranteed that +2 speed for later, which when it comes to Rodan, committing and freezing a single card, probably not the biggest deal.
Yeah.
So having that additional speed kind of counts as one better, right, than a single frozen foundation. It's going to be interesting to see, does Carson kind of coast here? Because we have less than 15 minutes left in this round.
Yeah.
Mario, of course, is going to understand the need for urgency here, as we saw with turn 2 there. But Carson can just kind of chill, can play attacks to drain the clock, probably feels pretty safe regardless of how his board state looks, because Godzilla could blow it up at any time anyways.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that happen, actually, in Game 1. So, yeah, Sweeping Daggers coming out here, copying the Vast Hybrid, committing and freezing the +1 hand size foundation that Mario ended up building. So you're stuck being a 6-hander. Can't use that one, but we're going to be building out afterwards. Mikasa Defeats, that's the second one going in the stage, and Hacker, which we didn't see hit the stage last game, but more repeatable draw as long as we spin our momentum for it.
Yeah, and it looks like Carson's doing a great job of making sure he's got every zone accounted for, not overbuilding, because after that Godzilla destruction effect, you're going to want a good build, a good 5 build to get back on the board, reestablish yourself. But Mario's got to feel the pressure here. Mario's got to feel like not only is the window closing in the game, but the window is literally closing on the timer.
Absolutely, as we go down to 13.5, but we decide to rip things off with a determined advance on a 6. Checking a 3 does not feel good at all, having to only leave 1 ready foundation. But one of those cards we committed is a Master's Pride, which means we can ready this foundation back up, and it feels a little bit better. And again, this is a very tough card for characters like Rodan to deal with.
Yeah, and I gotta feel like this is the card that I am amazed went away. I'm amazed it wasn't a big deal. Then it was a big deal because it was the only way to reliably poke a Rodan, the only way, like we saw, to get them to commit out, to give you any sort of opportunity. And then it disappeared again. So it's great to see it back, because I think it's pretty much vital for this matchup.
Absolutely it is. And as we're going to go for the block here, blocking with that one move that I can't ever see what it is. But like you said, the majority of what's going to have to happen here is that we're going to have to commit a lot of these foundations to pass it. Keeping 3 cards up, we have 1 Battle for Dominance, Mikasa Defeats, and the Disarming Glance. But it looks like it was just the 1. We didn't spin the momentum for +2 to our check. Playing a little bit more conservative here for Mario here in Game 2. Maybe it's going to be better for him.
Oh, it looks like we were playing around the breaker.
Oh, you're right. I guess we got breaker 1. We didn't get a barrier shield, so it's just the fateful decision breaker then.
Yes, we do have the 1 committed. Playing around breaker 1 is interesting because it's still +1 difficulty.
Yeah.
Not sure. It might have been a stacked up breaker. I still can't see the card. It went from 1 glare to another glare.
Yeah, it's true. Immediately.
It genuinely went from the only 2 glare spots back and forth.
But I like this one. This one is an EX move. So we're going to give it 2 speed, not just from the Vast Cyber Chimera Kraken in our momentum, but we're at +1 to our next check. And then you can kind of determine how much more speed do you want to give this.
This one does have EX. This is the other important one.
Yeah,
the most important moves in the Godzilla versus Rodan matchup are the EX ones.
Yeah. And that was, just like you said, the one that we just talked about. And then, boom, we did +2 to our check with Godzilla, having +3 total. And then we spend it for 1 EX, bringing this back up, I want to say, to 7 speed. 7 low. And if I'm Carson, I probably have to eat this. And we do, going back down to that scary 3 health that Carson Panos was at last game.
+3 to our check. We can pass a 5 diff.
Determined?
We can pass a determined as well, as long as we check well.
It's going to be very hard for Carson to have to deal with a determined advance. This is a crazy decision we're thinking about. What attack could this be? He thought about the support. Instead, we're looking... I think it was Knockdown Blow. Is that Knockdown Blow?
We're responding to draw card. We remembered to draw card.
That's good.
Which looks like we drew an attack, which is very good.
Yeah, it's very good. As we go, I don't... Oh, this is not the one I think it is. Is it... I don't know what that one is. It's a rare. Oh, this one gets momentum as well. I do know what this one does. Okay.
Is this one where if you have 0 momentum, you get a momentum?
Yes, it is.
Teaming with the female Titan?
Yes, and so, yeah, rare from that set as well. But yeah, this one being
also, I think EX2?
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Weirdly EX? I don't know for sure.
But we don't have the mid block, so we have to use the Mikasa defeats right here and right now. Not enough to get through the lethal damage, but it didn't deal. We build one more for the horrifying realization. Oh, we did build that. We built that foundation. That's okay.
You know what would have been great here is a flash attack.
We do, and we play those. We play Gently Theft.
A Gently Theft, I think, could have been really good there. Or, I think at this point, EX. I think you can't rely on a long string of moves, especially with only one momentum. I think Godzilla blow the board up, hard check a 5-diff smashing stomp, EX to beat the Rodan enhance. That's the vision, Bear. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
There's only so many ways you can win this game.
I'm on the other side. First form, check the determine, or do you commit your character? Oh, never mind. I forgot. No, just raw check the six. Just raw check the six. You have them. You play the league interview.
Right.
Just do it. The inspiring songs, that would be a crazy way to end the game.
It would be.
But here we have instead Ice Sword Execution coming out from Carson. This one being able to, we're going to use our Rodan Enhance, being able to tap down that last foundation, and if we so choose, we have a momentum. So we can spend it and make this hit for even harder if Carson wants to try and go for the actual 2-0 here, and it looks like we're going to do it. We're going to give this +5 damage and freeze once again that +1 hand size foundation so that there's not an extra chance of Godzilla having extra moves.
This is a crazy spot to be in. Everything is so topsy-turvy right now. I mean, Rodan's at 3. There's 8 minutes left, and yet I feel like Rodan has a great chance to end the game here. Godzilla's down to 20 health.
Oh, 20.
We've got plenty of foundations. Godzilla's got no real defense. All of these moves are, I'll say it, unblockably fast.
Yes. As we gain 2 more, right? We go back up to 5, drawing more cards, more options. This is the key for Carson last game.
We're spending a momentum to block. Absolutely wild stuff.
We did a lot of this in game 1, though. It very much kept us healthy enough so that Mario could even have a long game. But yeah, I agree with you. Like,
long game is not what you need.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. It was 7 minutes, 45 seconds as Carson decides to build. Aaron's sidestep coming down. I can only imagine probably the incubating, unless it's our only low block.
And we took the first one, so our rival will still have momentum for a hacker extraordinaire. I'm not sure how much value we actually got out of that block. I mean, like I said, I did think that Rodan had like a great opportunity there where, these 2 moves hit into a sweeping, 2 4-diffs that really punch above their weight could have done it. But I gotta really wonder if we're going to get to a place where we run out of foundations and having +2 to our check would have been the difference.
Yeah,
or an EX3.
Yeah, we'll have to find out right here as we don't even review. We're going to straight draw back up to our hand size. See that cheeky flash move that we ended up drawing, but the other card in our hand is something like a support from the female Titan. Doesn't help us when we don't have any momentum.
Form, destroy the board, play a flash?
That is one way to do it. That is
Blow
a crazy
everything up,
idea.
play a flash? I'm so here for it.
We are going to press the button. It might
but he
actually...
discarded the flash attack.
Okay. We have another one. No, I'm kidding. We're going to do what we did in game 1. We're going to reset the board. We're going to go for it on 0. We check a 6. And because we have no momentum...
that is a 6.
and we show that we don't have the right block. It comes in with the 3 damage. It's lethal.
Oh my
game
goodness.
2 going to Mario.
We had a +1 mid, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
Wow. Yeah, wow. That was a crazy game. As we go as they shuffle up for game 3, Sam, I can only imagine this ends in a draw. I don't know. Or if anyone's going to win this, it's Mario. But he's going second, so it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely now favoring Godzilla to, have a crazy turn 2 if we even get that far. The players are shuffling up. It looks like they are going to attempt to squeeze another game in here, but...
Yeah, absolutely. We got to fast forward here over from production. Thank you so much. As we're going to get into our mulligans. Again, going first for Carson. Partial mulligan here for Mario as we are slamming cards onto the table, ready to go, because neither of these players want to take a draw. You don't know this, Sam, but they actually went into this. They were both X1. They really don't want the draw, but they are going to fight for it.
Interesting.
Build 5 here from the build 1 on Carson's side of the table going first, one of which being the Science Bros. Incremental damage is really nice when it comes to trying to close out a game.
Yeah, we don't see the incubating, though, which would have been a really nice way to combo with that card. I really think that that's one of the few underrated things about Void Rodan right now is if you have a Science Bros and an incubating, you effectively have a 1 diff that gives +1 damage to everything.
Yeah.
And that's something we haven't seen printed in a long time. That used to dominate the format.
And again, like you said, another on-demand remove a foundation, remove a card from your discard pile, draw a card because of the response commit from Science Bros. Another great tool that you can do.
Yeah, we got a nice little Knots Flask here, another little damage pump when you've got moves that are swinging for 9, almost half, and you can turn them into half, right? I mean, a 9 damage move plus a 12 damage move, that's exact lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. Incubating coming down as a foundation as our first form, and then immediately reciprocated by the classic Rejuvenating Smash on a 6, and we checked the 3, which is not good territory if you're Carson. Not even getting the gain 2, it's just for the draw.
Right, and Rodan gets to scout if you play an attack in front of it. So this is a little greedy here. This could be the only way for Carson to lose this game.
Wow.
Is by committing too many foundations here on turn 2 for what? For more cards in hand?
Just
for
to try
more
and,
build?
What? We talked about this. Our Tam and I talked about this before. It's like, for what? Like, what happens if you build so wide that Mario just hits the reset button anyway?
Anyways,
and
right.
Like, if he hits the reset button, he technically has a card in his stage. That Knots Flask will stay.
Right. And again, we've talked about like pass two attacks. You know, there are 6 checks. Play a Smashing Stomp +1 to your next check. That's 12 damage.
Yeah.
That is 12 damage for basically every move in this deck except maybe one.
As we go for the block there, and we do fail it, so we're going to be able to...
Oh, that was a block. I thought he played that as an attack. I was like, really? Speaking of really, I'm very surprised that we even attempted to block that.
Yeah.
Again, this is just the most important attack to me in this matchup. The Armored Titan advancing that can't be reduced below 6 speed, that is your most reliable attack. It gives you a momentum. It does everything Godzilla wants to do in this matchup.
+1 hand size, not going to do as much grace, though, as we draw up for as a 7-hander at Godzilla, which isn't normal possible. We only have 1 attack, and it's just another copy of Determined Advance that just like you said, we threw away as a block anyway. I don't actually think he wants it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, blow up the board, build 3,
build 2.
Instead of 2.
Oh, no, we have a 7. Oh, 7 hand size. I forgot.
7 hand size, yeah.
That's a pretty good time to do it. I didn't think about that. As it is, you're calling
Looks like it is, but that is yet another Armored Titan advancing that's going to go away. So,
and then we're going to go ahead and go for the build 3 on a 2, on a 3, on a 3, passing back to Carson as we have 3 foundations and our 1 asset. What does Carson have to respond and build with? But he looks like they're just going to call it. There's not enough time. Maybe their time was wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
Or that was the last turn for them. But that's going to be the draw 1-1 with Carson Panos and Mario going out of round 5. That was round 5. It says round 6, but it was round 5.
So they're X1-1. That's still not bad.
Not bad.
That still makes it if they win out. So at least I'm 99% sure. I'm not the math guy, but I think some X2s are going to make it. So X1-1, not too bad. A very surprising back and forth match.
Yeah.
A lot of times that game 1 looked like it was over.
Game 1 was peak.
A lot of times that game 2 looked like it wasn't going to end, and then it did.
Yeah.
But after that matchup, we need a bit of a break.
I would
agree. We need to give the people at home a little bit of a break.
Tam's still making some graphics, so we'll probably do some graphic catch-ups before we start the next round. But I would agree with you.
Yeah, let the people go grab a snack, use the restroom if you have to, but be back soon because in just a few minutes we're gonna have
round 6.
And what graphic?
A new graphic.
A new graphic.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined once again with Sam Tate. I'm Barrett Bryant, and we are diving deep. It's heating up. I can feel it now in the room where, the Swiss rounds are coming to an end as we are now going into round 6 because top cut determiners are happening now. People are dropping. You're getting out of contention. The people over here on the top tables are really fighting for their spot, and I think we've got another heater for you here in round 6.
Yeah, people are starting to they're starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah.
As you walk around the tables throughout round 6, I got a little bit of time while Tam, was breaking me, so I did my little walk around. It was kind of weird because normally in between each round we've been walking around, but you and I have been stuck here this whole time. So I got to do like my walk around for the first time. And usually I'm doing my walk arounds early and everyone's happy and excited. They want to wave to you and I'm like, no, focus on your game. I don't exist, right? I'm just observing. But this time, everyone was locked in,
dude.
They were serious. They were locked in. The only people who spoke to me said they played 4 Godzillas in a row.
I believe it based off of the pie chart.
Right. So, people are playing like the top matches. They're playing the highest caliber decks. We're not seeing, and that's the one thing I think is with such a diverse field, I don't think we're seeing too many surprises anymore. We haven't gotten an Amajiki on stream. I think Amajiki is probably the one where, I wasn't expecting it, but it still makes sense, right? It's still, we're not seeing like a character making their first appearance.
I haven't seen a single attack being played on my opponent's turn yet.
That has been the biggest.
And we even gave ourselves an opportunity with the last match, and we didn't get it. So I have yet to see that. I want to see it happen, and maybe we still will. But, of course, the show must go on. Let's take a look at these deck lists for our round 6. Matt, we have previews. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, production just warmed me. I forgot. We got TMNT cards. Hey, you guys want to see TMNT cards? Let's show the first one.
That reveals every round. This first one is Knockout Punch. It's a 4-diff, +2 low block, 3 low for 5, hitting that hardened jab space. Response after this attack deals damage to a character. Your rival loses 1 health for each card in their card pool. So a fire card, fire attuned, but it benefits from a little bit of card pool clogging, and it punishes the rival for blocking.
How aptly named.
Yes.
Wow, I played 4 moves, you played 4 blocks. Man, how do I get through? How about my 5 damage move that will also burn you for the 4 cards you have in your card pool, and it can kill you?
Right. This doesn't say it doesn't leave the rival at 1. It can reduce you below 1. I believe if you're willing to print a health loss effect, it should just kill the rival.
That's fair.
If you're not willing to kill the rival with a burn effect, maybe it shouldn't be a burn effect.
I mean, this one to me is like, I'm not really offended by this one on the burn because it's burn that just happens on damage.
Correct.
It's just damage.
It's just bonus damage.
It's just damage.
It's bonus damage as agnostic to a partial block.
Yeah, like that's all it. So I'm not offended by this one.
No.
2 low block, fine. Low attack that does have a meaningful effect like though. Maybe low attacks start to matter a little bit more. I know some people are saying that low attacks are not as good as they used to be. We don't have the indiscriminate shocks of old,
I mean, high attacks are illegal, so I'm only playing low attacks.
Rising up or showdown, stuff like that. But I like this one a lot. I think this one looks really good. But we've got another one for you guys. Continuing on with the rares. We've got Reckless Abandon. It's a 2 difficulty 5 check, 2 high block foundation for Fire Attune. And it just says Enhance Tenacious, sacrifice it. Add 1 face-up foundation from your stage to your hand. So, pretty hefty cost to your staging area. But for an on-demand, pick up any selective card out of your stage. Effects like this are pretty hard to come by. But this one is pretty highly costed, right?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised this one. This one seems easy, I guess is what I'll say.
Sure,
like, just It's heavy costed, but it's easy to get the correct block zone, to get a foundation you might want. We've seen previously, we've got Ninja Turtles that are adding rival foundations to each other's hand. Your rival gets one, you get one. Then we've got responses to draw and discard a card when you do. This is another way to activate that.
You know why I like this card?
Why?
This says on turn 1, if I'm playing Pony Sunatori and I build a Feral Shriek, it doesn't feel as bad because I could commit it to pass a check and then pick it up by blowing this committed. And it just says pick up a face down foundation. It doesn't have to be readied. I'll pick up this committed. Sorry, you face up.
Yeah.
I'll pick up this committed, though, Feral Shriek I used to pass a check. And now I've got a bonus card that helps me get extra triggers for my Pony Sunatori. I think this card's pretty cool.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I like that it can't pick up a face down attack.
Yeah.
I think that's a big deal. And I think that is probably, if it could pick up a face down, I think you would only see people use it pretty much for that. But I love the Feral Shriek idea. Maybe Mikasa's admission.
Fire card. Armin from AOT3 says any of your cards can become face down foundations like attacks. That would be pretty scary if it could do that.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm glad we've got a little bit of limitations on this. And I love the Pizza Van. Give me more Pizza Van.
We like Pizza Van.
Pizza Van is hype.
It's a good pony card. I could see myself playing it. Speaking of good pony cards.
That is going to be our next matchup.
Yeah.
Our next matchup is going to be featuring our first pony of the day. I really thought there was going to be a lot more pony at the Kentucky event because this is where the horses race. And there's been, let's face it, a lot of hype on the internet about horse racing.
That's true. That's true. This, of course, is River Cook's deck from Block Party, that group that we got to showcase when we were talking about the teams, playing Earth Pony, so not Air, not the Fire one that we saw, but this seems to be a little bit closer to pony decks that we saw being played at the World Championship this past year, right? In February, a lot of these attacks that we're seeing, do you play Lethal Slash? Do you not? River says yes. We're going to add in a couple new stuff that we got, such as Earthbreaker, which does scale with our character that draws cards, and we draw a bunch of cards.
I will say, though, this is very similarly shaped to Pony's signature card, Horndash Hammer, where it's when you discard cards, you get 1 damage for each card you discard. This is +1 damage every time you draw a card, but it's not +1 for each card you draw. It's just every time you do.
Yes.
So it'll be very interesting to see if Earthbreaker can outpace the damage pump of Horndash Hammer, which is absent from this deck. Sometimes there's signs in life, Barrett, and they're telling you to play Pony's card. She's on the art. So none of Pony's attacks made it in here. None of Pony's foundations made it in here. It's really a thinker, Barrett.
I love some of these cards, though. I mean, you really look at it, it's Earthbreaker, and all of our other attacks say draw a card.
That's true.
Except for Wish Hard when you play it, but it helps you enable another trigger from the Earthbreaker.
Correct.
But I'm excited to see how this goes. Still got some defensive cards in here, and I love the Web of Blades, too. The tech, nice little one of. But his opponent, of course, moving into it, is going to be, finally, we get to see this Zeke Yeager on the field. 5 hand size backup matters deck. Very low attack count here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 attacks, and a slew of backups, actions, assets, and also foundations. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some absolutely massive bombs with political strife. Going to get 2 damage for every backup you have. Excuse me. And then Falling Titans is going to turn every backup you have into another copy of Falling Titans. So the idea here is very simple. I get lots of backups. Lots of backups lets me draw lots of cards. Once I've drawn lots of cards, I will eventually find one of these attacks that deal massive damage based on how many backups I have.
And similarly to Han Zoe that we saw earlier in the day, we get to start with this iconic, very powerful backup we gained from Apocalypse, 9 Titans throughout the ages. This one, only a 2 of in this deck, but we do at least still get to start the game with one of them in play, as long as it's not unique.
We get to start, and we are playing 4 Barrage, 4 Rock Titan, 4 Beast Titans Rock Barrage. So definitely going to be trying to recycle these as much as possible.
Absolutely. I think we're going to have a fun one here. Battle 5-hander versus 7-hander, but 5-hander can become crazy out of control.
And become a 6-hander.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And then Pony draws, literally, we just saw this Pony list. Every attack says draw cards. We're going to see so many cards drawn this match, I think.
It's going to be really interesting to see who draws more cards.
Should we make a count? Do you want me to get pen and paper? No, I'm kidding.
No, that's the job of people at home.
Oh, I
the
understand.
community can keep track.
They'll make a fun little video like you do, and you go and watch back the feed. And
True,
you
yeah.
have the little counters up. Anyway, a solid build 5 here with honestly some very impactful foundations aside from the Mikasa's admission. Hey, Mikasa's admission. That's another good one to pick up with that card we just revealed from TMNT.
Yeah, and it looks like we're not starting with the 9 Titans throughout the ages.
Oh, we're not. We
And
are going to go
blood.
ahead and start with. Yeah, unless I'm wrong. Maybe chat's flaming me right now. I thought you could start with 9 Titans throughout the ages. Unless there's like a difficulty restriction, but I'm not too sure. I'm going to zoom in really hard.
You're just gonna stare at the screen.
Yeah, I'm going to stay
like closer.
But you're right.
That's bad for your eyes.
Sorry,
you know?
not in play. I forgot. They go to your hand. So
Correct.
Jaeger's follower into our hand as we start our build turn off
I think I would still start with a 9
with the
Titan.
9 Titans, especially going second, right? You can just tap Zeke. But you just don't get access to the forum, but you don't have any backups anyway. As we attempt to build our third backup, going into another card, oh my goodness, that is the strength right there of only playing 12 attacks in your deck as a 5-hander that starts with an extra card in his hand, right, because of the backup. We built 6, hold 1, tapped nothing on our stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how you want to get things started. And there is a sweet spot for a lot of these Zeke decks for this version of Zeke, the first Zeke, where you don't really want to transform immediately. Sometimes having form, commit, draw 3 cards, turn after turn after turn is actually better than drawing 4 cards once and then having to transform.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, talking about drawing cards, starting things off, bad guy roundup immediately says, hey, I have more ready foundations than my rival does. You only built 3. I have 5. I'm going to draw a card, and we're going to kick things off. Pony counts. We're going to get all these horn counters. We have pitched a Feral Shriek, pitched another one. We're drawing so many cards, but we don't have the Earthbreaker in our card pool. So we're missing all this extra damage.
Yeah, this is not necessarily the one you want to start off with. This is about as blank as it gets.
Absolutely.
I mean, we do still get the more Ray Foundations in our rival, so it is good enough. Just having a Fortif that draws any number of cards is good enough. And we're going to see the 2-check, one of the only 2-checks that gets regularly played with Lethal Slash come in. That's going to blitz draw us a card, and we're going to get a few more counters. We're going to be able to clear the first card from our card pool, which we're about to see now, and then we can respond after this attack resolves to remove it from the game, leaving us with a pristine card pool.
Absolutely. It essentially, because the card removes itself, is as if you used and saved another 3 horn counters, which is why a lot of people do enjoy playing it. Here's the Earthbreaker. I found it. But we checked a 4 on it, so we're going to commit one of these playable while committed. But this has a nice stun 2 on it. That's why it's better than Horn Dash Hammer. It's because it has stun 2 on it. And it can actually blow up one of these foundations that ends up getting committed here. But it looks like we're going to go for some other enhances. We're going to commit here on the Jaeger's follower, I think, for the -1 speed that it's going to come for. But as we are down to 24 right off the bat, just from 2 moves here from Pony, having to use a lot of that 5 hand size health total, we're going to see how much damage this Earthbreaker actually ends up getting to because of how many cards we can draw.
Yeah, we do get to draw from Pony and draw from Feral Shriek. So that's 2 triggers from the same enhanced activation.
Yeah, 2 more damage for sure.
Unfortunately, like we saw with a game earlier, we can't draw from the Earthbreaker because we have more foundations than our rival. Well, it looks like we spent a counter to give this +2 speed.
Love it. I love it when Pony players do more than just spend the 3 to clear cards. You have a character with 4 enhances. You should know and use them very well. But talking about very good cards to use well, how about a great low block on Political Strife with Breaker?
Well, it looks like it's a mid block, right? It looks like we took half.
I thought it was a low.
Yeah, and then Earthbreaker destroyed a foundation on damage.
You're right, on the half, going down to 20. But we did get a breaker in there as we see the Mother's Embrace come in. I wonder if it was a weave, and it looks like it is as we play the Electric Moth on a 6, checking a 5. So we're going to have to commit 1 more of our resources. But again, talking about drawing cards, this one's going to get 1 damage. Not just from the Pony in hands, but it's going to get another damage because it itself says discard a card, draw 2 cards. But if our rival has 10 or more foundations, we draw 3 actually.
Yeah, so this one's up to 5 damage, 3 high for 5, pretty solid. Gets up to 3 high for 6, starting to be a little more threatening. Zeke, of course, doesn't have any more cards in hand, so the only defense really available is that moment of normalcy. And commit for -2 damage is probably about as good as it's going to get on this turn. Or we see, I think that was Red Right's the coolest.
It was. We flipped it for 2 damage, and I actually kind of like this play here from River. We weaved in that foundation for the breaker, and normally we talked about this on a previous match, right? Why would you do that when it's just a breaker 1? But it's because we have the forcing surrender to make sure that we play a little bit safer. It is -1 more card in hand, though. But we had the forcing surrender to get rid of the weave in breaker card.
Yeah, but pony players typically aren't worried about that. What they are worried about, though, is checking the lethal slash, and that is going to be a massive stop sign to this turn. Having to commit pony, preventing the counter generation. I mean, we were like 2 counters away from going potentially infinite.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that this one is just going to land for the 4 because that Earthbreaker was gone. We don't even get the bonus damage. Going to try and build 2 more foundations. We fail the Aaron sidestep. Build 1 more. We're going to take our momentum and run. And the question now becomes, we knocked Zeke all the way down to 8 life. We destroyed one of their foundations. Can Zeke stabilize, or can Zeke do a return on the aggression against River? But even a low attack count deck, as we still go to play the Beast Titan Rock Barrage, we check a 3 on it already.
That's rough. I mean, you're just trying to get back in the game, right? You're trying to claw your way back in after being dropped down to single digits. You just want to get a nice little value poke in, and the game can't even give you that.
Absolutely. If we're going to go for the block here, this is just a 3-speed move, but checking a 3 also on the side of River. We're going to take this one for 5, going down to 17. We're going to form with our Zeke. We have 4 backups in our stage, so we're going to draw a hefty amount of cards.
Yep, and if we draw 4, we got to transform, right?
I think so. I don't think it's a May. I don't remember, though.
It can't be a May because then people would just draw 5, 6, 7 every
over
turn
and over and
never
over again.
transform, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've talked about how sometimes it's better to draw 3.
And maybe we did. I just can't see if we flipped over our
We are in the exact glare.
Yeah, so I just can't tell. But Onya Capone, one of my favorite backups from the Attack on Titan Apocalypse set,
It's a
coming
fun one
down.
to say.
Onya Capone, yeah.
I thought it was food at first. I'm not gonna lie. Like okonomiyaki.
Oh, yeah. No,
because I just saw someone was talking about a card, and they kept naming it, and I assumed it was like taiyaki.
Oh, yeah.
It was like an asset or something, and it turns out to be a person. I was like, oh, that's
Onya
cool.
Capone. I like how they say it in the anime if you watch the dub.
Oh, yeah?
It's Onya Capone.
Onya Capone.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Sounds correct.
It's just a lot of syllables, you know?
Right.
Anyway, we have a slew of...
Speaking of syllables, here's Earthbreaker.
But that's not a lot of syllables.
Yeah, it is.
Earthbreak. It's 3.
That's a lot.
Onyan Capone. Okay, all right, whatever.
Are you gatekeeping syllables?
Yeah, man. If it's not 4, it's not good. I'm kidding. Earthbreaker, stun 2. Oh, those foundations we just built, hey, they're turned sideways. We only have our backups to help us play defense here. And if this connects, which I can imagine it might unless we have this extra speed hate. All right, we're going to use some of our Jaeger's followers. They are -2 speed each, so that does help us out, but we need a low block for this.
And to be fair, I was going to mention how Earthbreaker has 4 different abilities on it.
Oh, true.
There's a lot of syllables on the card.
Okay,
if you
all
include all
right.
of them.
You're right.
It is a card with stun 2, blitz, potentially draw a card, response after you draw, get damage, and then response after you deal damage, destroy something.
Absolutely.
So,
Sure is a secret rare with a lot of text.
Yeah.
But the full block going to be coming in here as we are going to follow this up with a Battle Aura release, which, hey, draws us a card. Again, gets a bunch of damage. +4 if we have 4 face downs or less, depending on how many we've got. And then we still have that Earthbreaker in our card pool. So all of these attacks, and especially this one, are going to get up to lethal because we only have to deal 8.
yeah, but we do have these Jaeger's followers in our stage that are going to allow us. Oh, we got the Onyekapon as well, getting rid of
Absolutely.
the progressive. But then we've also got the Jaeger's followers that are going to be given a little bit of speed reduction.
Yeah, we still have a total of -4 if we need to use it. Going to kick this out with Pony. I saw the flash of the +1 high block we see there with the number 10 pro hero. We're going to go ahead and hit 1 minus speed here because we did use a Pony counter for +speed. Go ahead and nullify that, and we check the 5 Here comes another one. As we check a 2 on this one, we're going to have to commit 3 of our resources for this Battle Aura release.
And yet, I don't think it's going to matter because I'm pretty sure this one gets through unless we have another +1 high block, unless we decide not to pump the speed on this one for some reason.
Yeah, which is very difficult, right? We only have, this is the last Jaeger's follower that's getting used for -2 speed. The question is, what else? I mean, your pony, right? How much more gas could you possibly have? You can't kick out any of these cards in your card pool, though. So these are here to stay. But we can use them for speed. We can even do the zone mix-up if you wanted to do that instead.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do that over raw stats, right? Because a partial block keeps the rival alive.
Yeah.
So I'm, if I'm the pony player, I'm expecting like a +1 mid here. And I think this is a +2 mid, and it's not going to be enough.
Absolutely. Another political strife, I believe that's what that was, the Pearl version. But that's going to be game 1, going to River Cook, taking it down game 1 with his pony deck. Wow. Okay, that one went faster than I thought.
Yeah, well, it's funny. We didn't quite have the pony dream turn.
No.
But it was good enough, right? And that's one thing I think a lot of pony players have to sort of recognize is that you don't need to do it all in one turn.
No, absolutely not.
And if your rival is not playing a super aggressive deck at you, you probably got about one turn, that you can take off defensively.
I'm not gonna self-claim myself as a pony expert, but if I turn to my production, anyway, I agree with you. I think the key to when you play pony is not to do the turn 2, just like you said.
Right.
Generating. You've talked about this actually. The reason why it might be meaningful enough to play Pony's Foundation, the American exchange student or something like that, to get that 1 bonus counter when you start your aggressive turn changes the math so much. And we've talked about this before on stream, I think too, that when you do that turn 2 poke and then bank on those counters for later, it makes it so that turn 3 is so incredibly more offensive than what you could do on turn 2, even with lethal slashes.
And so you see the math with Lethal Slash gives you the ability to have a completely clear card pool, and it essentially saves you 3 counters. But the math for Pony, because it's 3 counters to clear, and you only get 2 per attack, having that additional 1 per attack essentially means it's 1 less attack you have to play to get to the next clear.
Absolutely. Now,
granted, how good that clear is versus committing 1 Foundation, you'd probably rather just play Thunder Spear demo now. But that is a different equation altogether, right? But when it comes down to it, my favorite part about the American Exchange Student is it gives you +2 damage, which is something Pony desperately needs. We see a lot of this deck is just giving damage. Mikasa's Admission, the Earthbreaker, we've even seen Red Right's the coolest make a return to this deck. And these are all just ways to say, my character gives no damage, it strings together a bunch of weenie moves, and I can give speed when I need to, but I need that extra damage pump, right? Horn Dash Hammer can help with that, and it flexes as -2 speed as well.
Absolutely, it
a
does.
2-diff E-commit, this attack gets +2 damage, or +2 speed, or sorry, yeah, +2 damage or -2 speed. I guess it also gets +2/+2 if you think about it that way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you have a foundation that is way more versatile than anyone gives it credit for. However, I will say that it's tough to make the inclusion because this pony deck is already just gut slammed full of lower difficulty cards, more card draw, and any damage pump that you could do can probably be replaced by just playing a whole nother 4-diff on no progressive difficulty. So while I do think that the earlier builds of Pony probably could have benefited from the additional Horn Dash counter or the additional Horn counters, it's probably less relevant in a Feral Shriek world than it used to be.
I don't mean to interrupt you, and I didn't. I waited. But we have a different story happening right now. Aiden has sideboarded into a different life fire character, one that we have seen already earlier today. Hans Zoe has hit the board because we went and grabbed the 9 Titans.
One that does start with 9 Titans in play.
And it starts with it in stage.
Now I know why this Zeke Hager's doing so well.
All right.
It's playing the actual best character.
All righty. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm excited to see now that Aiden's going first in game 2. If he wins this game, I'm more excited to see what he makes the decision for game 3.
Right. Is Zeke Hager something that he's okay with going second, but Hans is not? Is it a specific matchup thing, where exactly are we looking to do the swap?
Absolutely. But I think this is such a cool adaptation. Tam and I talk about it all the time, how people don't really sideboard characters anymore, and it is a lot harder now because of the world of Attuned, but this is a
Attuned
literal
makes it very difficult.
2 Attack on Titan characters, the same symbols, they both like to do backup stuff, and it just works kind of seamlessly here, and I'm excited to see how it works. Solid build 5 after tapping our 9 Titans to help pass a check. Looks pretty good off the bat.
We're definitely way better set up than we were in game 1.
Yeah.
You know, going first versus going second, it's really easy to look like that. And, you know, we talk about with the pony turn 2 aggression, and when it comes to early builds, anything you can do well on turn 2, you can do better on turn 3. So I think the play here might not be aggressive, just build a bit.
Yeah, I actually love the foundation that we've built as well. I was hoping you would talk ever slightly so more, but we built 2 copies of Driven by Retribution, and this card is going to be incredibly good against Pony. It says response remove. Oh, I lost it already. I'm terrible.
It's response remove after you take damage from an unblocked attack, or just damage at all?
It's just any damage.
Any damage. You remove a card from the rival's card pool, which might not be there because it's Pony. And
the one that hit you will be there.
Oh, that's true. Lethal Slash can't respond yet. That's true. But you remove a card from their card pool, and then you get to debuild them a card into their card pool. So that forcing surrender play
doesn't work.
Probably not going to be available.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be such a unique thing. As we've built a second turn in a row for Aiden, we built a third one of those.
Jeez.
3 Driven by Retribution. Incredibly strong defense here as the Earthbreaker comes down first from River Cook. And that's the other thing, too. Pony going second is a little rougher, except for the fact that you can use Pony's Enhance on the first attack that your opponent plays on you when they do their second turn. But Aiden didn't do that. So now it is up to River to have to play the first attack of the game to start generating these Pony counters. And instead of it being a turn 3, turn 2 thing again, it's kind of slowed down even a little bit more because we went second this game.
Right. We do have the Earthbreaker getting pumped up a bit here. Couple of counters coming down, but no bing bongs, no additional card draw yet.
Yeah, and we did see the minus damage commit come in through for the card that I mistakenly said earlier. But we have 5 backups in our stage, so this says commit, turn it sideways for minus 5 damage.
Yeah, and if you take 1, that's perfect for Retribution, because Retribution doesn't want this card in the card pool. It would much rather put a Pony Foundation in the card pool, but it looks like we're going to opt not to use it.
Yeah, we actually took a little bit more. I think we did end up using another +2 damage from one of our... oh, you put it down to 1. I'll give it 2 more with this Red Right's the coolest, and then, of course, we drew some cards, so I got an extra bonus, of course, from the response in itself in the card pool. And because you committed that card during this... during the Earthbreaker, I'm allowed to destroy the E-commit ability on that card.
Yeah, we do see the -4 from 9 Titans here, but it's going to be counteracted by Mikasa's admission and the Earthbreaker response. So only -1 effectively so far.
Yeah, and as soon as we press another draw ability, we have the chance to do so. But yeah, we're going to damage, and here it is right here. On damage deal of the Lethal Slash, I'm going to discard it from
remove the Lethal Slash. It's going to leave anyways.
Yeah, exactly. And you get to debuild it, and you can chain a bunch of these together if you want.
Oh, true.
But what looks like we're going to...
But you would keep removing a card anyway, so they wouldn't actually stuff their pool more.
It's just a debuild for a debuild, essentially, at that point, which we have seen have some success before, especially when yours is selective against theirs.
And when you can commit a backup and they can't.
Absolutely. As we go into another Earthbreaker on a 5, 6, 7, we check a 5 on it, though, and the 2 cards we commit are Mother's Embrace, which means as soon as we clear a card out of our card pool, like this Foundation that you put here, I'm going to be able to ready these up as if I've committed no cards this turn.
However, we do see the Filled with Doubt, meaning that we're not going to be able to stun these 2 Retributions, which might make River regret playing this stun 2 attack. It might have been only okay to play this on a 7 because the stun 2 was going to eat through the Retributions, and now we might get debuilt again after this.
Yeah, absolutely. With stun 2, we basically kind of postured as Aiden that we didn't have the low block anyway, but it doesn't matter, right? It's been sealed, so we're not going to lose a Foundation, but we still might take the damage. And the other kicker here, River is playing this turn very, very interesting. When we were on the Lethal Slash, we could have easily kicked out the Earthbreaker that we had, but instead we chose not to. Instead, we decided to keep going, and we didn't, and saved and banked those counters.
Yeah, there's there's the sealed Earthbreaker still in the card pool. We do see the Retribution coming down, stuffing one of the face downs because they're all face down now. But Pony,
For everyone not aware, I believe currently the fire alarms are going off at the venue. It could also be tornado. I'm not sure because there is a storm happening outside.
Oh, true.
It could be tornado, but it looks like the sound has stopped. So we're gonna keep.
Like every fire alarm in existence, everyone just kind of keeps doing what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until an actual danger is present.
Yeah, I don't see smoke. No, I'm kidding.
Nobody
the show
is
must go
leaving
on.
their table.
But absolutely, we did end up take that Earthbreaker to the face, going down to 15 on the side of Aiden. And again, we have to try and stabilize because all of these offensive turns that Pony's going to do, just like we said, that was River's turn 2. Turn 3 is going to feel a little bit hard, or even more meaningful, except for the fact that a lot of our cards are now face down in our stage.
Yeah, we definitely don't have anything coming from our stage. Pony is very much a build-around character.
Yeah.
Right? And we talked about how the Horn Dash counters from the stage, the American Exchange student, doesn't quite make the cut because there's so many cards that are better just being discarded. And so the stage isn't really going to tell the story of this match. We've gone through a lot of Retributions. It looks like there's one more left in the stage, but River's in a really good position here, not taking any damage yet. There's a lot of backups in Hanji's stage, but the foundations are all things that debuild for defense. And if you keep debuilding yourself just to stay alive, you're never actually getting ahead.
Absolutely. As we approach 38-ish minutes left in this round for these players, Battle Aura release coming down as the first move for River on his turn. And we have plenty of face downs in our stage, so we can flip the Red Riot Seculus to draw a card instead of the 2 damage, because now we have 4. We are getting... All right, we are going to be evacuating. Tim's gonna come to us real quick. We're gonna sign off ever so briefly. Because it's all pre-recorded footage, though, we can hit pause.
Which is cool.
And we can come back. So don't go anywhere.
If we're able to come back.
If we come back.
If we survive.
So stay tuned to some social media channels. We'll be back here hopefully in a little bit. Thank you, guys.
All right. Be safe.